What's up? Ghost Fictions is here, and we're back again. This is a story where Izuku was trained by Shiva and became a god slayer. But before we start, please consider subscribe to the channel and give this video a like. Don't forget to check the description for more informations and support the amazing author Veiss7 for writing this story. Now, let's get into the story. Humanity's will. The power beyond comprehension. Made to protect the innocent. And to kill a god. You may be asking yourself, kill a god? Ha! Don't be preposterous. A god is invincible and indestructible. Nothing can kill them. Then I would call you a fool. Ever since the first Ragnarok tournament, this power had risen up in hopes of a worthy human, a hero, would claim its power. Just like many in their final moments. The first bout, Thor vs Lupu, had lasted 16 minutes and 28 seconds. They were rivaled in strength and aura, but they both respected the other for being a worthy foe. The finishing move was Thor's awakened thunder hammer killing Lupu in one swift strike. The second bout, Zeus vs Adam, had only lasted for 7 minutes and 13 seconds. The first man gave the oldest god a hard time. His divine reflection copied his opponent's entire movement. Zeus unleashed meteor jab. Divine axe. The fist that surpassed time. True gods right and true gods left while Adam returned them in kind. It all relied on who lasted longer than the other. Sadly, Adam had lost as the two were beyond exhausted and he could not last another second. The third bout, Sasaki Kajiro vs Poseidon, went on for 13 minutes and 7 seconds. The world's greatest loser had finally received his first win. Against a god no less. Giving humanity their first win, giving them hope, while the gods were devastated that one of their strongest had been killed. Sasaki had won by using all of the sword skills he had learned and gained when he was still alive, and using his secret technique, Senjin Muzu. The finishing blow was Smen's Anko Banjin Reimerin. The fourth bout, Jack the Ripper vs Heracles, which had been the longest fight lasting 26 minutes and 57 seconds. By seeing Jack, Heracles felt as though he was insulted. The previous combatants were strong, but throughout the fight his mind had changed about Jack. Humanity couldn't believe that a notorious criminal, who was never once caught, had represented for them. The two fought with all their might, but in the end, Jack had won. Giving humanity their second win, despite his loss. In his final moments Heracles hugged Jack, admitting that nothing will change his love for humanity. The fifth bout, Raiden Tamamin vs Shiva, the match went on for 11 minutes and 13 seconds. Raiden had never once given a fight his all, in fear of killing his opponent with his rare health condition, but as he fought Shiva, the strongest god of destruction, he was finally able to go all out, bringing him immense joy. The two fought and respected each other for their strength. Shiva saw Raiden as a mere pest, just like humanity, but his view had changed as well. Raiden had given him something he had longed for, his greatest fight. Shiva called Raiden his friend before the strongest Rikishi died. The finishing blow was Devaloka. The sixth bout was a strange one, but was praised and appreciated, as Buddha fought for humanity. While his opponent was Zarafuku, otherwise known as Bishamonten. However, before the match had started, it was interrupted by the demon lord of the sixth heaven, Hajin. One a god and the other a demon. The fight lasted 21 minutes and 37 seconds. Buddha had lost his left eye and suffered great injuries, but had been triumphant. The finishing blow was Mahapari Nirvana. The latest and last bout was a fight between kings. Qin Shi Huang vs Hades, the king where it all began against the king of the underworld. The two had a mutual respect for being kings, but Hades revealed his respect for Qin Shi Huang was greater, as he revealed his photo touch synthesia, and Hades called it a blight he would never use. Qin Shi Huang acknowledged Hades as a true king as well, and the two had battled with everything they had. Qin Shi Huang had been victorious by using Shi Huang Guard, which took on Hades' Itcher. Eos and redirected all of that power into a thrust breaking Hades' Itcher. Desmos and ended the fight with Yan Cut, which sliced through Hades. Through all of these fights, each of the fighters of humanity have one thing in common, their drive and determination to save and protect humanity. Thus, humanity's will, the strongest power no god could even dream to obtain, took all of their hopes, techniques, skills, and their determination. After the fight the gods had left humanity to live for a few thousand years before returning. Humanity's will now has to choose a human with a strong drive and an even stronger passion for humanity's safety. So far no human was worthy enough for the power which humanity's will was worried that humanity will be defeated by the gods. Until one fateful day a young boy was defending 3 girls against 3 boys and 2 girls. Despite him losing he picked himself up and asked if the girls were alright. Humanity's will had finally chosen who would be the one to lead humanity into a new dawn, their fate no longer controlled by the gods, and that young man is named Izuku Yagi, humanity's savior and protector. Izuku Yagi had quietly left his room, his school uniform as clean as it could be, as he approached the front door. He hoped he had enough time to leave before his parents or his sister could wake up. Izumi would throw a fit if she saw me, mom and dad would take her side, hopefully Kaken and Yokun don't bother me this time. Izuku finally got his left shoe on, after tying his right shoe, and quickly left his house. As he stood in front of his door he appreciated the fresh morning air, a light mist covering the city he grew up in. Musatafu is a city Izuku never wanted to change. His gaze slowly wandered toward UA, the prestigious hero school. His stare became hardened as he felt a fire grow inside him. I will be a hero, no matter what. With that in mind Izuku began descending his stairs with a smile. Quirks had only recently appeared when a baby was born emitting light from its body. Soon quirks became known throughout the world as more people were born with quirks. And if you were unfortunate, like Izuku, you would be born quirkless. The majority of quirkless people in the world was 20%, while Izuku felt as though he was the 1% in Japan. Eventually reality was like living in a comic book, superheroes and villains became the daily norm, and Izuku wouldn't want anything to change. As he was walking on the sidewalk an entity that could only be seen if it wanted to be seen followed him. You're perfect. Izuku froze to a stop suddenly hearing a voice right next to his ear. He looked all around for a person but saw no one, except for a few cars driving by. He shrugged his shoulders before continuing his way to his school. Eldera High, a high school that was notorious for many students dropping out and starting fights. Izuku wished and dreamt of being in some academy or even a school in America than Eldera. Oh well, got to make do with what you got. Izuku casually liked talking to himself in his head and looking back on fond memories. The entity stayed close, almost observing him, as it seemingly walked next to him in the appearance of a man with blonde hair. Meanwhile, back at the Yagi household Izumi Yagi was enjoying a breakfast with her mom, Inko Yagi, and dad, Toshinori Yagi. Izumi, honey, can you go wake Izuku? His breakfast is getting cold. Izumi clenched her fist tight under the table, resisting to openly say what was on her mind. She forced a smile onto her face as she looked at her mom. Sure thing. I'll be right back. Izumi stood up and instantly a scowl formed on her face. Why the hell would you want a quirkless freak at the table? She kicked Izuku's door down, only to find he was gone. A smile had formed, not out of happiness but of malice, as she closed his door and she went back to the dining room. Izuku went to school early. Her father's head popped up from behind the newspaper curiously. But it's 7 in the morning, and Eldera doesn't open until at least 9. Izumi ate her breakfast happily ignoring the fact Izuku had walked to school around 5 in the morning. That's Izuku for ya, always surprising people. Meanwhile, Izuku watched as a villain was fighting Kamui Woods. He pulled out a notebook from his bag as he wrote down notes on the fight. Death Arms was there too, but he was there for crowd control just like Backdraft. I can't believe a villain showed up. This is awesome. Just then a man saw Izuku watching the fight with stars in his eyes. The man chuckled as he caught Izuku's attention. You a fan of his or something, kid? Why yay, I guess you could say that. The two went back to watching the fight as Kamui Woods unleashed his special move preemptive binding chain lacquered prison. Only for Mount Lady kicked the villain down stealing his moment. Tons of photographers showed up as Mount Lady flaunted her assets. Izuku was writing down in his notebook while mumbling partially while the man caught his attention. What are you writing notes for, kid? Well. It's my dream to be a hero. The man smiled as he gave a thumbs up to Izuku. Oh yay? Well then I'll be rooting for you all the way. Izuku smiled gratefully as he thanked the man before resuming heading to school. It was these kinds of people that Izuku met that shown not everyone is like his sister. As he was running he saw a man that only had a green maple leaf covering his privates before he pointed at Izuku. You're the one. Just like the voice once he left his home he heard the man's voice as though he was right next to him. As cars passed by before Izuku could ask what the man meant he disappeared. Izuku rubbed his eyes to just be sure if he wasn't hallucinating before cautiously tread to school. Maybe I should get a therapist. What Izuku didn't know was the spirit that followed him. It waited for the opportunity to show itself and it watched him with great interest. Izuku Yagi, you're the one, but now is not the time. The entity still followed Izuku as he arrived at Eldera High. Izuku looked at UA once more before walking into Eldera. His first year of high school was about to begin. Time skip. Izuku was in his 4th and final year at Eldera High before he could go to UA. The entity sympathized for Izuku and wished he had a better life than the one he is living. The moment it saw him it knew he was perfect for its power. The entity looked back on his first ever heroic act. Flashback. We see young Izuku, who was devastated in learning that he is quirkless. His sister had received a strong enhancement type quirk, while his best friends, Yoshindo and Kitsuki Bakugo, had quirks as well. Yoshindo was able to mimic an earthquake, with the drawback being that it is a double-edged sword. He may have a high tolerance to vibrations, but the more he uses his quirk, the more pain he endures. Kitsuki Bakugo has a quirk that was self-explainable. He could detonate the nitroglycerin sweat on his palms to make an explosion. His drawback is once he is at his limit his wrists and forearms begin to suffer the shockwave from the blast. Izuku thought that they would still remain friends. Even if they used their quirks on him a little too rough. Izuku sat down in the sand pit by himself before hearing 3 sets of footsteps. Initially he flinched, fearing it was his sister and his friends, but saw 2 black eyes, with yellower eyes, flashing him a wide toothy smile. "Hi there." Izuku jumped back slightly before seeing the other 2. "The shy, what have I told you about personal space?" The pink girl, besides her eyes she was pink, supposedly named Shy, looked at her friend before looking back at Izuku. He watched as the 2 comedically argued, while a third person hid behind the more confident girl. "What? He is sitting here, all alone, I thought he would want some company." The one who reprimanded Shy hit her on top of her head with a small, harmless chop. While Shy rubbed it as though it was painful. Izuku, who finally gathered his courage, looked at the 3. "Who are you?" Shy looked at Izuku with a bright smile that could only be described as pure as she told him her full name. "The name is Mina Ishido. And I want to be your friend, Mr. Lonely Pants." And just like that, another head chop. While Mina rubbed her head the other 2 introduced themselves. One of them had dark green hair that was tied up into a ponytail. "My name is Setsuna Tokage. I'm sorry for Shy's rudeness, please forgive her on my behalf." Izuku shook his head a little too fast as he flailed his arms. It's fine. Why you don't have to apologize. My name is Izuku Yagi." The third one was shy but introduced herself regardless after Setsuna and Mina forced her to. Izuku saw she had cord-like appendages extending from her earlobes. "And my name is Kayaka Jiru. It's nice to meet you. Busy?" Izuku glanced at Mina with a confused look while Kayaka looked at her friend in curiosity. "Izzy? That is my nickname for you. Why are you sitting here by yourself?" Izuku remembered and soon small but unnoticeable tears formed. "I just like the sand pit. I almost and no one bothers me so I like the quiet." Setsuna, who feared they were intruding, stood up and bowed. "We're sorry if we're disturbing you, if you want us to leave, we won't hold you against it." As they were about to leave Izuku quickly told them they were fine. He wouldn't have admitted it at the time, but he truly appreciated them going out of their way to talk to him. And so the entity and a man covered in a cloak watched Izuku play with Setsuna, Mina, and Kayaka in the sand pit. "Hey, Izzy-chan. Why yeah Shy-chan?" One question soured the mood quickly once Mina had spoke. "What's your quirk?" Izuku instantly looked down at his feet in silence while Kayaka worried for him. I'm quirkless." Izuku closed his eyes shut in fear of them laughing and mock his lack of a quirk. However, he felt 2 arms wrap around him, slightly ignoring Mina running away from Setsuna. He looked up to see Kayaka was hugging him. "Why? You're a friend, quirk or not, nothing can change that greenie." Kayaka smiled at Izuku while he smiled in turn. That was the first time he met someone that didn't made fun of him for not having a quirk. Mina apologized after Setsuna caught her and hit her head, and Izuku forgave her before the 3 resumed playing. Sometimes playing as superheroes while their parents watched from afar. "Watch the boy, guide him, he is pure. He is the one who will end this damn war." The man walked away while the entity continued to watch over Izuku. It watched, amused, of how the group of 4 became close friends quickly. Every day Mina would be the first one to arrive at the park, while Izuku was second, Setsuna and Kayaka arriving at the same time. The 4 were practically inseparable and from afar, danger was closing in. One day Izuku had slept in slightly before heading to the park. He was worried they would be mad at him upon reaching the park. He had heard a small explosion and Setsuna scream. Worried, he ran faster and saw Setsuna on the ground looking up at his sister and her friends. Izuku saw Mina, who had tears, was holding a crying Kayaka, while Setsuna had been pushed down with her favorite shirt, which had a picture of a dinosaur, was burned slightly. "You damn extras think you can be heroes with wimpy quirks. Don't make me laugh." Izuku saw 2 new kids standing next to his sister, Bakugo and Yo. One is a girl who had a fawn-colored hair, dressed formally, and the other is a boy, whose hair was a shade of purple, who had also joined Bakugo in demeaning the girls. "No hero agency is ever gonna pick you. Regardless of who they are, you will be nothing more than bait for villains." Yo soon spoke up as well. "You're never gonna be a hero, you're probably just gonna die before you even get to be a hero." The group of 5 all laughed in the girls' faces while they continued insulting them. Izuku decided he heard and saw enough, ran up to the boy, who tried hitting Setsuna, and shoved him to the ground. Izumi, who saw her brother, instantly scowled at Izuku, making him flinch, but he stood his ground. "Izuku? Move. And maybe we'll let you off easy." "And no." Izumi grew a tick mark as she stared at her brother. "What was that?" I said, "and no. Why you're making them see cry." If you don't stop. Then I will make you." The entity nearly intervened at that moment. Despite being, obviously, outnumbered, Izuku stood his ground and slowly raised his arms into a boxer's stance. This time it was Bakugo who responded, small pops and crackles going off from his palms. "I am gonna tell you this once, Deku, move and you won't get hurt." Yo helped up the boy Izuku shoved, and the group of 5 all looked at him, ignoring the 3 girls that worried for Izuku. They saw he remained unnerved by their words and threats. Bakugo was the first to begin the assault by using an explosion point-blank range on Izuku's chest, tearing through his shirt, and the 5 proceeded to use their quirks on Izuku. He watched as the 3 girls witnessed his beatdown, frozen in fear, before smiled. At least they're safe now. After a couple of minutes, Izumi and her friends all walked away from Izuku, who was beaten to a pulp on the ground. Mina had been crying with Kayaka, while Satsuna couldn't believe Izuku stood up for them. "Why did you that? You dummy." Ayaka asked Izuku. He smiled weakly as he responded, seeing their parents coming toward them. "Because a hero protects anyone. And everyone. No matter the risk." End of flashback. The entity truly wished it had intervened. Maybe, just maybe, things would have turned out differently. Izuku let his mind wander as he finished his test early and handed it in. As he walked to his desk, he heard sly comments and insults. Before he could reach his seat, a ash-blonde teen had stuck his foot out, and it resulted in Izuku tripping, causing the class to erupt with laughter before the teacher had regained control. It was like this every day ever since he was revealed to be quirkless. He picked himself up and sat down before anything else could happen. The entity was angered that his own classmate saw his pain as a form of entertainment. Izuku could now see the entity and didn't mind it at all. In fact, he confused the entity as his quirk. The entity simply found it amusing how Izuku thought it was a mere quirk. Alright, settle down. Once everyone turns their test and I still have to go over a couple of things before you're released. It was the last day of school, which meant Izuku was a step closer to achieving his dream. One by one the students turned their tests in, and the teacher graded them in silence, while the class conversed with friends or social cliques. Izuku remained alone as he sat in his desk, the entity staying close. Izuku always wondered what it was made of. It seemed like a ball of light, but had a haze kind of appearance like a gas, but every time he went near it would only float away slightly. Hopefully this thing isn't gonna kill me. I will never bring harm upon you, Izuku Yagi. Izuku looked around in shock. He hasn't heard the voice ever since his first day. Hello? Are you still there? So as he tried finding the source of the voice, the entity floated toward his face. It is I, Izuku Yagi. I am the voice that you have been hearing. I do not have much time, the gods are approaching as we speak. Izuku's eyes widened in shock as he looked at his classmates. Surely they could hear it too. However, he saw no one paying attention to him, or toward the entity for that matter. He glanced at the wide orb before widening his eyes. Gods exist. They're real. The entity seemed to flinch as though Izuku shouted literally. Yes, but they are not what they are led to be. They are monsters. The gods have all agreed that humanity has gone too far and has decided that it shall be erased for good. This worried Izuku. Was he really going to lose a chance of being a hero without even trying? The entity gave him hope once it spoke, however. I can read your thoughts, Izuku Yagi, and your memories. I am truly sorry for everything that has happened. But I couldn't reveal myself yet. What do you mean? Are there others like me? He wondered what exactly the entity was trying to do, but was patient regardless. If you wish to know more, go to Dagaba Beach and look for a man named Shiva. I will see you soon. Izuku watched as the entity was gone, and once he tried speaking it did not respond. Their only thing left to do, head to Dagaba Beach and meet this Shiva character. The teacher snapped Izuku out of his thoughts as he slammed a pile of papers onto his stand. Now, I know it must be exciting that today is the last day, but you all need to take things seriously now. The teacher smirked while Izuku rolled his eyes secretly. His teacher threw the papers up in the air without a care in the world. But who am I kidding? You all want to be heroes, right? The class erupted with cheers, each of them showing off what their quirks could do, except for a selected few. Alright, settle down. Quirk usage in school grounds is still against the rules. Boy teach, don't lump me and my girl with these D-listers. They might be a sidekick for a triple-digit hero at the max. The couple of students didn't take kindly to that. Like you're any better, Bakugo. Bakugo jumped onto his desk as the sound of firecrackers came from his palms. When compared to all of you, I am the damn best. I'm applying to UA, I aced the mock tests and passed the written exam. The class murmured as they looked at Bakugo with wide eyes. UA? Doesn't that have an 8% of a chance for acceptance? I heard one of the applicants tried cheating and was expelled from UA. He couldn't even enter any other hero school in Japan. Izuku only shook his head as the teacher told Bakugo to sit back down. Izuku looked up and saw his application for UA, and the teacher noticed this. In the past, the teacher would jump at the chance of making Izuku a laughingstock, but this time was different. The teacher's eyes changed to a blue eye color, his original eye color being black, as he skipped over Izuku's application for UA before his eyes changed back. Izuku's eyebrow raised up in question to what he saw. He rubbed his eyes, and sure enough, his teacher's eyes remained black. He remembered what the entity told him and shivered at the thought. He did a god. Help me. The bell rang and most of the students practically leapt out the door while Izuku calmly hid amongst the crowd. He saw Bakugo looking for him, and Izuku didn't want to deal with any of the antics. Izuku walked out of the school, and by the time Bakugo realized it, he yelled in anger. "Time skip." Izuku took the long way home and enjoyed the silence. The events of today quickly flooded back to him, and he worried slightly before ultimately shrugging it off as a prank. God's being real. Please, give me a break, that's like the second oldest trick in the book. As he was walking, he saw he was near Dagobah Beach. He had originally planned to go tomorrow, still not completely trusting the entity, until he noticed a man sitting on top of one of the mounds of trash. Curious, he walked up to the man to hear him eating something. Excuse me. The man continued eating, seemingly ignoring Izuku, however he pressed on and raised his voice a little higher. Excuse me. The man finally turned around. The first distinct feature Izuku saw was the man had indigo-colored skin. His eye color is gold, and in the middle of his forehead was a third eye. Besides the rags covering most of his body, his pants were gold and held up by a blue sash. "So, we finally meet, Izuku Yagi." The man jumped off, finishing his meal, and landed on the sand. Izuku braced for sand flying at him, but nothing came. He looked up to see the man towering over him. He was taller than All Might. But more importantly, he knew who he was. How do you know who I am? I know all about you, Yagi. I know you're quirkless, and that you want to be a hero. The man walked slowly around Izuku as he made a fist. He talked as though he was insulting Izuku. But I also know you have a heart of a hero. The man now stood in front of Izuku once more, his expression being one of sympathy and seriousness. How, despite it all, you still want to become a hero? How everyone laughed in your face, telling you it was impossible, and yet you still stride toward that goal. Izuku looked up at the man, but saw his face was directly in front of him, startling him a bit. Now I ask you, Izuku Yagi, why did you protect those girls when you were a mere child? Izuku looked confused before remembering that day. His fist tightened as he spoke. A hero is someone who protects the weak, who fights for the innocent, no matter the risk. Izuku looked up at the man, with a raging fire in his eyes, while Shiva smirked on the inside. I will never give up, even if the odds are stacked against me, I'll rise up and win no matter what. HMPH, is that so? Well then. The man walked to a fridge and, with one arm, crushed it down to the ground, terrifying Izuku. Show me. What? I said show me, clean this beach halfway, then we will talk more. Izuku looked as though he was told to get blinker fluid. The man walked away, patting Izuku's shoulder, and Izuku looked up at him. And also, call me Shiva. Shiva smirked as Izuku's widened in shock. He was speaking to a god without knowing. Shiva walked away, while Izuku looked at the heaps of trash on the beach. You said halfway, I'll go beyond that and clean it completely. Izuku placed his bag down and rolled his sleeves up, starting with the small amounts of trash. Shiva watched from a distance and smirked. This kid, no, Izuku Yagi, will be the one to end this forsaken war. I believe in him, I just hope that it's not too late. Shiva walked away and seemingly disappeared into the crowd. Izuku had began his journey of becoming humanity's greatest fighter and protector. Izuku walked home late at night in excruciating pain. He tried moving a fridge but ended up only hurting himself in the process. This is gonna be a lot harder than I thought. Why don't you work out? Working out is a good idea. Izuku jumped at the sound of the entity. Well, it chuckled at his easily scared self. Izuku hadn't thought of working out before. In total honesty, he hadn't ever thought of working out. He estimated he still had 2 miles left to reach his home, so he began to jog. Little did he know he would regret that decision. Yagi household. Izuku climbed the stairs leading up to his front door in pain. He was already in pain from cleaning the beach. Why did he think jogging the entire way to his home would be a good idea? Never. Again. Upon reaching the door, he opened it with his spare key, and he was met with silence. He walked inside and turned on a couple of lights. Izuku went into his kitchen for a cup of water, but saw a note on the counter. Izuku, your father and I are taking Izumi out for dinner with the Bakugos. There is some leftovers in the fridge in case you get hungry, love. Mom. Izuku sighed upon reading the note and resumed getting himself water. His body needs it more than him. He watched as the food spun slowly in the microwave. He chose to form himself a workout plan. I should start off small, then work my way up, hopefully I can clean the beach in time. No. I will. I just have to keep moving forward, just like I always have. Izuku's will hardened as he ate a small portion of the food left for him. He went into his room that only contained a bed, wardrobe, and a desk with a computer. The computer was out of date but still worked well. A pre-Quirk era computer was hard to come by. Izuku dropped to the floor as he tried doing push-ups. Ultimately his body was sore from cleaning a tiny portion of the beach, so he chose to rest early this time. Meanwhile, the Bakugos and Yagis are good friends, Masaru and Toshinori talking about Bakugo's quirk, and Izumi was talking with Kitsuki. So, have you two been training hard? Masaru asked in curiosity. Izumi already had a quirk that allowed her to lift tons of weights, and Bakugo had always shown his drive to being a strong hero. Yes dad. Me and Izumi have been training just like Uncle Tashi asked us to. Izumi was smiling the entire time they were there, while Bakugo's face was red the moment they sat down. Mitsuki and Inko had their guesses but stayed quiet. Dad. Kitsuki and I have something to tell you guys. Toshinori looked up from his food. Masaru was already listening as he ate, while Mitsuki held a smug smirk with Inko. What is it my daughter? Izumi glanced at Bakugo, seeing him nod nervously, but still keeping his usual scowl. She smiled as she stood up with Bakugo's hand. Me and Kitsuki are dating. Masaru spat out his food while Mitsuki and Inko were squealing in delight. Toshinori looked torn but quickly hid his worry with a facade of happiness. Well, that's great. I am very happy for you too. While the night went on, a certain individual watched the two families from afar. Their hands remained in his coat's pockets before 3 claw marks appeared next to them. They sneered at Bakugo. Izumi was engaged to them, and yet her father had let her date another man. Perhaps they shall visit the Yagi family later, while visiting the Bakugo household at a later date. But Izuku. As Izuku slept, the entity watched over him as Shiva stood over him. He is the one, I can feel it. The entity seemed worried as it spoke. But what if he is not ready? What will happen if he dies? Shiva remembered a man he once fought, a man whose skills and power were now Izuku's. He smiled before walking away. Nah, he won't die. I just have a gut feeling. Shiva looked back at Izuku sleeping soundly, smiling in his sleep, before smiling himself. Because I'll be there for him, as his mentor. Shiva disappeared while the entity continued watching Izuku sleep before vanishing as well. Morning. Izuku woke up at 9, meaning Izumi was awake. He groaned as he climbed out of bed. He walked to his wardrobe before grabbing a t-shirt that said t-shirt and threw some shorts on as well. He left his room and, without another word, slipped his shoes on as he ran out the door. Inko, who was cooking breakfast, had grown curious why Izuku left early, but simply shrugged her shoulders, quickly dismissing Izuku and returning to what to cook for Izumi and Bakugo for the day. The Gaba Beach. Izuku was sweating, panting as he jogged the entire way there, before looking up to see the beach still littered in trash. Izuku took a deep breath and began to clean. He started with the small trash, occasionally stopping for a quick workout and stretches, before running to the store for trash bags. Izuku chucked all of the small trash gathered into the trash bags as he went on to the medium-sized trash. Shiva watched from afar as he ate a sandwich that he totally paid for as his student cleaned the beach. So, you are the destroyer Shiva, strongest god of destruction, is my assumption correct? Shiva turned around to see a small creature. Initially he was confused what is was before simply naming it a chimera. Yay? And what are you supposed to be? Mary Poppins' little helper. Am I a bear, a dog, or a mouse? What does matter is that I am the principal. My name is Nezu, and I would like to hire you into UA. No thanks. Before Nezu could explain what Shiva would be doing, he refused the offer instantly. Initially he was a little irritated, so he pressed on. I'll let you think about it. It still won't change my answer. Nezu left in a quiet huff, well disappointed that his charm had failed. Shiva looked back on Izuku to see him prepping for a jog. Looks like he's done for the day. Shiva leapt from his spot, gaining great distance as he looked over the city. Shiva seen better cities, although they were built with the help of his fellow gods. He could see why Izuku was fond of the city. It held really good food. Meanwhile, Izuku certainly did go for a jog but went straight back to the beach. When he stopped by his home to change clothes that were drenched in sweat, his mother was now curious what he was doing before Izumi asked her a question. Izuku ran out the door before Inko could grab his attention, and he jogged the entire way back. It was night, a few cars driving by on the roads, while Izuku was resting against a wall. I can't give up. Shiva. I may not know him. But he seems like a nice guy. Izuku resumed jogging, despite his body yelling at him to rest, to the beach as his workout plan was complete. Time skip. Izuku would train the entire time it was summer. His body had changed after the first 3 months. Izuku has a six-pack, a slightly more toned body, and his jogging was now considered a quick warm-up. Inko would try to question what Izuku was doing, but Izumi always took her attention before she could even get a word out to Izuku. That was changing today. Inko held a bento box that had katsudon inside. I just hope my baby boy is safe. We haven't talked in a while, it would be nice to see what he is doing. Izuku came back from his room, a simple shirt and shorts, before he jumped from seeing his mom standing near the doorway. Inko was surprised by Izuku's body, she hadn't noticed the minor changes, and was taken out of her thoughts as he spoke. Mom? Can why you move please? Inko shook her head slightly as she held out the bento box for Izuku with a smile. Whatever he is doing is helping at least. I just wanted to give you this. I see you leaving the house, only to be sweating up a storm. So please, for me, take a couple of breaks. Izuku was heavily confused on why his mom was now paying attention to him. Before he could allow his thoughts to be spoken, he quickly slipped his shoes on and grabbed the bento box. I can't make promises, I'll be out later than usual. I'll be back early morning. Izuku left without another word, leaving Inko in silence as she stared at the door. She shuffled her feet away from the door slowly before noticing the family pictures they took over the years. Why was it always her, Izumi, and Toshinori in the pictures? Agaba Beach. Izuku cleaned up a good portion of the beach over the past few months. People who walked by thanked him as he was trying to catch his breath after moving a drying machine. He glanced at the bento box that his mom gave him, shrugging his shoulders, he opened it to see that it was katsudon. Izuku drooled slightly as he ate his katsudon. Inko's katsudon was heavenly, no matter who else cooked it, hers could not be beaten. Mom still knows how to make some good all katsudon. Once he finished eating his food, he sighed with a smile on his face, he stood up once more and looked at the makeshift weights he had made. A simple bar that had slight rust was attached to 2 washing machines. With his smarts he was able to even make a treadmill with some rubber, electronic components, and safety rails. Break time's over. Back to training. Izuku began lifting his weights while Shiva watched in amusement, eating popcorn shrimp as his student kept training. This kid is determined. But how long will he last? The other one nearly made it, poor bastard, he failed the moment the power rejected him. Shiva reached for another shrimp but groaned in annoyance as he ran out. He leapt from his new lounging area to find more food. Near December. Izuku continued training before he had finally made it to halfway of clearing the beach. It was well over past midnight, nearly being 3 in the morning, and Izuku was gasping for air. His body was in pain, his muscles felt like they were on fire, his fingers ached as he lifted yet another fridge. The coldness of the night didn't help either as his body twitched and shook against the cold breeze. As he struggled to take 3 steps, Izuku dropped the fridge and fell to his knees. He looked back on his progress and saw it was halfway done, and more, his mind tried telling him that he was finally done. He could be a hero now. He could finally go home and rest, the other heroes would finish the beach. However, Izuku made a fist in the sand. He stood up, his legs shaking as he did so, and heaved the fridge onto his shoulder. He glanced down to see a dryer and dragged it with him as he dropped the fridge into a dumpster he had rented for his training. He threw in the dryer and fell onto his back as he tried catching his breath, he couldn't help but stare up at the stars. Izuku never really paid attention to the night sky, thinking that the stars would be covered by all the pollution in the air, but as he stared on he couldn't help but feel at peace. The stars. They look so beautiful. This is what I'm fighting for. Izuku struggled but soon lifted himself up off the ground with a newfound resolve. I will become a hero, not just for me, but for the entirety of the human race. Izuku, despite his pain, resumed cleaning. Throughout Misatafu, Izuku's yelling was heard as he slowly raised a truck's frame over his entire body before throwing it into the dumpster. A girl watched him from afar before leaving, a small corgi following her. Morning. Izumi woke up early this time, roughly around 7, and decided that after spending 2 weeks to relax, she chose to begin her training to be a hero. She giggled at the aspect of Bakugo training with her and her dad. Dressing herself in some shorts and a tank top, she exited her room and rudely entered Izuku's. But before she could scream at Izuku to wake up, she noticed that his room hadn't changed at all. His bed was still made and his clothes from yesterday were still neatly folded on his desk. What the? She closed the door slowly and was strangely disturbed by the empty room. She felt her stomach turn as her breath, unknowingly, began to speed up. She walked out into the kitchen still wondering why she was feeling unwell. As she sat down at the table, she noticed her dad watching the local news. Hey Dad, what are you watching? All she received was a scream coming from the television. Startled at first, but she knew all too well whose scream that belonged to. As she listened, it didn't seem like a scream, more of a war cry. Izuku. She heard her mom yelled as the news reporter, with a smile on their face, as they explained what happened. The Gaba beach, a place that was once beautiful and full of families, over the years, had turned into a illegal dump for heaps of trash. Until one teenage boy has single-handedly cleaned the entire beach to its former glory. The Yagi household had never been so quiet. But Izuku, 5:03 a.m. His body, mind, nerves, and spirit were hardened and in pain. He finished cleaning around 5 in the morning, subconsciously as if was second nature, reached for the next piece of trash, only for his hand to grab air. He looked all around him and saw the beach clean and pristine. Izuku stood up as his body had changed drastically. Izuku started off as a skinny kid with everyone insulting his dream. And now he had a 8-pack that made most, if not all, bodybuilders jealous. His body could only be described as a work of art, an artist making a once-in-a-lifetime sculpture. He slowly chuckled softly as he looked around himself. I did it. The sun began to rise as he climbed the huge pile of trash that had accumulated over the past months. He began his journey in May, and he finished the beach on the first day of December. Izuku heard people begin to gather around as they took in the sight of the beach. Not a single speck of trash nor a bottle cap was in sight. Izuku stood on top of the trash heap in the dumpster as a few people began cheering for him. He looked down and watched as people clapped and thanked Izuku. He looked back out to the ocean, admiring the sunrise on the horizon, as his passion and dream grew with more resolve. Just then Izuku screamed at the top of his lungs, throwing both of his fists into the air. People cheered louder for him as he yelled into the sky. His body had been exhausted, pushed to the utmost limit. There were times he craved his bed and nearly gave up. But he pushed forward using all of the insults, the bullying, and all of the abuse as a motivator. Proving that even he, that anyone, could be a hero through hard work and determination. The Yagi family had arrived and saw Izuku standing on top of the trash heap. Toshinori couldn't have been more proud, but he made his decision already and has to live with his regret, while Linko now knew why her son had come back covered from head to toe in sweat. As for Izumi, she couldn't believe it, she didn't want to believe it. Their dad told her, only her, that they would clean Gaba beach with Bakugo that day. And yet here was Izuku, who had cleaned it without ever telling anyone. Does he think this makes him better than me? I'll show him, I have my recommendation letter to UA, I'll keep reminding him why he couldn't get in. That he'll always be a quirkless loser. Izumi glared hard at Izuku before stomping away. As for Izuku, people watched as his body began to sway back and forth before he began to fall. Everyone gasped. Toshinori almost revealed his identity to the public due to this, but the crowd saw two floating hands catch Izuku as he fell before he was gently placed onto the ground. The crowd formed an opening as a girl with dark green hair as she rushed over to Izuku. His vision was becoming darker, his breathing was starting to become difficult, he couldn't move an inch. Before he passed out, the last thing he saw was a girl with slight tears in her eyes as she smiled at him, and in his eyes she was an angel. Izuku, you determined dummy. That sentence, and the way it was implied, Izuku felt he had met them before. He couldn't say a single word as his body finally succumbed to the rest it so desperately craved. Shiva had watched Izuku growth and smiled widely, his gut feeling was right, Izuku had the heart and strength to lead humanity in a new era. Inko and Toshinori watched as paramedics carried Izuku on a stretcher into an ambulance and rushed to the closest hospital. Worried for their son, they quickly rushed back home, changed their clothes, and quickly followed the ambulance that held their son. Meanwhile, no fucking way. Yo shouted with an exasperated face. He knew Izuku was determined, but after hearing he was the one who cleared Gaba beach, he now simply thought Izuku was clinically insane. I know, right? I mean, he hasn't ever thought of it before, why would he do it now? Because that loser still thinks he has a chance, that's the only reason. Bakugo had grown to loathe Izuku as they grew up. Every time he tried bullying someone else, Izuku would be there to try and save the day, only to be pummeled. However, this did raise several red flags inside of Bakugo's head. This was too drastic of a change, even by his standards. Why the sudden change? PFFT, like he could get in, UA is a prestigious school. They wouldn't let a quirkless bastard in. Yo finished his drink. The news went on about Izuku's deed all morning, so there really wasn't much to talk about besides that. The media hadn't revealed that Izuku was in the hospital, however, fearing something would happen to him, they quickly changed to their regular broadcast of the weather and any villains being apprehended. Izumi's friend group remained silent before going their separate ways. Meanwhile, heart monitors and other medical equipment were hooked up to Izuku. The doctors had said it was standard procedure before letting the number 6th hero and number 1 hero to enter his room. Do you think he found out yet? The woman asked her colleague, who had responded with the same volume. I don't think so, let's hope we don't make him faint. They quickly silenced themselves as Izuku began to wake up. The two heroes stood proudly as he sat up in bed. Izuku rubbed his eyes, trying to wake himself up, and almost fell unconscious upon seeing two heroes in the room with him. They all might. P.S. Cybolt. The number 1 hero, All Might, and number 6 hero, Cybolt, had came to visit Izuku. He had stars in his eyes as he began firing off questions at the two. Do we really give off that kind of feeling? Admittedly, they were slightly overwhelmed. The two heroes had been able to contain his excitement by showing who they really were. Izuku believed he was in a dream, inside of a dream, as he saw All Might shrink down, steam emitting from his body, while Cybolt took off her mask. His mom and dad were pro-heroes. Mom, Dad, you two are All Might and Cybolt. Yes, we are Izuku. Inko felt relieved that she could finally tell both of her children. While Toshinori was still a little skeptical but told him regardless. My boy, you do not know how proud I am. What you did will always be remembered. Never forget where you started. Toshinori smiled as Izuku nodded at his words. As the trio were talking, Izumi walked into the room with Bakugo, with Yo tagging along, and Izuku quickly smiled as she walked in. Izumi. Did you know our parents are heroes? Izumi looked at him normally before laughing in his face. Izuku sat there confused while Bakugo and Yo joined Izumi in laughing. Inko furrowed her eyebrows slightly, while Toshinori raised his left eyebrow questioningly. You mean to tell me, you the hero-obsessed fanboy, was just now told that? Izumi laughed harder, as well as Bakugo and Yo, while Izuku couldn't help but wonder why they were laughing. They didn't notice Inko's temper slowly rising. Why are you laughing? Izumi stopped and smirked right in Izuku's face, one she made after she and her lackeys beat him, and whispered into his ear. Because I already knew you bastard, Daddy gave me his quirk called One for All. He could have given it to you, but said you're not hero enough. He even said that he'll train all 3 of us. Mommy told me her secret when Daddy told me about his quirk. Face it, Deku, you're never gonna be a hero. Izumi walked away in satisfaction as Bakugo wrapped an arm around her, and Yo smiled as he followed them. Upon reaching the door, however, it had quickly shut on them. Izumi tried opening it, but it wouldn't budge. Izumi was restricted of her movements, a force gripping onto her. She began being pulled toward Inko, where she held the most feared glare known in the Yagi household. What did you say, Izumi? Her voice was unusually calm, and Izumi thought she did nothing wrong. So she admitted what she told Izuku, who was staring at his bed in disbelief, and Inko couldn't have been more heartbroken. Izuku is a worthless, defenseless, and stupid Deku, Mom. He needs to know that he should give up on his dreams, to be realistic. Izumi's head snapped toward the left as stinging pain formed on the left side of her face. She looked up at her mother, who had tears threatening to spill at any given moment. Izumi was confused. Izuku is a quirkless freak. What did she do to get slapped? I have never, ever, raised to be like this. Who did this to you? Izumi sneered as she looked at Izuku, who was now crying, and only became angered. Izuku is quirkless, Mom. He should just jump off a roof if he wants to play hero so bad. The room was filled with eerie silence as Inko stared at her daughter with shock and bewilderment. Izumi looked around herself and saw her dad, the one who treated her as if she was the queen, only look away to the ground in disappointment. Bakugo stared at Izumi with wide eyes. He knew Izumi had a grudge against Izuku, but he never knew it grew to be complete hatred. Yo, who was secretly enjoying this, faked his shock and knew he was the one who changed Izumi. Get out. 2 words. Only 2 words. Were enough to make Izumi come crashing down to earth. What? Get out. Everyone leave. I need to be alone with Izuku. Izumi dropped to the floor, using her hands to hold herself up as she stared at her mother, whose tears kept falling. Izumi stood up and tried talking to Inko, but only received another slap. My daughter would never say that about her brother. Her own family. I don't know what brought on this sudden change, but I despise it, Izumi. You will be moving in with some relatives until you realize the error in your mistakes. What? But I didn't do anything. It's Izuku who's quirkless, not me. Another slap. This time Izumi's cheeks were slightly red as she stared at Inko. Her next words were what truly got through. I am revoking your recommendation acceptance letter for UA. What? I do not want to see or even hear from you until you know what you did wrong. Toshinori placed his hand on Inko's shoulder as he stared at Izumi. She looked at her father with pleading eyes only to be met with a disappointing glare. Izumi snapped her head toward Izuku as he looked at her stomach once more turning and twisting from his tears. She yelled in anger as she lunged at Izuku. Yellowish green lightning sparking off her body as she reeled her fist back. Izuku braced himself. Bakugo tried stopping Izumi until her punch had landed. That is enough, Izumi Yagi, stand down before I deal with you myself. Izuku's head shot up as he stared at the indigo-colored hand that caught Izumi's punch. Izumi in question looked to see Shiva glaring at her. Her body remained stiff and frozen. Fear enveloped her entire being as she stared at the god. Who the hell are you? Izumi, despite filled with fear, managed to let that one sentence out. Shiva threw Izumi's fist back to her, falling back onto the ground as he stood up, his head nearly touching the ceiling. I am Shiva, and you shall speak with more respect to your brother. Izuku had stars in his eyes as he stared at Shiva. He had thought he'd forgotten all about him and found someone else, and yet here he was standing in the same room as him. Izumi thought a god would be on her side, so she laughed as she spoke to Shiva. You hear that, Izuku? You quirkless freak. Even a god sees how strong I. She felt a disturbing amount of murderous aura radiating off Shiva. The temperature in the room was slowly rising as Izuku watched Shiva's body be lit on fire. I will never take your side, Izumi Yagi. I have seen what you have done to my student. And your actions and dream of becoming a hero sicken me. How could you be a hero when you disapprove of Izuku for simply lacking a quirk? That's Shiva. The god in question raised his head slightly as he looked at Toshinori. Ah, Toshinori, it has been some time, my friend. How are things? Izuku glanced at his dad, wondering how he knew Shiva, before listening. Besides of right now, my son Izuku had cleaned an entire beach that was full of garbage. And I couldn't be any more proud, and to think he caught your attention, impressive my boy. Izuku smiled softly from the praise while Izumi glared at everyone in the room. She has a quirk, 2 quirks. Why is her quirkless brother being praised? Ahem. I think we're forgetting someone here. No one paid her any attention. Izumi began seething with anger before storming out of the room, dragging Bakugo and Yo, and slammed the door shut. Shiva watched her leave as he sighed in frustration. Now that she is gone, there is something I need to tell you both, it is about humanity's will. Izuku watched as his parents talked with Shiva about a power. Was this the power he would receive? Was his dream of being a hero becoming a reality? Izuku is the perfect candidate for it. I simply need your permission to train him myself to ensure he is ready. Inko was about to reject the offer almost instantly, until looking at Izuku, who held hopeful eyes as he stared at his parents, she sighed and knew what came with the power. She didn't want to see her son eventually killed by another god. Shiva, I will let you train Izuku. Izuku smiled upon hearing this but waited in anticipation as her glare returned. However, if I say so, Izuku will no longer train and you leave our lives for good. Understood. Shiva, who held a small smile, nodded his head. Crystal clear, Inko. Now Izuku, I think it's about time I fulfilled my end of our bargain. The entity had appeared and Izuku smiled, asking how they were, upon seeing the floating orb. Shiva grabbed the orb and walked up to Izuku with a proud smile. Izuku Yagi, you have exceeded all expectations I have placed, and your drive for being a hero. I don't want to be a hero. The 3 adults all gasped upon hearing this. Shiva seemed disappointed and saddened. He was about to leave to find another, but Izuku spoke once more. I want to be humanity's savior. If that means fighting gods, then so be it. This is my home. And nothing is gonna change that. Shiva smirked as he saw a bit of Raiden from Izuku. He walked back next to the bed and held the orb out to Izuku. Then take your will, humanity's will, and fulfill your destiny. As Izuku reached for the orb, a bright enveloped the room. Meanwhile, the girl was walking with 2 of her friends to the hospital that Izuku was staying in. Do you think he'll remember us, Jiru? The girl with pink fluffy hair, her black eyes glistening with worry, as their third friend with short purple hair reassured her. Don't worry, Mina, I'm sure Green will remember us. He remembered you right, Setsuna. Mina Ishido, Kayaka Jiru, and Setsuna Tokage were the 3 girls that Izuku had protected from further harm when they were children. They hoped they would meet Izuku again, and they certainly did, just not in the way they expected. Upon entering the hospital, Setsuna walked up to the receptionist and asked for Izuku's room number. Ayo-chan. I'm scared. What if he doesn't remember us? Mina was bullied for having a mutation quirk that resulted in changing her appearance to the color pink. She hoped Izuku hadn't changed into a bully himself. Mina, you know that he wouldn't forget, Izuku isn't one to bully. He wouldn't harm a fly, and that's a fact. Setsuna came back and the 2 followed her as they searched for Izuku's room. Setsuna was nervous, Mina was very nervous, and Kayaka had truly hoped that Izuku was still the same. Izuku's room. The boy slowly opened his eyes and felt nothing had changed. The light was gone and Shiva was smiling. Does that mean he has it? So, how do you feel, Izuku? Toshinori had never noticed Izuku, but upon seeing his latest action, regrets he didn't give his quirkless son an equal chance. Izuku looked down at his hand, curling it into a fist before opening it again. I don't feel any different. Was there something that was supposed to happen? Before he could look up, vivid images popped into his mind. It was memories. Izuku watched and felt all of the fights. Every kick, punch, cut and insult Izuku felt and heard every single one. Then his body began to pulsate with pain. Izuku clutched his chest, where his heart is, and gasped for air. Izuku? Breathe. Shiva watched on in worry, with Izuku's parents, as Izuku was experiencing what could only be described as a panic attack. And finally Izuku saw the memories of Shiva when he had fought, which had only worsened his current state. The heartbeat monitor was beeping rapidly as Toshinori and Inko grabbed their son's hands and tried calming him down. Izuku began hyperventilating until Shiva placed his hand upon his shoulder and shook him gently. "Breathe, Izuku, you are fine. You are still in the hospital." Izuku looked around himself in worry and eventually began to calm down. Inko worried this was a sign that Izuku shouldn't go through with this, but she kept quiet knowing that Izuku would still move forward. Toshinori was just glad Izuku was now okay. "Izuku, honey. Hey, are you alright?" Izuku glanced at his mom before smiling gently. He pulled his other hand away from Toshinori's hand and hugged his mother. "I am sorry for worrying you, mother. I am quite fine for now, but Shiva, why did I see you?" Shiva knew what he meant, however the two heroes didn't, so he acted dumb. "What do you mean?" "I mean, why did you fight Raiden Tamamin, and what is Ragnarok?" Before Shiva could speak 3 knocks could be heard from the door. Toshinori quickly turned back into his All Might form while Inko placed her mask back on. Shiva leapt out the window, but before he did, he looked back on Izuku. "Izuku, if you wish to know more, meet me at Dagaba Beach. We will begin training immediately." Shiva had then jumped, disappearing from sight, and Izuku watched as he jumped away. He had several questions. What was Ragnarok? Why did Shiva kill Raiden, a human? Why was he an exception? And who was he going to fight? "Izzy? Are you awake?" The door slowly slid open, silencing his thoughts for now, and Izuku's gaze turned to the door and was met with 3 beautiful women. "Hey Shy." Izuku smiled warmly as Mina leapt onto him, tears in her eyes, relieved he still recognized her. Izuku hugged Mina, while Inko was taking pictures secretly, and Kayaka walked to the other side of Izuku's bed. "Hey Green, it's nice to see you again." Izuku wrapped one arm around Kayaka, making her blush, as he smiled. "It is always good to see you, Kaio." Kayaka smiled as she hugged Izuku back. She was right, their broccoli of a friend hadn't changed a bit. Setsuna grinned as she walked over to Izuku, who smiled and tried hugging, only to be met with a flick on the forehead. "What were you thinking, Aizu?" Setsuna adorned a slightly mad expression as Izuku was confused. What do you mean, Setsuna?" "I mean, why did you purposely overwork your body until you, quite literally, passed out?" At this Kayaka and Mina stared at him questioningly. Izuku began to chuckle softly and tried telling them about Shiva, only to hear his voice. "They cannot know about humanity's will. If they do, they will be put in immediate danger once you have a grip on your new power. Only then will you be able to tell them." Izuku was quite saddened that, despite meeting his old friends, he couldn't tell them he was no longer quirkless. So he quickly lied. I was training to get into UA. Why, you know that I'm quirkless, so I thought I could be the first one to be a hero." Ayaka still had her suspicion, but relented by sighing and hugging Izuku herself. "I'm just glad you're okay now, Aizu." Toshinori smiled at the sight, while Inko was taking pictures tenfold before he cleared his throat. "Excuse me, but may I have a word with young Yagi here? It feels weird saying my own last name, but I must keep up my secret as well." The 3 looked, and Mina with Setsuna squealed in excitement as they were in the same room as All Might and Cybold. Just like with Izuku, they were a bit overwhelmed, but now had experience. They signed them autographs and such before asking them to step outside for just a moment. "We'll be waiting out in the front for you, Aizu." Mina gave Izuku one final hug before she pulled away, hiding a lilac-colored blush, while Setsuna was the most bold out of 3 by placing a kiss on his cheek. Inko was muttering quietly while Toshinori simply chuckled. Izuku blushed, Mina and Kayaka jealous they hadn't thought of it first, while Setsuna smirked. The 3 left the room, and Izuku simply sighed with a goofy grin. "I didn't know you were such a player, Izuku." Inko smirked smugly while Izuku tried explaining it was a kiss from a friend. "Well, regardless, you should still treat them with the respect they deserve." Izuku and his parents then went on to talk about Izumi's actions in the past. Toshinori now regretted giving her his quirk, which she most likely told Izuku as well, while Inko cried softly. Izumi, for the most part, was always caring and would look out for Izuku all the time. Until she found out what her quirk was, and Izuku didn't have one, her entire personality changed. She monopolized their time, purposely making them neglect Izuku, and lied right in their faces with a smile. Inko didn't want to believe it, that her daughter had become nothing more than a quirkist. Toshinori could only feel anger and disappointment. He kept wishing that he hadn't given his quirk away to someone who despised everything he practically stood for. And so he revealed it to Izuku, who kept a neutral face the entire time, and once he finished talking, Izuku enveloped his parents into a hug. "Please do not blame yourselves. It was Izumi's choice to become what she is today, not through your choices. She still has a chance to reform, though it will take time." Inko knew it would take time, but she asked herself, how long would it be? Izuku watched his parents leave the room, Toshinori appearing as All Might and Inko putting her mask on, and he sat in his bed as the doctor explained he had to rest for at least a week before exercising again. Izuku knew he would disregard that break, it would be over before he knew it. What was on his mind at that moment was if Shiva was telling him the truth. Shaking his head gently, he smiled upon seeing his friends. He would worry about that later, he had to be reacquainted with them. 1 week later. Izuku enjoyed Kayaka's new skills and instruments, who held a blush on her face, while Izuku mistakenly thought she was sick. Mina shown him her favorite place to dance, to which Izuku embarrassed himself. Setsuna and Izuku had enjoyed each other's time strolling through a park. I am so blessed. Izuku smiled softly, replaying the memories over the week. He was also scolded for training so hard, but still enjoyable regardless. He felt his shoe reach the sand, and he was pulled out of his stroll down memory lane. He felt Shiva's presence, which was strange at first seeing people through walls, and saw he had taken off his cloak and stood before him with only one arm readied for a punch. Shiva-sensei, what are you doing? What does it look like? I said we shall begin training immediately. Now take your stance. Izuku heard Shiva's muscles tightening, before relaxing only to tighten again. He took on a boxer's stance, and Izuku watched as Shiva leapt at him with incredible speed. A fist dug through his body and he was in pain. Izuku was snapped back to reality as he saw Shiva's fist closing in, although slowly, he sidestepped to the left and countered with a right hook. The hit landed and Izuku smiled before a kick from Shiva had him clutching his stomach in pain. Not bad, you used Senjin Yuzu, didn't ya? What is that? One of your many powers, Izuku. He looked up at Shiva as he explained Senjin Yuzu. Senjin Yuzu, a move made by Sasaki Kajiro, the first man to win against a god, is a move that focuses solely on your opponent's movement. Once you have learned and made it your own, Izuku, you will know what your opponent will do the moment you see them. Izuku looked down at his hands, slightly shaking, and he remembered being punched straight through the chest. But why did it envision me dying? So you know the consequence of your actions. Every fleeting second should be valued, just as humans should enjoy life. Shiva reeled his fist back, his feet moving him into a stance, and a smile spreading across his face. Stand up, fight, and win. Those are our 3 goals, Izuku. Stand up against those who degrade others. Fight for what is right. And win no matter what. Izuku stood up and slowly raised his fists as he saw multiple Shivas running at him. Yes, sir. While Shiva trained Izuku to use Senjin Yuzu a little quicker, rather than a mere glimpse, a person was watching from afar. 1 week later. Shiva glanced down at the panting Izuku, who was bruised, to see him stand back up. What now? Now? You rest. Izuku widened his eyes, as far as he could, as he tried asking Shiva to continue training. But I can still fight. Indeed. But rest is just as important, Izuku. I am glad to see you're willing to stay and train, but I would rather have you rest. For you need it for the next 3 days. Izuku wanted to still train, but once he tried making a fist he accepted rest without a second thought. He still enjoyed his jog, despite the pain and bruises, and stared up at the stars in wonder. He wondered if there was an all-powerful being, and wouldn't you know it, gods do exist and they want to end humanity. Izuku slowed his pace into a slow walk as he truly began to think. Which god would I be fighting? Have any of the other gods, besides Shiva, saw the error of their ways? Izuku was lost and thought he hadn't realized he stood in front of his front door. As he lifted his hand to knock it open wide with Inko and Toshinori standing there, both smiling, Izuku was slightly startled. Did Shiva take it easy on you this time? Inko was still skeptical and worried about Shiva and his presence being in her son's life. However, she couldn't deny that the effects were, almost, nothing bad. Izuku could rival a person with a super strength quirk activated, and Shiva his power would only continue to grow. Now Inko, they're boys. There isn't anything wrong with a little roughhousing. Toshinori didn't know why he was suddenly given the cold shoulder from Inko. The 3 all sat down, said a small prayer, and ate together for once. Izuku smiled as he ate, but was feeling contradicted. If he never had cleaned the beach, would he even still be sitting at the table? Would Izumi still lie and always insult him for being quirkless? Izuku, are you alright? Izuku jumped slightly upon hearing his name. He didn't notice he stopped eating and was spacing out. Why yeah, I'm fine mom, Jay, just a little tired is all. Inko smiled as she gave him more katsudon. Izuku looked at the food and frowned on the inside. Would they still see me as their son? Izuku went to bed early that night. His emotions slowly affecting his thoughts. He shook his head as he rolled onto his side. No. What am I talking about? Of course they would still call me their son. Slowly he fell asleep as the moon shined down on him. Inko peeked in and smiled at him sleeping. She walked in with a basket of clean clothes, placing them on his wardrobe, and left his room quietly. Early morning. Izuku woke up with a satisfying stretch and began getting ready for the day. He quickly left his room and jogged his way to Dagaba Beach. Izuku hoped he could finally have some questions answered. He was tired of being left in the dark. Shiva. Why did you choose me? There must have been someone as strong as me, maybe even one braver than me. Izuku shook his head once more and focused on training. After all, he still needed to work on defending himself. Ah, Izuku, glad you're here. Since you learned and have a slight grasp on Senjin Yuzu, it's time you learn to fight properly. Izuku nodded, seeing Shiva take his stance, and soon took on a stance of his own. With his slight slim figure, he looked up on fighting styles that mostly worked for speed. His new skills of fighting were in capoeira, judo, and finally kickboxing. He learned the idea of capoeira when dancing with Mina. A villain had shown up unexpectedly and unknowingly while Izuku danced as he fought him, trying to learn break dancing with Mina before the authorities had arrived. Izuku hadn't noticed it was a villain until it was shown 3 days later, which only made his face and name more known. He learned judo from Shiva, who told him it's best to neutralize your opponent quickly and in a less harmful way. The concept of his training was focused on grappling onto the foe and quickly subdue them with a series of arm and leg locks. As for kickboxing, Toshinori was the one who brought on the idea. While capoeira was used in case he didn't want to make a disturbance, judo for quick takedowns, kickboxing was reserved for real fights. Izuku learned if things got out of hand he would be on his own for some time, so he picked up 3 fighting styles just in case. Today Izuku would pick up a few more fighting moves. So, what are we doing today, Shiva? Izuku stretched his limbs as his teacher did the same. Today you will be learning about Kaiyu. Otherwise known as Shiyu, Kaiyu focuses on the 5 weapons of war. The spear, sword, crossbow, armor, and finally the halberd. It will take roughly 2 to 3 weeks to learn to utilize them effectively. Think you're up for the challenge? Izuku smirked, going into his stance, as he slightly hopped off his feet staring at Shiva. I am ready for anything you throw at me. Shiva took initiative and leapt at Izuku, who quickly sidestepped his punch. He lifted his leg in an attempt to kick Izuku. However, he had anticipated the attack with Senjin Yuzu and jumped over the kick to land his own. Izuku didn't stop for a second as he reeled his left fist back only for Shiva to catch the fist and throw Izuku away from him. The two glanced at each other before smirking and continued to spar. Shiva hadn't told Izuku the truth of humanity's will and what it is capable of. However, he did know that under a certain amount of pressure, Izuku would learn the secrets of the power by himself. Izuku kept jumping around Shiva's punches, using those chances for his kicks, while the god was using his own legs to try and make Izuku slip up on his focus. The sun was setting as the two panted, nearly exhausted, and stared at each other. Shiva leapt toward Izuku, left foot reeled back for a powerful kick, and he almost didn't have any time to react. Izuku, instead of dodging, subconsciously reeled back his left leg as an aura enveloped Izuku's body. Shiva smirked upon seeing this. This is it. Kaiyu, halberd form. Izuku launched his leg with new vigor as it clashed with Shiva's leg. White tiger crescent moon. Awful ripples of air occurred around the two as Izuku's kick rivaled Shiva's. They jumped back and fell onto their backs, with Shiva laughing. Good. This is very good. You know the halberd form of Shiyu. Halberd form. Izuku thought he would need weapons to use Shiyu. Why was Shiva happy? Shiyu, halberd form, white tiger crescent moon. That is what you used earlier, am I correct? As he spoke, Shiva lifted himself off the ground and held his hand out to Izuku. His student jumped back up as he nodded his head. Shiyu only needs one weapon. Your body. Halberd form is a powerful curved kick that, with enough training, could potentially make a blade of air. Your body is what makes Shiyu able to work, your mind is what limits what you can do. Work on Shiyu for now, then we will move on to the next lesson. Shiva leapt away and into the sky as his student began his journey back home. Izuku couldn't believe what was all happening. He felt like it was all a dream, but thankfully this was reality. His gaze wandered as it landed on an abandoned warehouse. Shrugging his shoulders, Izuku went inside and saw it was relatively empty. Besides a few boxes here and there. Looks like no one's here. Izuku smirked as he reeled his left leg back as he used the only form he could use at the moment. I guess a few kicks would be okay. Houses near the warehouse heard yelling and shouting as Izuku trained. By the time he had finished, it was early morning as Izuku left the warehouse tired and sore. Note to self, never overwork again. Izuku contemplated on passing out right at that moment, but pushed on and made it to his front door where he did pass out. 2 weeks later. Shiva watched the ocean make small calming waves as he waited for Izuku. He wouldn't admit it openly, but he had grown a soft spot for him. He chuckled upon remembering how Izuku was the first time their paths had crossed. He turned around to see Izuku standing there with a smile on his face as he took his stance. Looks like today was going to be a long one. And Shiva wouldn't change it for the world. It had been some time since Izuku had learned Shiryu and its halberd form. Since then Izuku would regularly train with Shiva, only taking a few breaks every so often, and the god was pleased with his growth. Izuku had learned the other forms of Shiryu and succeeded in making it his own. Shiva went on to teach Izuku the rest of his lessons he had planned. Over 3 weeks Izuku learned to control Divine Reflection, a power that copied any attack the user saw. Izuku would use it unknowingly and started fights by accident. Over time he had gotten used to using it, turning it on and off like a light switch, as Shiva continued training him. Izuku trained for an entire 3 months on top of Mount Fuji. With Shiva helping him overcome the hellish weather that sat on top, the mountain, Izuku learned to split the sky. In a fight Izuku was the fastest and strongest opponent anyone would face. Eventually someone made a comment of Izuku which soon spread like a wildfire. He was depicted as a dragon in a fight, uncomfortably calm and deceivingly powerful. His most powerful attack with a real halberd is named Sky Eater. He had learned to be quick with his mind and quicker on his feet. Surprisingly, Shiva had a hard time sparring with Izuku once as he always pulled out piano wire and small throwing knives. Shiva then told Izuku that his final 2 lessons would be earned by beating him in combat. Izuku proceeded to be on a losing streak, rivaling Sasaki's loss streak, as he tried beating his teacher. Inko and Toshinori saw the results and quickly made a feast for Izuku. Due to all of his training slowly becoming bigger, so had his appetite. Inko couldn't be happier and cooked all kinds of food for Izuku. Toshinori gave Izuku some advice on his kickboxing that helped him in his sparring sessions with Shiva. Izuku was walking down the street on his way to the practical exam as he smiled back on memories that he and his teacher shared. Flashback. Shiva took Izuku to a ramen shop and the two sat down at a table. Izuku looked around the shop, expecting something to happen, while Shiva looked over the menu. Is there something here we need to deal with, sensei? Shiva shook his head as he ordered the beef ramen. No, since you have been training so diligently for the past few months. I think you deserve a break. Izuku, who slightly lost his train of thought, looked at Shiva with confusion. Really? There isn't anything going on? Izuku gave his order to the waiter, being a simple bowl of ramen, as Shiva received his bowl. And a teacher reward his student for training so hard his body is sore for the next few weeks. Go ahead and eat, Izuku, you've earned it. Izuku stared at his ramen deep in thought. Shiva noticed this, and the flavor of his ramen began turning sour. He grabbed another pair of chopsticks as he hit Izuku on top of his head. Stop thinking and start eating. You're ruining my chicken ramen's taste. Sorry, sensei. Izuku began eating before he suddenly stopped. Shiva looked up as Izuku stared at his ramen. He slowly prepared his chopsticks. This is really good. He resumed eating while Shiva chuckled at his student's response to ramen. End of flashback. Izuku didn't really know why Shiva had treated him to some food or why he had gotten him supplies for UA, but he was thankful for it. All of that training, all of the hellish training, is all for this very moment. He looked up at the golden letters on the archway of the school's front gate. This would be the university he would attend to become a hero. From this day forward, nothing can stop me. Until he tripped on a rock. Or I'll just die. Before he could hug the ground, however, his body had lost its momentum as he felt 2 hands tugging on his backpack. 2 pairs of footsteps ran up to him and he recognized them right away. He turned around to see Setsuna without hands walking up to them with her usual smirk. Hey Mina, Kaio, Setsu. How are you guys? Mina helped Izuku up, Setsuna finally getting her hands back, while Kayaka's face slowly turned red upon seeing Izuku closer. Mina and Setsuna found themselves blushing as well. Izuku's body could only be described as godliness. Just don't ever say it to his face, you might get a different reaction. We've been fine. Have you been working out? Or is it just me? Mina nodded her head rapidly, being out of Izuku's eyesight, while Setsuna wiped away some blood, who also agreed. As much as I want to talk to you 3 right now, if we don't move, we're gonna be late. The 3 snapped out of their thoughts. Mina whined quietly as the 4 walked into the school, with 5 others following them. Inside UA. Izuku took his seat as he looked around the room. Mina was a couple of rows ahead of his row while Kayaka was sitting directly behind him. And Setsuna was sitting on his left. Looks like Kaio-chan and Ashai-chan were unlucky this time. Setsuna laughed quietly as she felt their glares directed toward her. What was that, Setsu? Izuku tilted his head curiously while Setsuna turned to face him, telling him it was nothing, but Izuku saw her face turn sour. Well, if it isn't the quirkless freak. Izuku silently groaned, already knowing where this was going, and stood up to face his sister. Look. I don't care what you do to me after the exam. But if you try anything in here I will not be held responsible. Izumi was shocked by his growth, moving in with Bakugo tends to leave out seeing Izuku, seeing that he now stood around 6 feet and 1 inch. Yo backed away slightly, out of slight fear now, as he looked at Izuku. They're either restricted cause of UA, or they're plotting my beating for after. Why is he quiet though? The boy glanced at Bakugo as he was confused why the blonde hadn't done anything yet. Izuku tried gaining his attention only to be met with silence as he refused to look up. Before he could reach out to Bakugo, Izumi dragged her friends away, now initially scared of Izuku's presence, while Izuku smiled she was gone. But intrigued why Bakugo hadn't done anything. I should just focus on the exam. The written portion of the exam was easy enough, Mina however wasn't faring so well. Kayaka managed to answer most of the questions, while Setsuna was the one to finish first. Izumi kept annoying Izuku, trying to make him cause a scene, while Bakugo tried stopping her. Izuku ignored it for the most part, catching the spit wads that were aimed at Setsuna, and simply enjoyed talking with one of his friends. Everyone who had turned in their tests, please head toward the auditorium for the practical exam. Everyone who hasn't finished yet will be given half an hour to finish. Izuku walked with Kayaka, Mina and Setsuna, talking about new clothes and a new karaoke bar opening, and the two were talking about their taste in music. Kayaka didn't take Izuku to be a rock and roll fan, but internally squealed in excitement, while Izuku didn't know Kayaka liked a few rap artists. The auditorium was big enough to hold all of the people attending the exam. It was now Kayaka's turn to sit next to Izuku, while Setsuna and Mina sat one row in front of them. Hello, everybody. Can I get a yay? Yay. President Mick held a hand over his heart with a smile on his face. Izuku sat back down, ignoring the murmuring around him, as he proceeded to fanboy seeing President Mick. Finally, I got one. You are now my favorite listener. Now. The rules are pretty simple, 3 robots are scattered across the faux city. Using your quirk, support items are allowed, you must destroy as much robots before the timer runs out. Excuse me. President Mick looked up at a student holding the pamphlet. Seriously? People still read those. What's your question, listener 7111? You said there are 3 robots, however, on the pamphlet there shows 4 types of robots. I cannot believe UA would make a typo being such a prestigious school. And you. Izuku flinched under the spotlight pointed at him as he glanced at the boy. Why would you interrupt President Mick? And your muttering is annoying everyone here, if you do not take this seriously, I suggest you leave. All eyes were on Izuku, he could hear Izumi and Yo snickering somewhere close, so he laughed as he turned the tables. Why, a gentleman always responds in kind to a fellow gentleman. If you were half as patient as I, President Mick would have revealed the last robot. And do you see anyone else bringing up about my muttering? If you find it annoying, and no one else does, then I suggest you leave. Good day, sir. While Izuku talked, a walking cane had appeared in his hand as he stood like a dignified gentleman. The boy stuttered as he was at a loss for words, being distracted by Izuku's display, he simply bowed, apologized to President Mick, and sat back in his seat. The voice hero glanced at Izuku who smiled and waved at the hero as he sat back down. Well, with that out of the way, listener 777 is right. The 4th robot is really just a distraction, so if you see it I suggest running. A small robot on 2 wheels began handing out pieces of paper to everyone in the auditorium. Izuku received his telling him his city was City A. He looked over and saw Kayaka had City I, Setsuna having City G, and finally Mina having the same city as Izuku. You all got your cities, the debriefing is done, so how about we get this show on the road? Go beyond. Plus ultra. President Mick once again comedically cried. Meanwhile, Shiva sat down on top of the many buildings overlooking the faux cities at UA. He had an assortment of food around him as he began eating some candy. I'm sure he won't mind me watching his test. But Izuku. Our protagonist was stretching as he hopped in place. Mina waited patiently, sneaking glances at Izuku, until the exam started. Unfortunately, Izumi and Bakugo were assigned the same city as Mina and Izuku. Bakugo merely stayed quiet, only murmuring small responses, while Izumi glared at her brother. Izuku shrugged off the glares before he looked over at Mina. Can't believe all 4 of us are here, hush I. Yay. It's kind of surreal. I actually hoped you would be here, whether you trained or not, cause you are my hero every day. Izuku looked at Mina as she smiled at him. His face slowly became red as he tried coming up with a response, until the giant metal doors opened. Everyone was confused while Izuku began running headfirst into the city, Mina following him, and a few others joined in the fray. What are you doing? There isn't any countdowns in real life, kick it into high gear, and follow those guys. The rest of the examinees ran in, while Izuku had beaten 4 3-pointers. 12, got to keep going. Upon turning a corner he ran into a couple of 2-pointers and 5 1-pointers. He smirked as he pulled his right leg back. Shiyu, halberd form, white tiger crescent moon. The kick ripped through 3 of the 1-pointers. While the rest were destroyed using his spear form and Shiyu. 23 points. Nearly enough. Izuku kept running around the city, helping others who were outnumbered or were injured, and destroyed any robot he came across. He wished his halberd was allowed, but accepted the fact he couldn't bring a real weapon onto school grounds. So he stuck with Shiyu, kickboxing, capoeira, and judo for now. Mina had gotten some points, being at 19 points, she was currently tired from running and using her quirk. Behind her she heard 4 to 5 robots as she made more acid. Ayaka used her J-axe, not having support items were a bit of an issue, and was able to use her heartbeat to shatter the robot's chassis. Satsuna used her quirk to distract the robots first before running up to disable them by ripping out their wires. Shiva grinned as Izuku destroyed robots, one after another, he clapped for him and soon left for more food. Meanwhile, we have a promising batch of students this year, a shame we have to let most of them go. Nezu watched the exam through a set of monitors. One showed Bakugo using his explosions carefully, disabling the robot's arms or legs, while Izumi used her quirk without a care in the world. While others acknowledged their power, others haven't. What about that kid? The one using martial arts. It showed Izuku on a monitor, helping another examinee who overused their quirk. It seems he knows the secret behind these tests. Let us see how he fares against this. The grin formed on Nezu's face as he pressed a big red button. But Izuku had stopped to rest in an alleyway. He knew he could keep going, but wanted to save his strength for the 0-pointer if it ever arrived. He stood up and walked back out onto the street as he looked up at the sky, which was partly cloudy, and smiled. I wonder what Sensei is doing. A deep rumbling was heard as Izuku's head snapped toward the noise. Then it appeared, the 0-pointer. It was bigger than most of the tall buildings in the faux city, easily towering over small office buildings. It reeled its right fist back and punched one of the nearby buildings. The other examinees ran for the hills, while Izuku casually approached the 0-pointer. So you're the 0-pointer? I expected something more grand from you, eh? Izuku picked up a pole that was sharp on one end. He balanced it and found it was perfect for his move. Before he could use it however he heard a call for help. Someone. Please help. She's stuck. Izuku looked over to see a boy with red and white hair trying to help a girl that was stuck underneath some rubble made by the 0-pointer. He kept the iron pole as he ran over to the two. He quickly lifted the large slab of concrete off the girl as the boy picked her up. Thank you. Don't mention it, now go. The boy ran as the girl stared at Izuku in wonder and worry. The 0-pointer was approaching rapidly as Izuku held the pole in one hand. His muscles, if heard closely, were twitching and straining. I knew I should have taken that week off, this is literal hell. He had just completed his training for it yet it was still painful to use. Izuku stretched his right arm as far back as it could go as the 0-pointer was close enough to roll him over. That doesn't matter now, with this, I can beat it. The other examinees were shouting for Izuku to move while Nezu tried stopping the 0-pointer. Izuku grit his teeth as he launched his arm forward in a downward swing. Sky Eater. In one swift movement the 0-pointer had been split in half and the clouds were splitting apart. Izuku stood back up as the iron pole turned to dust from his move. He smirked as the 0-pointer was perfectly cut in half. He chuckled softly as he grew nervous. Was that a bit much? Nezu was laughing like a maniac as he sipped on some tea. The other people watching could only pray for Izuku's well-being after today. The other examinees were at a loss for words. Mina was stunned by Izuku's growth and collectively they all asked the same question. How did he do that? Izuku walked back to the boy he helped. Is she okay? Why yay. Just a twisted ankle. Well that's a relief. Izuku looked down at the girl, who had black spiky hair tied into a ponytail, as her eyes met his. You okay, no other injury you know about? Why yes. I am fine. Before he could respond a small elderly woman came by. My goodness Sonny, did you really have to do that? Izuku chuckled as he rubbed the back of his head. He knew it was a little much, but it was totally worth it. That only proved he had gotten stronger. What about you dearie? I only sprained my ankle. Well let me heal that up for you. Her lips stretched out to the girl's ankle as a green glow began emanating around the girl's body. She fell asleep after the elderly woman healed her. She is just tired, here you go you too, some candy for working hard. Izuku ate the candy almost immediately, as he trained he slowly gained a sweet tooth and smiled in satisfactory. The other boy inspected the candy before eating it. Izuku left the faux city with Mina asking him tons of questions. He responded he would tell her in due time. Mina couldn't wait for that day to arrive. 2 weeks later. Izuku was banging his head against his table in his living room as Inko shown Mina, Kayaka, and Setsuna his baby pictures. He would gladly fight Shiva to escape this torment. That was when the thought hit him hard. I could tell them about humanity's will now, right? The knock was heard on the door, pulling Izuku back to reality. He got up to answer it while trying his best to ignore the teasing. It's almost over, it's almost over. He opened the door for it to reveal Shiva standing there with a bucket of chicken. Hey Izuku. Figured I could stop by for a bit, you haven't told them yet, have you? Izuku knew what he was referring to and answered. No, I was about to, I can tell them now, right? Yes, and coincidentally, I'm here to help. I don't think it was by coincidence. Izuku stepped to the side as Shiva let himself in. Before he closed the door, the mailman stopped Izuku. Are you Izuku Yagi? Izuku nodded his head as the mailman gave him a letter. Here you go, one letter, I hope you got in. The mailman left as Izuku stared at the envelope in his hands. In bold letters was his name. He flipped it to the other side to see a stamp with UA's insignia. His hands became sweaty and his breath picked up a bit. This letter was the one thing that would allow him to become a hero. He quickly closed the door and ran into the living room, proudly showing his letter to his family, friends, and teacher. It came. Ashinori hid a smile as he drank his coffee. Shiva smirked, congratulating Izuku for all of his hard work. While Inko was crying tears of joy from Izuku's determination. Mina, Kayaka, and Setsuna all sat next to him, except for Mina, who stood behind him as Izuku opened the letter. A small disc had fell out of the envelope and a hologram appeared showing Nezu. Hello Izuku Yagi. Am I a bear, a mouse, or a dog? That doesn't matter, what matters is that I am the principal. I want to personally congratulate you for beating the old record here at UA. With an accumulated 75 villain points, you made it with remarkable success. As for a secret in these tests, what kind of hero school would we be if we didn't have rescue points? Since you saved 2 examinees, each person rescued is 25 points, which leads to you having a total of 125 points. I, Nezu, welcome you. This is your Hero Academia. The hologram vanished and the small disc had exploded. It went off like a small firecracker, while Izuku and everyone else were quiet. Izuku knew he destroyed a lot of bots, but to have over 100 points. That was simply overwhelming. Wow. Before he could stand up, Mina wrapped her arms around Izuku's neck and peppered him with kisses on his cheek. Izuku turned to her by accident, and their lips met while their eyes were wide like dinner plates. They would have continued if it weren't for Inko taking several pictures of them. Mina was blushing as Kayaka and Setsuna teased her, and Izuku was dealing with his parents and teacher. It isn't like that. Really Izuku? Cause what I saw would say otherwise, wouldn't you say so, Inko? I agree, Shiva. The two were smirking as Izuku groaned in defeat. Izuku looked over to Mina as she talked with Setsuna and Kayaka and smiled. She smelled like lilacs. Izuku. He looked up at Shiva, who had a serious aura surrounding him, as he sat down and gestured for everyone else to as well. It is time. Izuku knew what that meant and took a deep breath before turning to the 3 girls who were slightly scared. Girls, I think it's time I tell you why I have been training. One explanation later. If they were told this when Izuku was still in the hospital, they wouldn't believe them and worry if Izuku trained so hard his brain turned into mush. But the serious presence both Shiva and Izuku emitted told them this was no joke but reality. So, you're now an all-supreme and powerful being that can take on a literal god. Izuku nodded his head. And all this time Shiva, god of destruction in Hindu, had been training you to use what comes with it. Yup. Izuku wasn't sure how they would react to the sudden news they were given. Setsuna walked up to Izuku and sat down next to him, clinging to his arm. It still doesn't change how I see you. Mina sat down next to Izuku and held tightly onto his left arm. I just got you back, I don't want you to leave again. Ayaka sat on his lap, despite being embarrassed by the stares from the adults and God, and smiled as she wrapped her arms around his neck. Nothing is ever gonna change that. Izuku wrapped his arms around all 3 of them as he hugged them tightly. He was glad they didn't treat him any differently. Shiva smiled softly, being reminded of his past, before he cleared his throat to signal that he still had more to say. I don't want to be the one that interrupts such a touching moment. But don't you 3 have letters arriving at your homes as well? The 3 gasped as they all left a kiss on Izuku. Mina kissed his left cheek, Setsuna kissed his right, and Kayaka kissed his forehead. And the 3 quickly ran to their homes for their letters. I gotta give to you Izuku, you really are a bachelor. Shiva smirked as Izuku hid his face behind his hands, secretly smiling from their affection, before the god snapped his fingers. That reminds me. I have some gifts for you Izuku. Shiva stepped out of the front door for just a second before re-entering holding a few boxes. Shiva, let me get some of that for you. Ashinori grabbed a few boxes as Shiva placed the rest down near Izuku. He was surprised Shiva had gifts and opened the first one. Inside was brass knuckles. Brass knuckles? Yup, Adam used a pair like those, except that one is made out of a titanium alloy lined with platinum. It may not be able to kill a god straight away, but you can give them one hell of a beating with them. Inko had wide eyes as her son put the weapon on his fist and did a couple of jabs before smiling. I like it. Thank you, sensei. Izuku bowed, or at least tried to, as Shiva placed his hand on his shoulder. Kid, we've grown past that, call me Shiva. He nodded his head and opened his next gift. Inside was a satchel, a pair of gloves, and finally a step-by-step manual on making a giant switchblade. Toshinori nearly fainted but pulled himself together upon seeing the gift. Jack used those as well. And you can build other things instead of a switchblade that's as big as a stalagmite. In the satchel is a grapple gun, a couple of throwing knives, an umbrella, and finally giant scissors. Shiva smiled as Izuku quickly pieced together the giant switchblade. Inko fainted upon seeing her son hold a knife. Izuku chuckled upon remembering their little skirmish when he used throwing knives. Thank you, Shiva. I still won that fight fair and square. No, you didn't. Yes, I did. The two laughed as Izuku opened the next box. This one was intriguing to say the least. Inside was a pair of spolders and 5 nail guards, otherwise known as Jijiadao, as well as a sword. The sword was used by Qin Shi. It's called Shi Huang Gaojian sword. It was used to kill Hades. Izuku looked at the sword as it was decorated beautifully. Every design and intricate mark was divine. He placed the sword back in its sheath and bowed to Shiva. Thank you, Shiva. I truly wouldn't have gotten this far without your help. From the bottom of my heart I thank you. Shiva lifted Izuku up from the floor as he smiled. I should be the one thanking you, Izuku Yagi. You have shown that humanity still has a chance to be protected. Izuku smiled as he hugged Shiva, who was surprised by this, and the god slowly placed his hand on Izuku's shoulder as he returned the hug. Izuku unwrapped his arms and soon began thinking of how he could get Nezu to approve of his new, in a way, support items. Inko woke up only to see Izuku holding a sword, to which she fainted once more. Toshinori, I have a request for both you and your wife. Toshinori listened as Inko slowly woke up. The Gaba Beach. Izuku and Shiva stood across from each other as the two stretched their limbs. Inko and Toshinori were standing off to the side in their hero costumes. They were there to keep crowd control to a minimum and to be there if Shiva and Izuku were endangering anyone close enough. Remember, Izuku, if you fail, I won't teach you the last 2 lessons. If you prevail, I will tell you everything. Are you ready? Izuku took his stance, a cross between kickboxing and capoeira, as he hopped on his feet with a smirk. Ready as I'll ever be, Shiva. Shiva smirked as well before the two engaged in combat. Izuku threw a jab, to which Shiva blocked with his leg as Izuku threw a right hook. The hit landed as Izuku continued his assault by throwing jabs and kicks. Shiva kicked Izuku away, not holding back, as his body began to set on fire. Izuku held his side, it was pain he was not used to, and stood up to see Shiva walking to Izuku slowly, the sand becoming glass, as his body was burning. I said if you fail, I won't teach you those lessons. Do you really not care for it? Izuku stood back up as he took a deep breath before his aura depicted a dragon. Not a chance, Shiva. I'm gonna win, no matter what, I will always prevail. Izuku used all of his teachings at that one moment. Senjin Muzu shown him all of Shiva's actions, and Divine Reflection copied his entire movement. While Shiyu was standing by, ready to be unleashed, as Shiva smiled at Izuku. That's what I like to hear. Let's dance till our bodies burn up. Izuku started the fight this time by leaping to Shiva, giving him almost no time to react as he unleashed his spear form of Shiyu. He formed a claw using his index and middle finger with his thumb making the claw. Shiyu, spear form, Mount-Tai Dragon Claw. Shiva spat out a few blood droplets while Izuku smirked seeing his attack impaled Shiva's skin. The god of destruction grinned as his fist tightened. Izuku gasped and tried dodging, only for it to be too late. And Ava. A volley of punches were propelled at Izuku. The fist was burning as well and only added on more damage to Izuku as he tried blocking. Shiva kept up the pressure as Izuku slowly backed away from him. The punches were getting to him, it was faster than Senjin Muzu could keep up with, so he made his own move of Shiyu. Shiyu. Armor halberd form. Izuku pulled his right leg back as Shiva pulled his back as well. Both of them smiling as their kicks both clashed and they shouted out their attack. Shi Huang Guard, Crescent Moon. Pritavasa. But the amount of punches that were used, Izuku gathered all of that kinetic energy and used it to power himself. Shiva's leg was burning brightly as the heat began making a small platform of glass, creating a makeshift arena. People saw the fight and called in heroes, thinking a villain was attacking. All Might and Cybolt stopped them, however, as they told everyone watching it was a spar between student and teacher. Inko however glared at Shiva for not pulling back, although she understood why he wasn't. Their attacks collided had sent out waves of heat toward the crowd. Toshinori clapped his hands and dispersed the intense heat before it could reach anyone. Izuku felt his as though his leg was being ripped to shreds but pushed forward. Shiva felt his kick being repelled back, so he jumped back and tried using Tandava again, but Izuku's kick was still in effect as it sent a thin blade of air toward Shiva. The god sidestepped but was still cut as Izuku stood there panting. "Is that all you got?" Shiva looked up to see Izuku take a deep breath and his eyes begin to glow. The god smirked as he began to dance, his war dance. Tandava Karma. The dance that lit Shiva's body on fire completely. Inko was about to intervene until Izuku stopped her himself. "Don't worry mom. I got this." With a smile and an aura of peace, Inko stood down and continued watching the fight. "Show me Izuku that you will protect humanity with every fiber of your well-being." Izuku took another deep breath as he unleashed his attack. Shiyu, crossbow form. Shiva's eyes widened as 3 air pellets were shot out from Izuku's mouth. Each one hitting a pressure point in Shiva's body. Tortoise ripple. Each one temporarily shut down his limbs as Izuku leapt toward Shiva as his fist was set on fire, his eyes shone a 8-pointed star. Tandava. Shiva blocked as his own attack was used against him, with the exception of having twice as much to deal with as Izuku prepped his next attack. Off to the side was Kayaka watching the fight go on. She clutched her hands into fists as she watched Izuku's body slowly burn. "Please, win Izuku." Izuku kept up the barrage of fists going as Shiva tried blocking them with his one arm. "You give up yet?" Izuku's right fist was caught as Shiva kicked his left side. His body flew as Shiva leapt toward Izuku, both of them smirking. "Not yet Izuku." "I thought so." Shiva pulled his fist back as Izuku began to stand up on his feet. Tandava. Shiyu, armor form, heavenly hand of defense. Izuku took the punches as it burned his body as well. The heat was starting to get to both of them, so they prepared their final attack, except Shiva did not expect Izuku's next attack. Using Senjin Muzu he saw Shiva was going for a spinning heel kick, so he tucked his right arm in as his eyes began straining. The crowd watched in anticipation as Izuku and Shiva both yelled out their attacks. Evaloka. True God's right. Izuku dodged Shiva's kick as he punched Shiva's jaw with all of his might. Shiva tried resisting, but eventually flew back from Izuku's right hook and landed on his back. As he tried standing up, Izuku was standing in front of him, his left arm pulled back as he stared down Shiva. "Do you yield?" The fire began to flicker as Shiva lifted his hand up to Izuku. His student grabbed it as he was pulled up onto his feet. Shiva stared down Izuku, who in turn stared at his teacher, before he smiled as he placed his hand on his shoulder. "I yield." Izuku, whose body was slightly scorched and bruised, smiled as he raised his fist up into the sky. The crowd cheered for Izuku as he stood in place until his body began swaying back and forth. Kayaka ran up to him and caught him before his body had hit the ground. "Izuku Yagi, you are truly humanity's protector." Shiva walked away while paramedics were called for Izuku's injuries. "A promise is a promise. Shiva will teach Izuku how to truly be the strongest man on earth." "Do you have tissue?" "Yes mom." "Your handkerchief?" "In my bag dad." Izuku was tying his shoelaces while his parents stood next to him. It was now the first day of UA for Izuku, and Shiva had taught him his final lessons, per the agreement, and he now was strong enough to rival his dad when he was in his prime. "What about your notebooks?" "Mom, I'm fine." Izuku smiled gently as he stood up. Inko was still worrying, but Toshinori gave her comfort. "Listen to the boy Inko, he beaten a god a month ago for heaven's sake. And he is still standing here isn't he?" "That's what I'm worried about Tashi, what if he doesn't come back?" Inko voiced her concerns for Izuku, and admittedly, he understood. He was rushed to the emergency room cause of the burns Shiva gave him, as well as having 3 fractured ribs, while 2 broke from his kicks. Izuku hugged his mom and dad as he made a vow. "I promise, I will always come back home." Inko wanted to outright tell Izuku to give up the mantle of being humanity's protector, but knew he wouldn't do such a thing. She wrapped her arms around Izuku and smiled. "Good luck Izuku." "Thanks mom." As they separated from the hug, Toshinori patted his son on the back. "You do not know how proud I am Izuku. You have grown so much in so little time. Make us proud and become a true hero." Izuku nodded as he left his room and began his walk to UA. Meanwhile, in a classroom at UA was Kayaka, Mina, and Satsuna talking to each other. "When do you think Izuku will get here?" "Probably soon, he is almost late." Satsuna smirked upon remembering what transpired at the Yagi household. The 3 had planned out an event for themselves and Izuku after school. While being the few that were early also meant they saw who was in the class with them. Two guys were talking about Izuku's display during the entrance exams, while two girls were talking about the newest fashion trends. Everyone in the classroom slightly jumped from the sudden noise as Izumi kicked the door down and made her entrance. "Hello, UA. Your best student is finally here." She was met with silence as the other students had no idea who she was. She grew irritated by this, however, she regained her composure and told everyone why she is UA's top student. "You may have not heard of me yet, so let me indulge your little fantasies. My name is Izuku Yagi, and I scored the highest villain points in the entrance exam." Bakugo stood off to the side before making his way to his seat. "The baby. Wait up." Izumi followed Bakugo and sat directly next to him. Yo walked into the room, eyes scanning his classmates, and not before long his eyes landed on Satsuna. He smirked as he walked over to her, full of charisma, and began to work his charm. "Hey there beautiful, I see we're in the same class. I've personally been on campus, so ask me anytime if you want a private tour." He finished it off with a smirk, expecting the girl to already be head over heels for him, only to be met with a slap to the face and a kick in the royal tables. He held the sacred place as he glared at the two who had hit him. He saw a girl with a spiky ponytail and a girl with vines for hair. Despite being hit by them, his lust ignored that as he stood back up. "Take it easy ladies, there's enough of me to go around." The two girls backed away as Yo walked closer. Before he could touch them, he felt a disturbing amount of killer intent as a hand was placed on his shoulder. He slowly and nervously turned around and saw Izuku smiling like it was any other normal day. "Hey there Yo-kun. What are you doing bud? They just offering a TT tour. Why am I so scared? And why is he so damn tall?" Izuku glanced at the two girls and, quite literally, threw Yo away as he walked up to the spiky ponytail girl. "Hey, not sure if you remember, but I was at the entrance exam." Her face started to heat up as she remembered the entrance exam. "I do remember you. You're the one that took down the zero-pointer with one attack." The class all turned toward Izuku as they smiled and began asking him questions. "Were you really the one that took down the zero-pointer? Shall I build you a shrine my lord? Why the hell are you here damn it?" Izuku was slightly overwhelmed by the amount of questions, but managed to answer them. "Yes, I am the one who took it down, and no you really don't have to do that, and finally I can be here if I want to Izumi." Izumi sat back down and grumbled about how he didn't deserve to be in the same class as her. Izuku only shook his head as he turned back to the girl. "I'm sorry, but I don't think you ever told me your name." Oh. My deepest apologies, my name is Momo Yaoi Rozu. It is a pleasure to meet you." "Please. The pleasure is all mine, my name is Izuku Midoriya. Hope we can get along just fine Yaoi Rozu-san." As he finished talking he bowed respectfully as he looked up with a smile. Likewise." Izuku went to greet himself to the rest of his classmates. Only to feel a sudden shift in the air. "If you're here to make friends I suggest leaving now." Everyone's attention turned toward the door as a man laid there sipping on a punch of applesauce. It took you all 10 seconds for it to be silent. "We're gonna need to work on that for now, put these gym uniforms on and follow me outside." The man left the scene like a worm, crawling away at a pace uncomfortably fast, and so the class each grabbed a uniform and followed their supposed teacher. Boys' locker room. "Hey guys. Some seniors of ours left us a parting gift." Yo was looking through a small peephole in the concrete wall. Through it he didn't really see any of the girls yet, thinking they were just arriving, before 3 presences made themselves known. 2 were awfully familiar while the third one was new, but hurt the most. Yo turned around and saw Izuku and a red-haired teen staring down at him. Bakugo was glaring at Yo from across the room. Izuku's was his murderous intent, Bakugo's was mere anger. While the red-haired teen glared at Yo with disappointment. Before anything could be said or done, a boy with a spherical mohawk haircut placed one of the balls on his head onto the peephole. "Problem solved my lord. Is there anything else you need?" The boy bowed in front of Izuku. While he felt uncomfortable, this boy saw Izuku as a literal god. Like I said, there isn't any need for you to be calling me." "On contrary, you said, I didn't need to build a shrine my lord." Izuku waved his hands as he spoke. "I know what I said, but can you please stop with the whole lord stuff? I don't even deserve to be called that." "What are you talking about boy? He and all of your classmates are in the presence of an emperor. The respect is greatly appreciated." Izuku blinked twice before cleaning his ear. He could have sworn that was another voice and not Shiva messing with him. Izuku looked around, confusing everyone in the locker room. "My lord, is everything alright?" Izuku looked back to the boy in front of him and dismissed the voice, for now. It's nothing. Can I know your name at least? I don't want to keep calling you something else besides your name." "As expected of my lord. My name is Minoru Mineta." He then pointed at Izuku as he made a statement. "And from this day forward I shall be your squire." Izuku's brain temporarily shut down before a small noise was made. "Hey? Girls' locker room?" Upon entering, Setsuna walked in first with her gym uniform, with Mina following close behind. Kayaka isn't one for eavesdropping, thus the problem with enhanced hearing, as she heard a commotion happening over in the boys' locker room. She plugged her jacks into the wall and listened before Izumi began laughing. "Wow, I knew you were obsessed with that failure, but to think you would go so low. What are you gonna do next? Stalk him?" Before Kayaka could retort, Momo had stepped in between the two, trying to be the voice of reason. "I may not know your name, but it is clear there is some history between you two. Let bygones be bygones, and let's all work together to be heroes." Kayaka, who still had her jacks plugged into the wall, thanked Momo for trying to be a mediator. It was silent for the most part before small snickering could be heard from behind Momo. "Do you honestly believe that she could be a hero?" The snickering turned into laughter, Izumi joining the girl, while the others had furrowed their eyebrows at the two. "Hey you, what's your name?" The girl in question turned to face Izumi with a kind smile. Her hair was a chestnut brown, being in a pixie bob cut, with 2 permanent blush marks on her cheeks. "The name is Ichako Uraraka, pleased to meet your acquaintance." Izumi began talking to Uraraka, while whatever was happening over in the other locker room had settled down. Kayaka unplugged her jacks and walked to Momo, who felt a new emotion as she stared at Izumi. "Hey." Momo blinked a few times before turning her head to Kayaka, who had a smirk, to see Mina and Setsuna standing behind her. "I'm Kayaka Jiru, what's yours?" Outside, Izuku was the first to leave the locker room, Mineta following close behind, while Izumi and Uraraka walked out. Izumi scoffed as her gaze landed on Izuku. "There he is, my disappointment I call a brother. Look at him thinking he's better than me just because he passed the entrance exam. I can't wait to put him where he belongs." While Izumi voiced her thoughts, Uraraka stared at him with a bright blush. "That hunk is your brother? Mama likes." Uraraka smirked as she strutted over to Izuku with a little bit of sway in her hips. She flipped her hair back as his gaze turned to her. The two stared at each other, before Izuku spoke first. "Hi. My name is..." Uraraka placed her index finger on his lips as she made a shushing noise. "I already know your name, handsome. Thanks to your sister, my name is Ichako Uraraka, but you can call me your new girlfriend." The class, excluding the teacher who was asleep, stared at the two with wide eyes. Kayaka was being held back by Momo, Setsuna, and Mina as she glared at Uraraka, not noticing the other glares as well. Most of the guys, Yo especially, were jealous of Izuku. Izuku, however, had a different reaction. "Sorry, but no thanks. I'm already dating someone." Laughs could be heard shattering as the class all gasped in shock, followed by a bombardment of questions. "Who would date a quirkless loser like you? Where and when did this happen? Thy lord already has a fair maiden. Praise be to thy lord." Everyone stopped reluctantly as Mineta bowed to Izuku, who was still trying to dismiss it before he walked past Uraraka. In middle school and high school, Ichako would have any boy fall for her. She told herself that no other woman could even compare to her beauty. So when Izuku stood in front of Jiru, Mina, and Setsuna, her ego was shot down. Why? Why isn't he falling for me just like the others? Why choose a freak, a shameless girl, and a mutant over me? Izuku smiled as he stared at the three. He remembered his talk with Shiva, which did not help in this situation. Flashback. Izuku and Shiva were sitting on the ledge of a building, eating some pizza with garlic bread, gazing at the city's lights. "You know those girls like you, right?" Izuku nearly died as he spat out his food and looked at Shiva with a slight glare. "Haha, very funny, I am laughing my pants off. I am rolling on the ground in laughter." Before he could take another bite, Shiva made a perfect example out of his day to further prove his point. "No, I am serious, Izuku. I haven't seen this since I met my wives. Did all four of you go to a karaoke bar?" Izuku shook his head as he spoke. "Yay, but it was nothing more than friends hanging out." Shiva raised an eyebrow, as if saying, "Oh really? Okay. What about the time Kayaka and Mina, supposedly, had gotten sick on Setsuna's birthday? At the same time, leaving you two alone to enjoy the lizard exhibit at the zoo?" Izuku raised a finger to respond, however, once he thought about it. It was clear it was a little too coincidental they had gotten sick. He sighed softly as he smiled when he saw Setsuna wearing a sun hat with a flower-patterned dress. He waved his hand, dismissing the thought, as he ate his pizza. Their point? They could have gotten it from some bad food, or maybe even a relative. Shiva seemed to pull out a list as he read off each day Izuku had spent with him. "What about the day that band, what was it called, Deep Dope premiered a show downtown? Well, you and Kayaka went to it, Mina and Setsuna had told you they were visiting family." Izuku, who enjoyed that show, smiled remembering what Kayaka wore. It fit her personality perfectly, living free without a care in the world. She wore fishnet stockings with a purple skirt and her favorite deep taupe shirt, accompanied by a green choker with green lip gloss that matched the black light. Her smile warmed up his body as she watched her favorite band play. He loved that about her. He felt his cheeks warming up as he spoke. Well, Setsuna really did have to visit relatives, someone was sick and there was no one else available. As for Mina, she had to babysit some younger cousins. Shiva smirked as he pressed his point further. And that time you and Mina went out dancing by yourselves, cause Kayaka said she needed practice, which is a big lie for her guitar skills. And for Setsuna, she was sick and had to babysit. Izuku sat in silence as his face brightened like a lighthouse. Mina had never looked so amazing in a black dress before. That was purely coincidence. But one sentence Shiva destroyed Izuku's current thought process. Osu, swimming pool. Steam was flowing out of Izuku's ears as he remembered their two-piece swimsuits. His mind began repeating every moment he had with them, and his blush grew, as well as the steam, while Shiva smirked as he ate. As the memories kept playing over and over in Izuku's mind. His heart was beating faster every time he had a special moment with those three. I think I like all three of them. As soon as it left his mouth, Izuku fainted as Shiva laughed, who stole Izuku's pizza, and smiled. I rest my case. Flashback end. Izuku, who was still staring, was blushing like a madman as he opened his mouth to speak. Before he could utter a single word, however, their teacher had woken up. Oh good, you're all here. Now, Izuku, what was your farthest throw in high school? Izuku turned to his teacher, slightly saddened, as he responded. I think 60 meters. Maybe 62. He caught a ball thrown by his teacher as he explained the rules. Stand in the circle. Throw the ball. Anything goes as long as you remain in the circle. Izuku walked up to the circle and heard Izumi snickering with Yo, Bakugo still silent, and Uraraka watched with lust-filled eyes. Okay, anything goes, but what should I use? Oh, I know. Izuku threw his right arm back as his muscles began to tighten. Momo's eyes widened as she made some cover for her, Kayaka, Setsuna, and Mina. Leaving everyone in the class staring at them in curiosity, except for three boys who joined them in seeking cover. Sky Eater. Izuku smirked as his arm sent forward, however, instead of keeping the ball, he let it go as he used Shiyu. Shiyu, crossbow form, tortoise ripple. 3 air pellets shot the ball, and it merely became non-existent as it kept going, eventually vanishing from the class's eyesight. A wave of air had blown the class back by a few feet, with the exception of those who found cover, as the teacher remained standing still. His eyes were glued to the phone in his hand as he shown Izuku's results. 10,429 meters. Izumi and Yo stared in disbelief. Bakugo stared in wonder and slight amazement. Everyone else stared at Izuku like he was a pro hero already. Welcome to UA kiddos. The class looked at Izawa, who held a smug smirk as he stared at them. This is the big leagues, kick it into high gear and show me what you can do. Izuku chuckled softly, mainly nervous, as he was once again surrounded by the class who asked him questions. How did you do that? That was so cool. Can you teach me that? What's your quirk? Izuku looked at the person who asked the last question and smiled at them. I don't have one. The class, even the teacher, were intrigued by what he meant. There was no other explanation, right? What do you mean? That was clearly a super strength quirk. If it was, then how did he shoot air out of his mouth? Izuku simply grinned as they all talked about what his quirk was. Like I said, I have no quirk. That explains why my quirk didn't work on you. Izuku turned to his teacher to see his hair floating and his eyes glowing red. It was at this display that Izuku began to fanboy. I thought you looked familiar. You're the underground hero, Eraserhead. Your quirk erases another person's quirk. Boo. Most of the class were still clueless about who their teacher was, while a handful knew before Eraserhead spoke. Just call me Izawa or Sensei, whichever you prefer. We will be doing assessment tests, basically tests with quirks. From this I can see where you need improvement and where you stand in the class. But what about orientation? Uraraka, despite her nature, really wanted to make friends. Orientation is a waste of time. Here at UA, teachers are allowed to teach their students whatever they think is best. Right now, Izuku is first place in being the strongest. Izumi scoffed as she walked to Izawa with a smirk. I think it should be obvious who is, actually, the best. She was met with silence as Izawa's eyebrows furrowed. Oh really? Since you're so damn sure of yourself, the person in last place will be expelled. What? You can't do that. Izawa smirked as he saw his class all tremble, but still remain in place. I can, and I will. Now follow me to the next test. Izuku, since you've thrown the ball into next week, you don't have to participate in the ball throw test. Izuku, who was in slight pain, gave his teacher a thumbs up. Why does my everything hurt? Standing long jump. Bakugo had used his explosions to fly over the sand. A boy with a belly button laser had flew as well. Izuku only crouched down slightly, and once he jumped he was standing on the other side of the sandbox. Needless to say, Izuku had gotten first. Grip strength. The boy with 6 arms squeezed the grip machine and managed to score high. He was instantly given attention by Uraraka, however, she got rejected by him. Izuku gulped as he was given yet another grip as other copies laid across the floor, broken or completely crushed. Izuku had received first place, with the red-haired boy quietly muttering manly. 50-meter dash. The boy who called out Izuku in the auditorium during the entrance exams had gotten a set time of 3.04 seconds. Izuku was paired against Bakugo as the two looked at the finish line. Before he could move, Izuku was already standing on the other side, with his score being 1.02 seconds. Side-to-side steps. Mineta used his quirk by making 2 piles and simply bounced off of them. Meanwhile, Izuku's body seemed to vibrate as he made dents in the ground. Mineta was close for being first, only for Izuku to beat him by 1 side step. Sit-ups. Izuku was told, repeatedly, to stop, but he insisted he could keep going. Ball throw. Izumi had gotten a score of 702.6 meters. Bakugo's score was higher, being 705.2 meters. Uraraka took first place for the ball throw for achieving an infinity sign for her. Distance run. Momo created a bike using her quirk, which many thought was literal life hacks, and many used their quirks for running. The boy, who had the naval laser, clutched his stomach in pain from overusage. Izumi laid out on the ground, her body aching, not used to the pain. Izuku was told, repeatedly once again, to stop, and he insisted, once more, he could keep running. Seated toe touch. Mina had received a perfect score, thanks to being flexible, and smirked knowing Izuku couldn't possibly beat her at her own game. Only to be proven wrong as Izuku had bent his back backwards as he grabbed his ankles from behind, before rolling away like a certain blue hedgehog. Mina had never been so confused, shocked, and disturbed that day. Test results. Okay. Instead of saying it, here is a projector, make sure you pick up the syllabus I left on my desk on your way out. Where you stand in rankings or where you stand in the class. A small screen displayed everyone's name as Izuku saw his name in first place for nearly everything, except for the ball throw. He was second. 1. Izuku Yagi. 2. Shoto Todoroki. 3. Momoyaoi Rozu. 4. Kitsuki Bakugo. 5. Yoshindo. 6. Ijiru Kirishima. 7. Satsuna Tokage. 8. Tenya Iida. 9. Mizo Shoji. 10. Mina Ishido. 11. Kayaka Jiru. 12. Izumi Yagi. 13. Ibarashi Izaki. 14. Ichako Uraraka. 15. Hantashiro. 16. Masahiro Jiro. 17. Rikido Sato. 18. Denki Kaminari. 19. Yuga Aoyama. 20. Minoru Mineta. Most were pretty reluctant for their scores, except for Izumi, while Mineta was saddened he was last. He dragged his feet as he approached Izuku. My lord, I have failed you, I do not deserve to be your squire. Before he could walk away, Aizawa grinned smugly as he made an announcement. Oh, that expulsion thing. That was just a logical ruse to get you all to give it your all. The class tilted their heads in unison as they were curious what it meant, except for the top 5. No one is going home or getting expelled. And soon chaos followed. Aizawa still had his shit-eating grin as his students all let out a breath they didn't realize they were holding. Mineta soon bowed in front of Izuku as he made his statement once more. The divines have granted me a blessing. I shall be your squire until they say otherwise, my lord. Izuku chuckled softly as he rubbed the back of his head nervously. I mean, how am I supposed to tell him that the gods are trying to end humanity? After they all changed back into their school uniforms, Izuku waited at the front gate. His head shot up upon hearing footsteps only to see Uraraka standing there. Oh, hi Uraraka-san. What did you need? She began to smile as she approached Izuku. I just wanted to know, can you walk me home? It's not that far from here. Uraraka pushed her lips out a bit as she tried seducing Izuku. However, his face remained unfazed as he shook his head. Sorry, but I'm waiting for my friends. I have something important I want to ask them. A small smile found its way onto his face as Uraraka scoffed. You can do so much better than those 3. I mean, look at me. I am a fine piece of work. A real shit piece of work if you ask me. Izuku slapped his hands over his mouth as he looked at Uraraka with wide eyes just like her. Before he could say anything else, he saw Mineta running straight toward Uraraka. Cease your whore magic, vile witch. My lord already has a maiden waiting for him at their adobe. As his squire I shall protect thy lord. Angered. 28. Uraraka ran away from Mineta in fear before he stopped near Izuku. My lord. Are you alright? Izuku didn't know if he should thank or scold him for insulting Uraraka. However, it would be contradictory if he scolded him. Mineta. This is the only time I will say this. Thank you for coming to my aid. Mineta smiled as he bowed. "'Twas nothing, my lord." The two heard more footsteps approaching, and Izuku smiled upon the sight. Kayaka was twirling one of her jacks with her finger, an act Izuku found adorable. Mina was sporting a lilac color, and Setsuna was smirking. However, her blush was very noticeable. "Mineta, I relieve you of your duty, you may go home." "At once, my lord." Mineta left without another word, already understanding the message, and was glad Izuku didn't mock him. Kayaka kept twirling one jack with a finger, refusing to meet Izuku's gaze, not knowing why he was waiting. Mina's pink was slowly becoming lilac, and Setsuna's usual bold and upfront confidence was slowly crumbling down. "Well, shall we get going?" Izuku reached his hand out for one of them to grab as he smiled softly looking at the three. Kayaka jumped at the opportunity and clutched onto his right arm, Setsuna taking his left while Mina walked next to them. Setsuna directed them to their favorite karaoke place, having a great time spending it with each other. Before the night had ended, Izuku placed a kiss on each of their cheek, doing his best tomato impression while they smiled. "I'll see you tomorrow. Have a good night." Izuku proceeded to run to his home, steam already leaving his ears. Once he made it, however, he was met with silence. He crept into his home, hoping nothing bad had happened, only for the lights to turn on and Shiva scaring him. Surprise! Izuku accidentally launched a left hook and Shiva fell to the ground. Inko and Toshinori were holding a cake in the kitchen, with three people standing there shocked. Nice. Izuku turned his head slowly toward the kitchen. And their eyes had met. It was the Bakugo family. What is he doing here? They all knew what that meant and looked at Bakugo. He nervously walked up to Izuku, who was still weary of him, as he met his gaze. Look. I know I did terrible things back then. And I apologize for that. Izuku. I am sorry. I hope that you can forgive me. Bakugo proceeded to bow on his hands and knees as Izuku stared at him in wonder. So far the person showing change was Bakugo. "Bakugo, I can't accept your apology." He looked up and saw Izuku contemplating his next words. "It's just. You have abused, insulted, and practically beat me into the ground. Throughout my life ever since you learned I was quirkless." Izuku crouched down, bending his left knee as he stared at Bakugo's face. "How can I forgive years worth of violence from a simple apology?" Bakugo knew it was a bad idea, but it was worth a shot. He stood up and proceeded to walk toward the door. Except he was stopped by Izuku's hand on his shoulder. "However, if I see change, real change, coming from you, I'll think about it." Bakugo looked back to see Izuku smiling. "Now, we gonna eat some cake or what?" Bakugo smirked as the two walked toward the table, both families happy they were reconnecting, and the night was filled with laughter. While they seemingly forgot Shiva was still unconscious on the floor. The next day, Izuku had left home early, around 5, and was smiling. He had received a text from Mina saying that she and the others were going to a restaurant with some friends. Setsuna texted him next telling him he had to come with and make friends. He laughed out loud accidentally on the train. He shook his head and already knew no matter the answer he gave he would be dragged into it. Izuku walked into UA and noticed that students were beginning to arrive. Back in Aldera, students arrived simply when they wanted to. UA is a very noticeable change from Aldera. He opened the door and was immediately greeted by Mineta. "My lord, I have been waiting for your arrival." Well, at least it was a pleasant change. In class was the rated R hero, Midnight, teaching science. The practically forgot the entire world as he stared at Midnight with complete lust. While everyone else moved their desks away by a few inches. Izuku was writing everything down, a couple of students doing the same, and focused on his studies. Which was hard to do with Setsuna constantly teasing him. When they went to the restaurant, Izuku didn't know what would happen. Flashback. Mina was walking close to Izuku, their hands would occasionally brush against the other, the two were blushing immensely. It wasn't helping that Setsuna was teasing. "You guys are too adorable." Mina and Izu. Sitting in a tree. Ayaka joined Setsuna in singing. Kissing. They all laughed while Mina hid behind her hands as her blush turned her pink skin into lilac. While Izuku was now strawberry. "Come on now, that's enough teasing, any more of it and we'll be conducting 2 trains. Only more steam came out of Izuku and Mina's ears. Thanks Kirishima. Aijuru smiled as he kept walking forward. Amongst the group was Toru Hagakure, Hantashiro, who was wearing shades, Shoto Todoroki, Momoyaoi Rozu, Ibara Shiozaki, Denki Kaminari, and finally Mineta. "My lord, do you require assistance?" "It's fine, Mineta." The small grape marched as he kept an eye out for any danger. Shiro was the one who spotted the restaurant, and the group hastened their pace as Momo went up to the front. "Please, allow me." The man dressed in a black suit smirked as he pulled out a credit card while the gang looked at him strangely. They turned and with a smile that shone he was a nice guy. Kirishima greeted the man with the same smile. "Hey. The name is Izuku Kirishima, nice to meet ya." The man's hand reached out to grab his hand until the group had made Kirishima stumble upon entering to find their table. Sorry about that. It's quite alright, the name is Jack my boy. Well I must be off, wife isn't so keen on me being late you see." Kirishima nodded as the man walked away with a grin. One last glance at Izuku and he was on his way, disappearing into the night. Izuku was surrounded by Mina, Kayaka, Setsuna, and Momo. Mineta and Kirishima gave him a thumbs up, which he was clueless about, while Shiro was nodding his head slowly, he never once took off his shades. Kaminari had tears flowing but held a smile with a thumbs up. "Why are they looking at me like that? Thy lord has 4 maidens. Blessed be thy lord. Dude is getting all the attention from the girls, so manly. Man, Midoriya is one smooth criminal. I hope you have fun while you still can Midoriya. Girls are scary. Soba." Throughout the night Izuku had been practically hand-fed from the girls. And Shiro had never once taken off his shades. Todoroki kept mumbling about Soba, and Mineta was like a bard singing with a lute about Izuku's accomplishments. Eventually he stopped after one of the customers complained he was too rambunctious. Everyone else in the restaurant seemed to have enjoyed it at some level. "Hey Izuku." He turned to his left, and Setsuna was blushing. Izuku thought she was sick. "Hey, are you okay Setsuna? Do you have a fever?" "I'm fine, it's just, this is really hard to say." Mina was looking down at her lap, nervously taking glances at Izuku's reaction. Kayaka heard everything and tried keeping calm. While Momo was smiling eating her food in peace. Before Setsuna could speak a van came crashing into the restaurant, ramming itself into Izuku, and 4 men snatched the 5 girls in the group. They were all slightly dazed, but the one to regain his sense of balance first was Mineta. He used his quirk to try and stop the men, however it did not work, it seemed to be his quirk had no effect on the men. Kirishima rammed himself into the front of the van as Todoroki froze the tires to the floor. Shiro used his tape to save Momo and Toru as he tried saving the others, but one of the kidnappers had cut his tape. Izuku shook his head as he gazed at the men running off with his friends. His eyes widened as a switch was flipped. An alleyway. The 3 men held the girls hostage, somehow using Mineta and Shiro's quirks to bind them, and turned to the girls. Setsuna was glaring at them with Kayaka as Mina was being covered by the 2. "Who are you guys? None of your concern, wretched human. You only need to know that for associating with the traitor Shiva and his pupil, the punishment is death." Mina used her quirk to slowly burn off her binds. Kayaka used her axe to create small but powerful vibrations to hopefully break her binds. Setsuna sent a hand out into the street waving down people for help. "Hey, where's the fun in that Bacchus? Can't we have a little bit of fun with them? They are pretty cute after all." The one named Bacchus smirked as he approached the girls. They froze with fear as the man licked off a tear from Mina's face. The man's breath reeked of cheap wine. "I am going to enjoy tea filling your body." Bacchus reached for her shirt but was hit by a fist. Mina looked up to see Izuku, furrowed eyebrows and snarling slightly, glaring at the man before launching him away. The other 2 pulled out weapons, one a spear the other has a flail. Izuku sidestepped out of the first attack before catching the spiked ball and throwing it back to the owner. "Who are you working for?" Izuku took on his kickboxing stance, hopping on the soles of his feet while Bacchus got up from being thrown. "So, you're the brat. The one that damn traitor is training. Izuku Yagi is it?" Izuku felt shivers run down his back as he questioned who this man really was. Bacchus approached Izuku calmly before his sense of equilibrium began to waver. "What?" Izuku leaned on the wall for support before being punched in the stomach by Bacchus. "Oh? Can't handle your alcohol." "Alcohol?" Bacchus kicked Izuku away, the other 2 men holding the girls hostage, as his gaze met Bacchus. "You probably don't know who I am. Do you? My name is Bacchus, or better known as Dionysus, son of Zeus." Izuku stood back up and chuckled softly before looking up at Bacchus. He obviously had a beer gut, probably from the wine, and he reeked of cigar smoke. "You? Oh god." Izuku began laughing as the 2 men tried holding back their laughter, failing to do so, while Bacchus grew red with anger. "You won't be laughing so much when I break your skull in." Bacchus went for a right hook while Izuku stepped back as Bacchus stumbled forward. "Do you even know how to fight?" Bacchus grew nervous while Izuku smirked. His leg was already moving toward Bacchus's stomach at full speed. "Jiu, halberd form." A sharp pain ruptured throughout Bacchus's body. Izuku threw him into the brick wall with Kirishima and Todoroki running to the 2 men. "White Tiger Crescent Moon." Bacchus flew into the air while Kirishima fought the man who held the spear. With one thrust the spear had gotten stuck in Kirishima's hardened skin. The man tried pulling it out only to be knocked out by Kirishima, who broke the tip of the spear, while Todoroki froze the flail's chain using his ice to freeze the two men. As Bacchus came flying back down, Izuku had sent him back up with his spear form in Chiyu. Izuku calmly walked over to the girls, Kirishima and Todoroki handling the three supposed gods, and began to untie them. Amongst untying them, Izuku was given a kiss from them once they were free. Mina latched onto him with Kayaka, while Setsuna resided in the middle of them. "Come on, let's go home." That night had a few ups and downs. But the biggest reveal is when Izuku confessed to Mina, Kayaka, and Setsuna. Flashback end. Izuku was pulled out of his trip down memory lane as Mina laughed out loud at him. He looked down to see he had completely missed his mouth as he ate ice cream, resulting a smear of mint chocolate on his cheek. Setsuna helped him clean off the frozen treat, Kayaka laughed but still helped, while Mina was the only one laughing. Izuku sighed happily, content with his life, and the four walked along the beach in peace. "Is that him?" "Why yes, sir. That is the tea trader's student." The man with blonde hair and an expressionless face gazed at Izuku from afar. His anger began bubbling up to the surface before his hand crushed some rubble he was holding. "Bring the chariot around, I have seen enough." "Why yes, sir. Right away, sir." The servant ran off while the man walked slowly away. "Izuku Yagi. You'll pay for laying a hand on my nephew, even if he is a disgrace of us. You need to learn that a mere mortal can never stand up to a god." Before the man left, the waves of the ocean grew bigger as his anger kept rising. Izuku felt the glaring sensation gone and hoped that 2 weeks from now, at the USJ, things would hopefully be normal. News reporters were swarming around UA's front gate, with Eraserhead and Present Mick being crowd control, while a teen stood behind the group of reporters with glaring eyes. Meanwhile, Izuku had gotten a little volatile. Anytime either Uraraka or his sister walked up to him, he would either ignore them until they leave or respond in a crude way to make them leave. He was not gentle either. "Skits. Hey Izuku. I was wondering if you could come over and help with some homework." Izuku, without missing a beat, looked Uraraka in the eyes. "If you mean I spend an entire day's worth of training learning nothing with you, I'll pass." Izuku then left the gym and a disappointed Uraraka. Skit2. Izumi sat in the classroom bored out of her mind. Bakugo was in the restroom while Yo was flirting with other girls. Her eyes landed on a sleeping Izuku, so she smirked as she aligned a piece of chalk with Izuku and flung it toward him. Before she could even laugh, Izuku's right eye snapped open as he caught the chalk with his hand. Izumi and the class remained silent as he placed it back on the chalkboard. End of skits. "What is happening to me?" "I'll tell you what's happening, we're becoming men." Izuku groaned at the new voice. He had counted 3 voices before the practical exam, Shiva and the orb with one other, and now he had around 7 different voices. Well, at least things can't get any worse. Class had started once the news reporters were dealt with. Izuku wrote down everything said and written on the board while Mina had sent him a text. Halfway through the class, Izuku checked his phone to see her and himself smiling when they were children. He smiled on remembering the piece he had before Izumi had taken it from him. He slightly grimaced at the thought of his sister. Before smiling again as the bell rang throughout the school, signaling the end of the day. "Hey Yagi. Wanna head to arcade?" Izuku turned around to see Kirishima, Shiro, and Todoroki. He chuckled nervously as he replied. "Sorry, but I'm gonna have to pass. I have a strict training regimen that I have to stick to." Kirishima was still smiling as he patted Izuku's shoulder. "It was worth a shot, see you around Yagi." The 3 boys left, engaging in a conversation, while Izuku resumed packing his bags. Until a hand hit his head. His instincts took over and a fist appeared very close to Setsuna's face. A few mere centimeters were all that stood between his fist colliding with her face. "Ah. I am so sorry, Setsu." Izuku pulled his fist back to see Setsuna a little surprised how fast he could throw a hit. However, a more pressing matter had reappeared and Setsuna furrowed her eyebrows slightly. "Izu. You need to make friends." "But. I have you, Mina, and Kaio." Setsuna began blushing but remained firm in her argument. "I mean guy friends, Izu." "Well, I am happy, scratch that, excited we're in a relationship now. You need actual friends you can hang out with, just think about it. Okay?" Setsuna left with Mina shortly after while Izuku was now in conflict. He did want friends, it would be nice to have some again, but he also wanted to train. He wasn't lying about it being strict. Shiva told him if he took 1 day off, his body in a week would collapse in on itself from the power he held. Today was working on his kickboxing and divine reflection. The light bulb went off in Izuku's mind. At the arcade, Kirishima fist pumped the air as he made a new high score on his favorite game. Todoroki and Shiro, who was still wearing shades, were at a skee-ball machine taking turns. At the entrance Izuku walked in, and his eyes quickly landed on the punching machine he had seen a couple of times. It was designed after a fight his father had with a villain. The best part was that quirks were allowed, however, the punching machine sent that force back to the attacker if it wasn't strong enough. "Hey Yagi." Izuku glanced and saw Kirishima walking up to him. "I thought you had a tight schedule." "Well, I guess just one day couldn't hurt. I'll pick up on training tomorrow." His eyes glanced at the punching machine before turning his gaze back to Kirishima, while Shiro and Todoroki stood off to the side. "Hey Kirishima, wanna have a go?" Izuku gestured toward his target as Kirishima grew a competitive smirk. "Sure, if I win, you have to pay for the food later. And if I win, you pay for it. Deal?" The two shook hands, but as they were sealing the deal, Kirishima saw a dragon behind Izuku instantly intimidating him. He jumped back in surprise only to see the dragon was gone. "Everything alright Kiri bro?" Shiro placed his hand on his shoulder and Kirishima quickly shook off the intimidation. "I'm good Shiro bro. Come on Yagi bro. The quicker I beat you the faster we can get to eating." Izuku gave a firm nod as the two walked toward the machine. Standing next to it was an employee. He glanced at the two and smirked. Easy money." The man waved as he explained the rules to Izuku and Kirishima. "Alright, so here is a quick rundown. Your quirk is allowed, as long as it isn't a projectile quirk, only strength type quirks are allowed. And here is a small waiver that releases us from being sued for any injuries that may be involved." Izuku and Kirishima signed the paper and the man placed it behind the machine and smirked. Behind the machine was a dial of how much force would be sent back. He turned it all the way to realistic, which was the highest setting, and let Kirishima go first. "Careful Yagi bro, you might want to hang on to something." "The FFT, what a chump." Izuku glanced at the man, seeing him snicker, he smirked as he stopped Kirishima's punch. "Hang on a second Kiri bro." The man visibly flinched, thinking he was caught, only to smirk as Izuku pulled his fist back. "Let me go first." Kirishima saw the dragon again, but instead of looking at him, it was glaring at the man. It seemed that when Izuku was serious a dragon would appear to show his strength. "Go ahead, but be careful. I'll wipe that smug look off your face." Izuku pulled his fist back, using only his kickboxing right hook for a test, and punched the machine. Like he expected, nearly nothing was sent back to him. Well, it wasn't nothing to Kirishima and the others. They felt a good amount of air blow them back a step, and yet, the machine was unscathed. The man simply smiled as Izuku's punch barely had any effect on his most prized moneymaker. "Alright Yagi bro, my turn." Kirishima tried stepping up to punch but was held back by Todoroki. "Todo bro." Todoroki was visibly shaking as he gazed at Izuku. The pressure in the room suddenly dropped as Izuku pulled his fist back once more. His eyes began straining a little, but Izuku pushed on. Kirishima once again saw a being form around Izuku, however it wasn't a dragon this time. The being looked like an exact copy of Izuku, except he was way older. Divine reflection. Izuku held his breath as time slowed to a stop. He could move freely while time remained frozen to him, as long as he was focused. Izuku's eyes were becoming dry quickly than he anticipated and used his unfinished move. The fist that surpassed time. With an incredible amount of force Izuku threw his fist toward the machine. As it collided, the machine was torn in half, as Izuku's punch ripped through the machine like it was paper. The man was on the ground staring up in shock that his machine was broken beyond repair, and Izuku had won. Kirishima gulped as he saw the man smile at him before vanishing. He swore the man looked familiar. "Excuse me good sir." The man glanced at Izuku, who held a smug smirk as he held his hand out. "I believe I deserve my reward." Todoroki left the arcade with different types of soba, slightly drooling, and Shiro walked out with an arcade game of his choice, being wheeled out in a cart. Kirishima walked out in grief. He had to pay for their meal. Izuku walked out with 3 giant stuffed animals, 2 guitars, and finally 9 movie tickets to the newest action movie. "Alright guys, food is on me." Kirishima looked up at Izuku with a confused face, while Todoroki was making himself a bowl of soba on a nearby bench. "But you won the bet. Didn't we agree that I would pay if you win?" Izuku rubbed the back of his head sheepishly as he gave his explanation. "Well, you didn't really have a try Kiri bro. And plus I used another punch. My first hit was for the bet, and since it barely did anything, I lost." Kirishima raised his eyebrow curiously before sighing with smile forming. "You know, we really gotta train together." Izuku smiled as he nodded his head. The 4 walked to the nearest restaurant and enjoyed themselves. While the scam artist dramatically mourned for his machine. Meanwhile, Mina and Satsuna were walking home before seeing Izuku leave a restaurant with Kirishima and the others. Well, would you look at that, Izzy found himself some friends. I'm just glad he listened, honestly, I think he only has exercising on his mind. Mina smiled deviously as she turned to Setsuna. So you're admitting that you don't stare at Izuku's shirtless body when he's sparring with Shiva out at the beach. Setsuna received a nosebleed from seeing Izuku panting hard and covered in sweat. No comment. The two ran up to Izuku as he waved goodbye to the guys. Mina jumped into his arms, Izuku catching her bridal style, while Setsuna jumped onto his back. Did you have a good time, Izu? Izuku glanced at the three walking away and smiled. He made new friends, new bonds he knows he can rely on. His gaze met his lizard-loving girlfriend as he began walking. You know, you were right, Setsu. I did need some guy friends. But the tired yawn Izuku entered the classroom, seeing Iida the only one there besides himself, and walked over to his seat. He had barely gotten any sleep due to Shiva scolding him for skipping training and sparring as his punishment. He placed his head onto his desk and tried getting some sleep until his body moved on its own. Izuku glanced up as his body leapt back. His gaze saw that Izumi had thrown a punch and broke his desk as a result. Izumi began laughing as she sat at her desk while Izuku groaned slightly. He really liked that desk. 5 minutes later. Izawa opened the door to a quiet classroom but saw Izuku sitting without a desk in front of him. He took a long and slow drink from a thermos that was in his sleeping bag of mystery before slamming the door shut and crawling away. At first the class thought that meant it was a free day until they heard a booming voice coming from the hallway. I am here. Izumi stared at the door with hope-filled eyes and Izuku smiled brightly. Ashinori, otherwise All Might, opened the door and stood proud. Coming through the door like a hero. It's really All Might. Isn't that his Silver Age costume? He looks even more heroic in person. Soba. Ashinori's eyes landed on Izuku and he knew what the shine in them meant. Today, I will be teaching Heroics 101. And for today we will be doing. 2 cards flew in front of him with a dark green glow around them. The card on the right said battle, while the other card shown training. Izuku smirked while Izumi smiled deviously. Battle. Training. That's right everyone, today we'll be conducting a fight with 2 versus 2. Inko, Recibled, walked in without her mask, smiling, as the wall behind the 2 pro heroes began moving. But, no hero is ever complete without their costumes. Grab your suitcase's number, go get changed, and meet us outside of Fo City 5. Ashinori and Inko left the room as the class grabbed their cases. Izumi sulked slightly that her parents didn't acknowledge her. Izuku smiled upon seeing his costume, to anyone else it was merely plain, but to him it was perfect. Changing rooms. Mineta wore attire that resembled clothing from the Renaissance era. Iida wore a suit of armor that resembled a Spartan, his eyes almost glowing with determination. Kirishima resembled a gladiator from the Roman Empire, and his smirk only grew as his and the rest of them turned to see Izuku. It wasn't anything special. Just his spalders, nail guards, brass knuckles, Goujian sword, and his halberd. His halberd had a leather strap that held it in place on his back. Izuku smiled as his armor he had a custom-made chest plate to match his spalders. He threw on his satchel, and with his other weapons, he walked out first holding a determined smile. Outside was Inko and Toshinori who smiled brightly upon seeing their son. More students walked out. Kirishima and Mineta were complimenting Izuku's hero costume. My lord has armor befitting of a lord. Your name shall be etched forever into the pages of history. Your legacy will be told from generations that are yet to come. Your armor looks tough, Yagi bro. Where did you get them? It was actually a gift from my sensei. And Mineta, your hero costume looks great too. Mineta gasped as he held a hand to his chest. You're too kind, my lord. Izuku chuckled at Mineta's antics. He looked around for Mina and the others before his nose began to bleed. Setsuna wore a skin-tight suit that was a shade of purple, it held all the right places, and her mask matched the color of her suit. She sent a smirk to Izuku with a little teasing. Mina's hero suit was a jumpsuit that covered her torso all the way down to her legs. Dancing did wonders for both of them. She was blushing under his gaze, but managed to send a kiss his way. Ayaka's hero costume matched what she wanted to be, a rock star. She smiled as she walked over to Izuku. She planted a kiss on his cheek before hugging him. I missed you last night, Green. Izuku, if he wasn't training or fighting, would be on the phone with all 3 of them. At first it was due to them not seeing each other for a great amount of time since they were kids. Now it was just so that they would feel assured Izuku made it through another day. I was sparring with Shiva, it was only 2 hours. Izuku hugged back as he felt Kayaka's grip tighten. That's 2 hours too long, dummy. Izuku placed a kiss on Kayaka's head, making her blush up a storm, and held her close. Mina stood on his left, hugging his arm, and Setsuna sat on his shoulders. Inko was taking numerous photos with a hidden camera, while Toshinori smiled, shaking his head slightly. Happy wife, happy life, my son. Now you look like heroes. Indeed, Cybold. Now, for today's lesson. Toshinori pulled out a script as the class listened to him speak. While Izuku shook his head slightly. Dad. We really need to get him proper teaching lessons. 10 minutes later. Inside a bus was Class 1A, while Toshinori and Inko sat at the front, Izuku and the others sat toward the back. Izuku was seated between Satsuna and Kayaka, while Mina sat on his lap, Mineta looking over his seat with Kirishima. Hey Yagi bro, did your sensei give you those weapons too? Izuku nodded as he shown them his halberd. This is for my move that I used on the zero-pointer in the entrance exam. Mina, Momo, Iida and Todoroki remembered seeing the clouds being split in half just like the zero-pointer. Bakugo, on the outside, didn't seem to care. On the inside however he wished he could congratulate him on passing with his own strength. Izumi was outright furious. Izuku was the one that destroyed the zero-pointer and broke the old record of UA. And he was still quirkless. This hit her anger to no end. What's the move called? Satsuna and Kayaka haven't seen it yet, but from Mina's description, it was powerful. Sky Eater. Using all the strength I have in my torso and right arm I swing my halberd down. However, as it was explained from Izuku, it sounded as though Mina was exaggerating just a little too much. Look alive newbies. We're here. The class left the bus in a single file line as All Might and Cybele departed first and stood in front of a 5-story building. Iida was the first to raise his hand. Sensei. Why are we here? Didn't you say we would be fighting? All Might turned to Iida as he explained. While true that most villains' attacks are shown on TV in the day, most villains would rather be inside and away from the media. Inko took over for Toshinori as he coughed slightly, he couldn't hold his hero form like he used to. So rather instead of fighting in an open field, 2 teams will be placed against each other, heroes versus villains. The 2 villains will enter the building and on the 3rd floor will be a faux bomb made from the support and general classes. You can place the bomb wherever you like, as long as it isn't outside of the building and isn't attached to you. Any questions? Answered with silence. Inko smiled and led the class to the viewing room. Here we will be conducting who is placed with a partner. Step up to the machine once your name has been called, grab your paper, and look for your partner. Izuku did a couple of warm-up exercises while his excitement soared through the roof. He was really at UA, with other students, with friends, he was on his way to becoming a hero. His head perked up once his name was called and he walked toward the machine. It deposited a small piece of paper that held the letter E. Izuku looked for his partner, only to see that his partner had found him. Looks like we're on the same team, Deku. Izuku turned around and internally groaned at being paired with Yo. He wore a smile that practically portrayed how he felt. I look forward to working with you. Izuku replied in a monotone voice as he bowed to Yo. This threw the boy off. He wanted Izuku to punch him, he gets expelled, his girlfriends break up with him, and they date him instead. Yo chuckled as his perverted fantasies took over his mind, while Izuku begged to swap with someone. Luckily, Shiva heard his pleads for help. My student needs help, how about you boy? Ejiro, the one with the tail quirk, walked to Izuku as he gave him his paper. Before he could thank Ejiro, Izumi saw this interaction. Sensei. Ejiro and Izuku are trading partners. Izumi smirked before she realized she was replied with silence. Her gaze turned to Inko, who replied with a disappointed glare as she walked to Izuku. I will allow this only once. Anyone else that will try to do so will immediately be suspended from participating. Izuku thanked Ejiro dearly as Yo met his new partner. Izuku's new letter being J and his new partner walked up to him. Greetings, Yagi-san. Izuku's new partner was Momoyoi Rozu. She was smiling brightly while Mina stared on in jealousy, the same with Kayaka and Satsuna, while Mineta pulled out a lute and began rhyming in tune with his lute. Toshinori gained the class's attention by clearing his throat. And now if you look up here. This list will show who you will be facing and who will be villains and heroes. Team B vs Team C. Team F vs Team I. Team G vs Team A. Team J vs Team D. Team E vs Team H. Izuku took notice of the names on Team D and slowly turned his head toward Izumi. She was smiling deviously while her partner was Bakugo. Izumi walked up to Izuku, Bakugo who wished he was on a different team, then she spoke. Just know, Deku. That I'm gonna win and show mom and dad that they have the wrong child. Izuku chuckled before speaking, a walking cane appearing out of nowhere, his eyes glared at Izumi. We shall see, Yagi. On the outside Izumi was hardly affected, however, on the inside it felt she was punched right in the gut. It felt all kinds of wrong for Izuku to call her by their last name. They were brother and sister, no matter how much she tried to deny it, so he always had to listen to her. Right. Our first team is Team G versus Team A. Please head toward the site and take your positions. Team A was Todoroki and Kirishima, while Team G had Sato and Aoyama. The two teams went to the building as the heroes discussed their plan on how to infiltrate the building. Izuku watched closely, anxious to see potentially new quirks, but as his gaze landed on Kirishima, his eyes shone him a color before his vision became normal. Izuku blinked a couple of times before rubbing his eyes. The swirl of colors gone before he could even see it again. What was that? Those colors looked beautiful. The exercise was over the moment it began. Ice erupted from the building and froze over the hero team. The next two teams going up as Team E versus Team H. Ejiro and Yo were on the hero's side, while Uraraka and Shoji were the villains. Who do you think will win, Yagi-san? Izuku turned to Momo with an answer. I don't really know Yaoi Rozu-san, it really depends on who is annoyed the most. Momo laughed softly, thinking Izuku had made a joke, only to see he was serious. But Ejiro. If they were gonna win, they had to work together, not complain how good of a life Izuku is living. Or how the girls he is dating should be dating him instead. Yo would go on and on about this, while Ejiro tried his best to remain calm. Once it was okay for the two to enter the building, Ejiro left without another word. Inside the building, Uraraka was pretty persistent. Through all of the easy letdowns and quick and simple rejections, she still kept asking Shoji if he wanted to go out on a date. He had lost it and began walking to the entrance of the building. Uraraka following close behind. Please, someone, anyone. Shut her up. Shoji heard footsteps coming his way and genuinely smiled and ran to them. Although she was shocked, Uraraka followed Shoji only for them to collide with Ejiro. Uraraka was a little dazed from the collision, while Ejiro took a fighting stance. Tell me where the bomb is. Shoji, instead of talking, only offered his wrists. Before Ejiro could speak, Shoji spoke first. Please, just use the capture tape. The two could hear Yo's voice calling out to Ejiro. The martial artist then had an idea. He explained it to Shoji, and the two smiled. Uraraka had been tied up by Ejiro as Shoji waited for Yo. Hey Tails, where'd you go? We got to work together, right? So listen to me and we can win this. This is boring, I wanna go home. As he turned the corner, he saw Ejiro had finished tying up Uraraka. Out the corner of his eye, Yo saw Shoji next to Ejiro, so he ran and pushed Ejiro out of the way. At least he'll have time to escape. He was indeed tied up by Shoji, but the next part had him in disbelief. Ejiro walked to Shoji, carrying Uraraka, and he was picked up by the larger teen. So, where did you place the bomb again? It's still on the third floor, didn't really have time to move it since. His head motioned over to Uraraka, who had finally noticed what was happening. Ejiro placed her down outside of the building, while Shoji waited with Yo tied up. Hey. Chibi, right. Can you untie me since my partner is gonna win anyway? He held hopeful eyes, but his question was denied as Shoji dragged the two toward the viewing room. Ah, peace and quiet, at last. Viewing room. The class, some howling and laughter, watched dumbfounded that Ejiro and Shoji worked together to capture their own teammates, and Shoji handed Ejiro the bomb. Honestly, Shoji, Ejiro, I feel your pain. Izuku saluted to his fellow classmates. Momo tilted her head in confusion why he was saluting. Well, that was unexpected, to say the least. Unexpected? Before anyone could question what just happened, All Might stepped in. Moving on. While young Ejiro and young Shoji helped them with the tape. The next team shall start. Team B is Mineta and Ibara. While the other team is Mina and Kayaka. At this, Izuku leaned forward, interlocking his fingers as he stared at the giant screen seriously. Kayaka could easily tell where they could be, but if she got caught instead of Mina, it was game over. Ibara seemed to praying as Mineta stretched a little before making a plan. Izuku felt a little ping pain in his body. Shiozaki didn't know that the gods were plotting their demise, but he wouldn't tell her the crushing truth. Not now anyway. With Mina. Kayaka plugged a jack into the wall and listened for the other team. Mina on the other hand went down the stairs and kept going. She had an idea that if Ibara did send her vines in first, their test would be the same like the others. An instant loss for either team. Upon reaching the third floor, Mina saw the vines approaching her. They checked every room and every floor. She tread carefully back as she aimed her hands at the vines. Mina then proceeded to use her acid on the vines, effectively burning them, and it resulted in the vines being retracted. Yes. It worked. Mina ran back up the stairs and made it to the 5th floor. Upon reaching it, she saw Mineta looking through the window, and from the looks of it, he couldn't see them nor the bomb. It was sitting in the center of the room and yet he couldn't see it. Mina gained Kayaka's attention, and the two smirked as Kayaka planted both of her jacks into the wall. Mina opened the window, and Mineta smiled. Hello, thy lord's maiden, may I please have the bomb? Kayaka could practically feel Mina's smug smirk. Let me think. Before an answer could be given, Mineta had fallen off the wall he was clinging onto with the help of his quirk. The wall crumbled as Kayaka used her heartbeat to break it. But I said please. As he fell, Mina couldn't stop herself from laughing. Mineta had fell from quite a drop, but as he threw a ball to soften his landing, he bounced off of it, smirking while doing so, only to face plant into the other building's wall. The bear's vine snaked up the broken wall made by Kayaka to try and ensnare one of them. Mina used her acid again to try and keep them at bay, but the vines kept moving up. From the doorway, Bara walked in and Kayaka used the support gear she asked for. They were speakers on her legs that had an O port for her jacks to send out a powerful bass attack. She plugged both jacks into the speakers, and her attack was nearly stopped by a thick wall of vines. It did heavy damage, but Ibera kept going. As she approached the bomb, she was within arm's length until Mina fired her acid with Kayaka's bass attack. It finally broke through the wall of vines, and Ibera was stunned by Kayaka's attack, while Mina used the capture tape on her. Viewing room. The class was in slight awe. This was the first fight they had witnessed, and Izuku smiled seeing the two work together. Mina and Kayaka would fight over who got to sit next to Izuku or hold his hand. Setsuna was usually the tiebreaker, but seeing them work together for once made him smile. If only they could set the differences aside and choose a place to eat. Izuku had never been that hungry ever since he received Shiva's workout plan that included a dietary plan with it. His mother's katsudon never tasted so good once he was done. I would say they did an amazing job protecting the bomb, wouldn't you say, All Might? Inko turned to Toshinori as the class turned their gazes back to their teachers. I'd say Seibold, even the hero team did an outstanding job, even young Mineta for using manners. All Might wasn't joking about that. He had seen a speedster hero talk a man out of becoming a villain. As he pulled up the next two teams to fight, Bakugo walked up to Izuku, staying out of Izumi's sight. Hey. Izuku turned to Bakugo and greeted him with a handshake. Hey Bakugo, when it's our turn to fight, I just want to tell you good luck. Hearing his last name wasn't big news, but FRM Izuku it hurt. He smirked competitively as well as Izuku. Izuku Yagi. The two left it at that, and Bakugo walked back to Izumi. Where did you go? Izumi glanced around the room, trying to find out where Bakugo had walked off to, and Bakugo merely sat down and told her he was visiting an old acquaintance. And Team F and Team I head to the new building. Izuku saw Iida, Shiro, Setsuna, and Kaminari leave the viewing room. Before Setsuna left, she gave a smile and a wave to Izuku. Villain team. Iida shook hands with the opposing team, wishing them luck. Kaminari smiled at Iida as he and Shiro entered the building. Okay. So what's the plan? Kaminari turned to Setsuna only to see she was missing an arm. This resulted in him fainting. Setsuna groaned that her partner had fainted after seeing her quirk. Until an idea popped into her mind. Inside. Iida spoke to Shiro, who was nodding to every word, and explained what the plan was. First is to eliminate Kaminari due to him being a literal stun gun. And Setsuna would be easy to deal with. Now, once Kaminari comes through that door, we use your tape to apprehend him and Setsuna will fall before even having a chance to get the bomb. All Might's voice was heard on the intercom that the test had began. Iida and Shiro, who was still wearing shades, watched the door. They waited patiently before seeing Kaminari's body fly through it. Now Shiro. The boy launched his tape from his elbows and wrapped Kaminari up in a cocoon of tape. Iida smirked that his plan was progressing just as it should until Seibold spoke through the intercom. Hero team wins. Iida turned around and saw Setsuna reforming herself. She wore a prideful smirk as she walked past the two. Maybe instead of looking down on the weak, you should focus on who really is strong. And with that, Iida devoted his life to winning. Viewing room. Izuku was pulled into a hug from Setsuna as she laughed childishly. Did you hear what I said? God, that was so cheesy. She blushed from embarrassment until Izuku planted a kiss on her cheek. Anything you say is only music to my ears, and that was actually a good line, Setsu. Setsuna only hugged Izuku tighter. But Team J and Team D exit to the building. Izumi smirked as she tightened her gloves. Finally. I can show Deku where he truly belongs, underneath me. Bakugo checked his gauntlets and made sure it worked. Only to receive a dim red glow from the gauntlets. If I am going to be friends with Izuku again, I need to bring my all to this match. Izuku smiled, full of determination, as he walked out of the viewing room with Momo close behind. This is it, the fight that will decide who is superior to who is stronger, who deserves to be in UA. As the four stood in front of the building, Izumi glared at Izuku. Bakugo hardened his glare, determined to win. Momo clutched her chest nervously. The serious presence she was in felt uneasy. She glanced at Izuku and saw his will to win. In turn, Momo took a couple of breaths before focusing on winning. Villain team entered the building. Izumi and Bakugo left Izuku's team, and it was time to make a plan. He knows Izumi would come after him, thus leaving Bakugo alone with the bomb. He looked up as piano wires came out of his fingertips. As if he was a puppeteer. Let the show begin. Hero team entered the building. Izuku walked in calmly as a small melody began playing from the speakers. In the viewing room the class heard the melody from the cameras. Who's playing music? Ayaka, Mina, and Satsuna quickly gave their condolences to Izumi. She had no idea how hard Izuku had trained. With Izumi. As the test began, Izumi walked off. Hey, where are you going? We need to stick together. Bakugo carried the bomb to the 4th floor by himself while Izumi grit her teeth in anger. Bakugo barely managed to hear what she was saying. That damn fucking Deku. I'll show him. I'll show him why he doesn't deserve to be in UA. Why mom and dad should love me and forget him. And with it a sinister smirk formed as she left Bakugo alone with the bomb. In her eyes it seemed as though a devil had formed. Izuku and Momo were walking through the dark halls of the building, Izuku humming his tune, and soon they heard Izumi's footsteps. In front of them Izumi leapt at them with a powerful punch, her strongest one she could use, and directed it to Izuku. Take this, you damn Deku. As her fist collided with Izuku's face, nothing happened. Izumi blinked in surprise before a thin cut, the same size of a paper cut, appeared on her face. She jumped back in pain before seeing Izuku smiling. Poor Izumi. After all these years, all this time, you still don't see me as family. Don't you? Izumi laughed loudly, not knowing everything was heard and saw in the viewing room as she spoke how she truly felt. You? Family. That is another word for being weak. Family holds you back. And I don't have a brother. Only a disgrace to the Yagi name, being quirkless and still getting praised in front of me, absolutely sickens me. Izumi went for another punch, but a deeper cut, like a soft cut from a knife, appeared on her left thigh. She clutched it in pain as she heard Izuku chuckling. So, is that how you really feel? Izumi smirked as she replied, sealing her fate. With every fiber in my body. Izuku looked up and Izumi jumped inside her skin. She never saw Izuku glare or hold no emotion, except she saw pain in his eyes and it threw her off. Then we truly are no longer brother and sister. I believed you would change for the better so that both of us can be heroes, but now I see. Izuku threw his head back as he spread his arms out, it seemed he would catch someone, and his eyes and expression became saddened. But now I see that it will never hope to pass. If I could wish for anything right now, it would be for my sister to come back, but that won't happen. Izumi gritted her teeth as she powered up, and Izuku glared at her. The real Izumi Yagi is dead. And all we have left is a husk of the original. Shut up. Another powerful punch was directed to Izuku, except this time he dodged and more cuts appeared on Izumi. London Bridge. Izumi threw her arms up in an effort to block whatever was cutting her, only to receive cuts where she was unable to block. Is falling down. Falling down. Falling down. Izumi looked up at Izuku to see his hands, covered in something red, spread it across his mouth making a smile. Izuku's smile however sent shivers down Izumi's back. London Bridge is falling down, my fair lady. Then the entire building turned into a 1800s Victorian building. Izumi's clothes resembled what a woman would wear during the Victorian era, as well as Momo, while Izuku wore a black suit. All Might tightened his fist upon seeing this trick before he calmed himself. It is just illusion, a damn good one at that, but why does my son look like him? Izuku continued singing as more small cuts appeared on Izumi. The cuts eventually got to Izumi, and she began to flee, running down the hallway. Izuku's laughter could be heard throughout the building. Izumi worried slightly before she saw another Izuku stand in front of her. This one suit is colored red. You tooketh and you never giveth. What kind of sister are you? Izumi punched the red suit at Izuku however before she saw another Izuku stop her. This one suit is colored gray. Why dear sister? Why hold such hatred against your own brother? Tears streamed down this Izuku's face as Izumi began pulling her arm away from him. She began running once more before a foot had tripped her. She looked up. Yo, see yet another Izuku. The suit was colored green. I never gave up, you know. All of those insults and beatings just became motivation for me to keep pushing forward. This one kicked Izumi away and she tumbled down the hallway. She was helped up by who she assumed was Bakugo, only to see that it was Izuku dressed in a purple suit. I don't hold you against it, all those years, I still think there is that same old Izumi inside. As Izumi's eyebrows furrowed as she tried punching this Izuku. He frowned and disappeared into purple smoke. Izumi took this chance and ran only to run into her parents. Toshinori wearing a bright yellow suit and Inko wearing a luscious green gown. How could my daughter, my everything, commit such a heinous crime? He is your brother Izumi. How could you forget that? The two began laughing as Izumi walked backward slowly. Small tears formed as the other versions of Izuku appeared joining in laughing. Shut it. It was small and meek. She couldn't find her voice. She tried speaking once more but found she couldn't. Another Izuku appeared, but his suit was blue. Maybe. You will see the true error of your ways and we can both be heroes together. I just hope that you can be the same Izumi I knew all those years ago. Viewing room. Cybolt and All Might were trying to get the sound back up, seeing that Izumi was just standing there with a blank look on her face. Izuku walked past her with Momo close behind. They saw the illusions, but couldn't see what was happening to Izumi. Back with Izumi. She placed her hands over her ears as the laughter began turning unbearable. She begged for it to stop, for all of the memories to stop. She felt herself being helped up by something. She looked up in hope only to see the black suit Izuku. Smiling like a devil to her. Tell me, Izumi, have you ever once thought what would happen if you took it too far? What would happen if you told me there was a way for me to get a quirk? I remember. Don't you? Izumi was confused and in shambles. She didn't know what this Izuku was saying or even talking about for that matter. Don't tell me. You really forgot, didn't you? This Izuku began laughing, and soon she was fed up with it and grabbed his throat as her fist, powered up to the max, was pulled back. Tell me then. Tell me what I said. The black suit Izuku stopped laughing as he stared deeply into her eyes. She was at a loss for words. She saw it through his eyes, what she said and what would have happened. Yes, that's it, now you're remembering. The other Izukus were gone as well as Toshinori and Inko. All that was left was Izuku and Izumi. Izuku was about to turn and leave before feeling Izumi tug on his suit. He looked down with curiosity written on his face. Why? Izumi grit her teeth as she grabbed the collar of the suit and lifted Izuku into the air. Why show me? Izuku laughed as the area began returning back to normal. The fake Izuku was slowly turning into black goo that also began to vanish. Why? To show you. There was nothing left as Izumi dropped to her knees hearing the reason. How fucking terrible of a sister you truly are. Meanwhile, Izuku was walking up the stairs, cane in hand, while Momo asked him a question. What did you do? Izuku turned to her with a smile and a raised eyebrow. What do you mean, Yaoi Rozu-san? What did you do to your sister? Izuku's smile vanished from his face as his eyes reflected a cold glare. He spoke in a harsh tone. Izuku Yagi is not my sister. She made it abundantly clear on her part, so I shall do the same. But you would be no different than her, Izuku. He clutched his head, a new and powerful voice had shown itself. He shook his head as he looked at Momo. Come on. The sooner we finish this, the sooner we can all go home. Due to it being dark, Izuku didn't notice the small blush form as he held his hand out to Momo. She gladly accepted it, feeling 3 glares in doing so, and the two arrived at the 4th floor where Bakugo was waiting. Where's Izumi? Izuku smirked as he approached Bakugo. She has been dealt with. Yaoi Rozu-san used the capture tape we were given, and all that is left is you, Bakugo-san. Bakugo noticed the red-stained smile on Izuku, and it triggered something inside of him. He threw both of his arms back and let out an explosion that launched him directly to Izuku. Bakugo-san, you of all people, should know how much I study one such as yourself. Bakugo sent a right hook as Izuku ducked underneath it and used Chiyu. Chiyu, crossbow form. Bakugo tried to counter by using his left, but it was too late. He felt his right arm, lower torso, and left leg go numb. Tortoise ripple. 3 air pellets shot out of Izuku's mouth and hit Bakugo's pressure points for his most relied on limbs. His lower torso is targeted for believing it was the weakest, however this is proven wrong as Bakugo would always remain unfazed. While his right arm was clearly more dominant than his left, the opposite could be said about his legs. He uses his left leg to kick most of the time. Izuku continued his attack as he let out quick jabs to Bakugo as he used his gauntlet to block the onslaught. Yaoi Rozu-san touched the bomb. Izuku was kicked away by Bakugo and he gave chase. Bakugo grabbed Izuku's collar and threw him to the floor before making a halt to the 3rd floor. Momo looked at the bomb and walked over to it, only to be hit in the back by Izumi, who had recovered from Izuku's illusion. Don't think you won just yet. There was small cuts, no bigger than a paper cut, all over her body. The cuts were indeed small, but it was painful as there was several, most were near her joints which restricted some movement. Momo got back onto her feet, her back aching from Izumi's punch, as she made herself a bow staff. The two clashed once more as Bakugo and Izuku fought just below Izumi and Momo. Izuku lunged to use his left hook only for Bakugo to dodge it and use an explosion dead center on Izuku's chest. He realized his mistake and jumped back. He began berating himself for actually harming Izuku before a punch landed on his cheek. What's the matter? As Bakugo flew across the room, he looked to see a glimpse of Izuku. He was smiling as his eyes were glowing slightly. Due to the dim lighting, it would seem they are glowing brightly as he made his claw. Scared of a little challenge? Bakugo smirked, small explosions going off in his hands. If he wanted to fight for real, then he was going to show Izuku he was holding back all those years. That was, until his gauntlets had flashed red. Since you're so much of a damn quirk specialist. You know that to spark my explosions my sweat is nitroglycerin. But do you know what happens if I store it up? Izuku's eyes widened as Bakugo lifted his left arm up and a small pin ejected out for him to pull. Bakugo, if you pull that pin, you realize what will happen, right? An explosion that, not even you, can handle or control. You'll bring the whole building down on us. As much as he wanted to see the explosion, this was just a test. Sure, he gave Izumi a few cuts, but they would heal in no less than a day or two. What Bakugo was planning to us would have them in the infirmary for at least a week. Bakugo seemed to notice this and pulled his finger away from the pin. As Izuku began to relax, Bakugo's eyes turned purely black, as if his pupil expanded and covered his eyes, as a smile formed on his face. A being of evil intent was behind Bakugo, its face contorted as goat horns grew from its head. Bakugo? You okay? Izuku raised his arms up as Bakugo's hand went back to the pin. The colors appeared again, and Izuku saw the evil spirit's colors. It was pure evil, the only color it shone was black, however Bakugo's color was shining brightly. Izuku never saw such a beautiful color in all his life, he wanted to see it more. I am just swell Deku. I never felt better. His finger slowly pulled the pin, and Izuku ran at him full speed. The spirit pulled the pin itself and disappeared laughing. Bakugo snapped back to reality as he saw Izuku, with a worried face, running at him and his gauntlet unleashing the explosion. The whole building shook violently as Izumi and Momo fell through the floor. The cameras were destroyed and all it shone was static. In the viewing room, Inko was seething. She hadn't seen the spirit nor the class. She rushed out while Toshinori watched the static. If he thinks he can do whatever he wants now just because my son is trying to forgive him, he has another thing coming. The entire building was in ruins when Inko arrived. She searched through the rubble quickly. Inko heard more footsteps approach, only to see the class helping and searching for them. One slab of concrete moved and it gained everyone's attention. Kirishima, Mineta, Todoroki and Ejiro lifted the slab up, while Shiro and Satsuna helped Bakugo and Izumi out. You okay? Bakugo was slightly bleeding from his head, while Izumi's left arm was slightly fractured from the concrete. Why yay, I'm fine Bakugo. He smiled before he felt Inko's glare drilling into his back. Bakugo turned around and there she was standing over him. Before she could do anything, however, Izuku's voice rang throughout their ears. Can I get a little help over here? Or do I have to still touch the bomb? As the class turned towards Izuku, they saw he was being helped up by Momo. Inko rushed over and hugged Izuku before quickly checking if he had any other injuries. I don't understand, how did you guys even survive that? Shoji was responded with nods, agreeing with the question, before Izuku nervously chuckled. Well. As for the explanation, I used a technique that allowed me to absorb most of the explosion. Which reminds me. Izuku stood up on his own and punched into the air. An explosion very similar to Bakugo's was released as the class was in awe. Izuku fell back, fainting from holding a powerful attack a little longer than usual, as Inko caught him. Before he succumbed to unconsciousness, there was one thing he was certain of: the gods knew who he was and who his allies were. And they weren't happy. Inside the medical room was Izuku peacefully sleeping on one of the beds. Inko stood next to the door as Recovery Girl explained his condition. I haven't seen such a regeneration factor this fast since. Never. Your boy is something special, Inko. Inko could only remember seeing Izuku bloodied and burned in his fight against Shiva. Her gaze slowly turned to Izumi, who was talking to Bakugo, and she wanted to reach out to her, but she decided against it. Recovery Girl stepped out of the room, with most of the patients who were fine now, leaving Izuku to rest by himself. Izuku's mindscape. But the grown Izuku picked himself up and saw he was in a land that only had a tree on top of a hill with luscious green grass, as far as the eye can see. Near the tree, Izuku could see a couple of people sitting, eating apples. Excuse me, do any of you know where I am? Izuku got a better look at them and nearly stepped back in surprise. It was the men he heard in his head, or in other words, the previous fighters of humanity. Was wondering when you'd get here, kid. Izuku turned around and saw Shiva walking up to him. Except the arms he lost were perfectly fine. Sensei. Where am I? Isn't it obvious? We're inside your mind, kid. This place is what you truly want, a land that has no conflict and everything is peaceful. What you're fighting for. Izuku turned around and the voice he heard during his test stood behind him. His hair was blonde and fangs protruded from the bottom jaw. His eyes were calming blue, and Izuku saw he was holding a bag of candy. Candy? Izuku was offered a lollipop from the man, to which he accepted and wondered who he was. So you taught him everything we know, told him our names, and he still doesn't have a faintest clue of who we are. Another man appeared, this one standing tall wearing blue garment that resembled a sumo wrestler. Red lines were shown on his skin, while his hair is brown with two distinguishing white lines on the sides. His hair was tied up into a ponytail as Shiva greeted the man with a high five. He's a smart kid, Raiden, he'll figure it out. Izuku's jaw dropped to the ground as he processed what Shiva said. He raised his finger up shakily as he pointed at Raiden. Why you mean H's? He smirked as he flexed his muscles. The one and only. Raiden Tamaman, the strongest Rikishi, at your service Izuku Yagi. Shiva smirked as the two bumped fists. And damn it if it ain't true. Izuku beamed at meeting the man who fought his teacher. However, that struck his mind, the memory of Raiden showing how he lost his fight against Shiva, and they knew what Izuku was thinking. So, you probably have a lot of questions. Izuku could only describe the man as royalty. He wore a blindfold over his eyes wearing expensive silk robes. His smile shone he went through life's harshest moments. You might want to sit down, Yagi. Izuku sat down, Raiden and Shiva sitting next to him, as each of them told him their experience of Ragnarok. Izuku couldn't believe Shiva was one of the gods that wanted to end humanity. From Raiden it sounded like he simply wanted a good fight, and from him only then he received his wish. The man with blonde hair is Buddha, someone who truly knew humanity's worst side, but he still fought for them. Qin Shi Huang, the emperor to lead the Qin dynasty, fought the god Hades and survived. Izuku listened and felt a storm of emotions inside him. Were the gods simply misjudged? A sickening crunch could be heard as Buddha broke his jawbreaker on a stick. Oh, sorry about that. Buddha resumed eating his candy, pulling it away from Raiden like a child, while Izuku put two and two together. The gods were both good and evil. And that's why we're trying to end it. Shiva stood up as Izuku began fading. He panicked before Buddha placed a hand on his shoulder. Don't worry, it just means you're waking up, and Izuku. He looked up at Buddha whose expression was slightly saddened. Don't end up like your sister, everyone strays from the light, but they can always find their way back with a little help. But that final piece of advice Izuku woke up and he found himself pinned to the bed. He opened his eyes to be met with Mina's sleeping face. He looked further down to see Kayaka laying on his chest and Setsuna laying near his legs. He tried moving, only to be pinned back down by them. Girls. See, can I get up please? All three of them huffed as they remained in place. Izuku sighed before smiling, his arms wrapped all three of them into a hug as he enjoyed the moment of peace. Remember, this is what you are fighting for, Izuku. Raiden's voice rang through his head as he looked at the now smiling faces of his girlfriends. His goal became more clear after his brawl with Bakugo. The gods weren't going to idly sit while he grew in power. This meant he needed to grow even stronger to not only protect humanity's fate, but to protect the ones he loves. Classroom 1A. Momo paced around the room as she worried for Izuku. She didn't receive any injuries due to Izuku using his body to stop the slab from landing on her. The crack she heard once it hit Izuku was definitely not a good sign, and yet, he still stood up with little to no help from her. Yeah, Momo, you okay? Her childhood friend, Todoroki, asked in concern. She smiled as she replied. I am fine, Toto. It's Yagi-san that I am worried about. His back sustained a really bad injury. I don't think he can walk for a few weeks, days if he is lucky. Just then the door slid open to reveal Izuku standing on his own with his signature smile. The class was silent upon seeing him, and he nervously scratched the back of his head. Hi. Soon he was crowded by them, most were asking for tips on training, while a handful of people actually asked how he was feeling. Yagi bro, that was insanely manly. We definitely got to train some time. By chance, can you teach me that move you used for Bakugo's explosion? Are you sure you're fine walking on your own? I can make a pair of clutches for you. Yagi-kun. When are we gonna go out? My lord. Are you okay? Do you need me to retrieve more medical aid? Izuku waved his hands frantically as he answered the questions to the best of his ability. However, he didn't respond to one certain person. Across the room he saw Izumi packing her bag with the latest school assignment, and she made her way to the entrance. Hold on guys, I'll be right back. Buddha's words echoed inside his head as he ran after Izumi. As the two made it to the entrance she stopped and Izuku was a few feet away. Why? Izuku took one step before he jumped back slightly. Izumi. I know that we both said some things and I just want to apologize. We can both be heroes just like you wanted. Izuku smiled softly, remembering that day. It was before they went to the quirk doctor. Izumi stated that they will both be great heroes, that no villain could stand a chance against them. Don't. Izuku looked at Izumi as her eyes, they were slightly red, and she was frowning. Don't. Just stop. Why do you always have to be such a pain? Izuku took another step before Izumi flicked her finger. A small gust of air shot out. Izuku took the small gust head on as he remained unfazed. Why? Do you always have to play hero? He tried to speak, but Izumi continued. I hate it. You are quirkless. Quirkless. No quirk whatsoever. Nothing. How can a damn nobody become a hero? Izumi stared at Izuku as his face portrayed his emotions. He was being compassionate and tried reconnecting with his sister, taking Buddha's words to heart. Through hard work and determination, Izumi. I worked hard to get where I am today, and the people I met along the way made me the man I am today. Izumi stood in place as Izuku continued to speak. I made friends. I made enemies that want to kill me. And I made promises I am not sure I can keep. But I am not going to let my sister become a stranger. Izumi simply turned away and began walking. Izuku knew it would take time, maybe even years before she accepts he is strong, but he would wait for that day. Mina jumped onto his back, and his smile reappeared as Kayaka planted a kiss on his cheek with Setsuna being on his shoulders. From afar, Izumi watched Izuku smiling. Her fist tightened before she walked away. And you see why I'm mad, Izuku? A stray tear was wiped away before it fell. I want to stand by your side, I want to fight with you by my side, but it's obvious you don't need my help. Izumi left UA's grounds and went home to the Bakugo household. Meanwhile, a man with dark gray skin was walking fast to a room full of laughter. He grit his teeth in anger upon hearing it. The man kicked the double doors down as he spoke. You damn idiots. Why the hell are you lot laughing? That fucker is still alive. A man with short brown hair dressed like a pastor stood up and approached him. The Damas, for once, can't you see? We have succeeded in exploiting the fool. We now know who he cares and respects for, which brings you into play. The Damas, the Roman god of conquest, listened to the man. He grit his teeth as a human was brought into the room in a tank that was filled with medical equipment. Do you really think I am gonna rely on some damn fucking human, Beelzebub? Do you take me for some fucking joke? Beelzebub, or in other words the devil, remained calm as he spoke. Nothing of the sort, Damas, the human is merely a distraction, your job is to eliminate the boy by any means necessary. Even if it means holding one hostage. The Damas grit his teeth before smirking. He couldn't ever understand Beelzebub, but damn it if he didn't know how well he knew him. Fine. Where am I stopping by first? This time an old man with white hair and white beard and mustache gave Adamas a picture of a bar somewhere in Camino Ward. What is this for? The ho-ho. That's your first stop, enlist some recruits or join under falsehood. They need some help, you see, they plan to kill the boy's father. And might I say, they are quite close to succeeding. The Damas internally wanted to shout and yell at him, but held his tongue. It would be foolish to fight his youngest brother, Zeus. Fine. That doesn't mean I like it, but if it means for the glory of us gods, so be it. The Damas picked up his scythe and walked out of the room. Beelzebub went back to a lab while Zeus leaned back in his chair. A picture of Izuku smiling with his classmates was shown, another being of the USJ. Zeus laughed once more before he spoke. Well, Shiva, it's time to put your little student to the test. What shall dear Izuku Yagi do now? Ha 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 ha. Laughter echoed throughout where he resided, and that was the home of the gods, Valhalla. Izuku woke up to a bed with Mina, Kayaka, and Setsuna. His face blushed as he crawled out of bed, trying his best not to wake them, before leaving his home for his daily jog. As he tied his shoes, he couldn't shake off the feeling of being watched these last few days. Near the corner of his eyes he would always see someone watching from afar, but before he could see them they vanished. Izuku shrugged his shoulders and left his home with a piece of toast for breakfast. Maybe later I can take the girls out for a date, we haven't had much time to ourselves that often. Every time he tried having alone time with his girlfriends, some classmates would show up and turn it into a friendly outing. During his jog this time, however, he felt as though he was being watched from every direction. He took new turns and made sure he wasn't followed before sprinting home. Izuku heard footsteps chasing him, and as he skidded to a stop to fight them, he saw there was no one. Izuku chose to head back home early that day. 5 minutes later. Upon entering his home, Setsuna hid behind him as Kayaka and Mina smiled with their eyes closed. Okay, what happened now? Setsuna was the one to speak first. They are being mean for no reason, Izu. Izuku saw a very visible tick mark appear on their foreheads. Oh, I wouldn't call using up my shampoo for your tangled hair a reason. And I wouldn't say eating all of me and Midori snacks up in one night a reason. Setsuna suddenly felt the room turn cold as Izuku turned around with the same face Kayaka and Mina were making, except he was smiling wider. It was at this she realized the situation she placed herself in. You ate my cookies. Tick marks appeared all over Izuku's face as Setsuna smiled nervously. And maybe at UA. Setsuna was sitting on Izuku's lap as she was given affection by all of them. Mina cooed at the way her hair was made, being 2 ponytails on the sides of her head as she played with the hair accessories. Kayaka was singing softly as Setsuna was dressed in a frilly dress from the Victorian era. And Izuku was wearing his black suit once more as he patted her head. She was blushing wildly, she was comfortable with being the one in charge, but now that she was being punished, she wasn't used to being complimented. Hey Yagi bro. "Oh, nice dress Tokage-san." Satsuna hid her face behind her hands as steam left her ears. Izawa walked in only to see Izuku dressed like a gentleman with Satsuna, dressed like she was going to Sunday school. He took a sip of his coffee, appreciating the silence, before he spoke. "As you all know, All Might and Cybele taught Heroics 101 yesterday, and for the most part. Good work." Most of the classes let out a breath they didn't know were holding until Izawa's hair began floating and his eyes glowing red. "However, I cannot accept Yagi's and Bakugo's behavior. It doesn't mean I am picking one, I mean both. Izuku, next time, use your wires to apprehend them, don't use your illusions on classmates." "Why yes, sensei." He knew it was wrong, but he needed to show Izumi what her words and actions had done. "Bakugo, I don't know what happened, but if you pull a stunt like that again you are expelled. Am I clear?" "Crystal, sensei." Bakugo rubbed his head in pain, the small wound he sustained was gone, but it felt as though someone or something forced his darkest thoughts to be released. "Izumi, I don't know what history you have with your brother, but here at UA we do not condone such words. Next time you demeanor a classmate you are expelled, am I understood?" "Yes, sensei." Izumi couldn't care less, what she did care for was Izuku holding up to his word. "Great. Now put on your hero costumes, and if they are damaged, wear your gym clothes. We'll be taking a little field trip." Izawa left without another word. Thankfully Izuku's clothing was barely damaged, so he still got to wear his spolders and clothing. He picked up his weapons and tools before leaving first. Upon entering the bus the same feeling of being watched had shown itself, and Izuku could have sworn he heard small laughter. He shook his head once more before sitting in the far back. "Sensei, can you hear me?" It wasn't long before he received a response. "Yay, what did you need Izuku? You can feel it, can't you?" Izuku only heard silence before Shiva spoke again. "Yay, I can feel it alright, keep your head on a swivel. I'll be there if things get carried away." Izuku thanked Shiva and opened his eyes to see everyone on the bus. Izawa stepped onto the bus and sat in the driver's seat. "Alright, where we're going is called the USJ. We're going to Universal Studios Japan." Uraraka had stars in her eyes before her expectations were shot down. The unforeseen simulation joint. Zero's body jumped before maintaining stillness. "It's a place where you will learn to handle disasters. Such as hurricanes, shipwrecks, mass fires, and landslides. So in other words we'll be working like rescue heroes. Correct Yagi?" Izuku smiled secretly for Izumi, no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't get rid of the side that loved heroes just like him. Mina slept on Izuku's chest, sitting on his lap, while Kayaka rested her head on Izuku's shoulder, listening to music with him. Satsuna was glad her punishment was over, oh how wrong she was. Meanwhile. "So, do we have a deal?" The voice from a computer screen spoke as Adamas hid his anger. "Of course, you receive medical aid and entry to Valhalla, and I am given villains to attack the USJ. Adamas could feel the man smile as he spoke. "We will get along just fine Adamas. Kurogiri, initiate phase 1. The man of purple smoke behind the bar's counter nodded before making a portal underneath Adamas. Once he was through he found himself not that far away from the USJ. He smirked as villains began popping up and they marched toward the secret entrance. Adamas smiled sickly as an image of Izuku appeared in his mind. "Don't worry, I'm gonna make the most of this by torturing you slowly as your friends die one by one." Maniacal laughter could be heard faintly as the bus stopped in front of the USJ. Izawa stepped off the bus and stood at the entrance. Uraraka smiled upon seeing the other hero. "It's the space hero 13. I love 13. Izuku chuckled softly and very quietly, seeing Uraraka fangirl seeing her favorite hero. "Well, I can see someone is a fan, but yes. I am 13 and today I will be helping with today's rescue training." As she began explaining what they will be doing, Mina noticed Izuku tense up. He would glance all over before trying to listen to 13 only to glance again. "Midori, is everything okay?" Mina held worry in her eyes as Izuku looked at her. He smiled before patting her head. "Everything is gonna be fine Ashai, trust me." Mina visibly relaxed but still worried. 13 finished her explanation and the class and teachers went inside. Upon entering a series of amazed comments were heard. The USJ held areas specific to natural disasters. Izuku felt a chill in the air and took a stance, while Izawa noticed this and looked around the USJ. It wasn't until they heard a voice. "Be grateful mortals for I, Adamas, god of conquest. Shall bring an end to your existence." Izuku, Mina, Kayaka, and Satsuna's eyes widened upon hearing Adamas. "He's a god." Kirishima however thought this was an act. "Cool. You even got fake villains." Izawa gripped onto his capture gear before running down the stairs. "These aren't fake, they are real villains. 13, protect the students." Izawa kicked a villain in the jaw and flipped over them to pin one down, before knocking that villain out with his elbow. As he looked up he saw Izuku in the air, and his leg pulled back. Jiu, halberd form. No one else noticed, except for Adama's, as Izuku's eyes shone divine reflection and his leg twitching slightly. Divine axe, white tiger crescent moon. The powerful gust of air, similar to a tornado, rendered most villains unconscious. More villains kept appearing before Adama's shown himself. With his scythe he sliced a villain in half in one swift movement. The villain's torso fell as their legs remained standing before eventually falling over. Izuku grit his teeth as Izawa stood next to him. "Friend of yours?" Izuku smirked as he responded. "You could say that, but first we need to deal with these guys." Izuku pointed to the villains that surrounded them. The two nodded and Izuku used his capoeira and judo training, while Izawa used his knowledge. The class watched in awe as Izawa and Izuku took down several villains. Izumi tried running into the fray as well, but was stopped by Bakugo. "Babe. What are you doing? We need to get out of here." It's what Izuku would have wanted, he can handle this. Bakugo, as much as he wanted to join the fight, knew his top priority right now was protecting Izumi. She tried freeing herself, but Bakugo's grip told her that he was not letting it be up for debate. Ryo stood behind a couple of people and watched in fear. He became a hero just for the fame and cause Izumi and Bakugo told him to. This was his very first experience with villains. Kirishima ran up to the front and punched down a villain. 13 activated her quirk, and the villains were kept at bay, fearing they would be sucked into oblivion. Kirishima stood next to 13 for any villains that made it past. "Iida. Run back to UA and get help. My communicator isn't working." Haminari used his quirk as he provided another wall of defense. Ibara made a wall of vines to protect the class from any stray electricity. Iida only nodded before running out. Yo saw his opportunity and tried following only to be stopped by Kurogiri, who formed himself as a wall. "I am terribly sorry, but I can't allow you to leave. You see Mr. Adamas is eager to kill one Izuku Yagi. And I intend to help him proceed his plan." For Shigaraki. Bakugo leapt at Kurogiri and launched explosions, while Izumi flicked gusts of air at him. It seemingly did nothing before he made himself expand and separate the class. Izuku looked up to see that the class was dispersed while the lucky few who weren't were Momo, Yo, Todoroki, and 13. Where are they? Izuku looked at the zones and took notice of gates popping up before they vanished. "I need to wrap this up now." "Alright, you guys want to fight, I'll give you a fight." Izuku's body grew in height as his attacks became more powerful. Due to training his muscles grew so much he compressed them tightly, hiding his true height. Izuku now stood 6 feet and 11 inches. With his right fist he used Raiden's move. He straightened out his arm and lunged at 3 villains, and the move launched them into the air. Where Izawa was able to snag them and make them plummet back down, rendering them unconscious. Ikuichimonji. Izuku proceeded to use it on more villains, while Todoroki spoke in awe. He did. Did he just clothesline a villain? 13, under her mask, smirked at Izuku. Indeed he did. Todoroki, make some ice to create a wall. Todoroki snapped out of his amazement and made a wall of ice, some of it freezing over villains, and they were safe for now. Izuku kept up with Izawa by flinging villains up into the air, and he brought them back down. It worked for the most part as villains were slowly backing away from the duo. "How you holding up, problem child?" Izuku chuckled as he punched a villain. "I could do this all day." "Coming from you, I'd believe it." Kirishima shone up and knocked out 2 villains. He hardened his skin and reduced the damage he took on, while using his strength to fight alongside his teacher and classmate. Before Izuku or Izawa could reprimand him, Kirishima shone he was handling himself quite well. Every time he yelled he mimicked a lion's roar, scaring the villains, and Izuku smirked as he grabbed a villain's head. "Let me go, you hero scum. I think you need to take a nap." Izuku smashed his head into the villain's face, breaking their nose and a couple of teeth falling out, while Izuku remained unfazed. Jaizo's embrace. Izuku used Kikuichimonji and threw villains up into the air while knocking them unconscious. Adama simply smirked, finally noticing how Izuku is using Raiden's moves. As simple as it is, it's taking a toll on his body. His skeleton can't handle his newfound strength, so they are literally being ground to dust by his own muscles. Adamas whistled and Kurogiri made 2 portals appear. One was the container of Beelzebub's experiment while the other was from their partner. The giant black bird monster stood up and saw Izuku fighting. It screeched at the top of its lungs, shattering a few lights as it leapt toward Izuku. Izawa used his quirk, but it shone little to no effect as it still made a beeline to Izuku. "Yagi." Izuku turned toward Izawa only to see the Nomu standing at his height. Its fist reared back for a punch while Izuku put his arms up and moved his muscles to his arms. In doing so it made a wall of flesh as the Nomu kept punching. "Miyama." Izuku grit his teeth as his bones were slowly breaking. He dodged the Noma's punches and kept most of his muscles in his arms as he grabbed its leg. Wild boar. With intense grip strength, Izuku managed to rip the Noma's leg clean off before seeing it grow an entire new leg back. What the? The Nomu grabbed Izuku's face as it slammed him into the ground repeatedly. Aizawa and Kirishima rushed to Izuku's aid only to be stopped by more villains. Izuku grunted as he kicked the Nomu away. He looked up and ran at the Nomu before he jumped onto his hands but gripped into the ground as he used his legs. As the Nomu regained its bearings, it looked up to see the soles of Izuku's feet coming down fast. It raised its arms into a block only for Izuku's feet to slam into its shoulder joints. Shishimai. The Nomu was temporarily disarmed and Izuku took this opportunity to use a move he copied from Shiva. Tandava. Izuku threw jabs that were twice as fast than the Nomu could keep up with. Adamas grit his teeth in anger of Izuku using Tandava. The Nomu punched Izuku away and gave chase only to see Izuku's soles again as he leapt in the air and kicked its head. Dropkick. Izuku smirked as the Nomu became stunned and he unleashed his attacks. Jiu, spear form. Izuku's hand made a claw and it pierced the Noma's head. It screeched as it violently swung its arms. Mountai dragon claw. Izuku removed his claw and the Nomu fell, black liquid flowing out of the 3 holes in its head. Kurogiri and the villains remained frozen in place as they saw the Nomu die. Sensei said that thing was designed to kill All Might. How can a simple child kill it with one move? Izuku turned back to the villains, his bones now quietly cracking, smirked as he took on his stance once more. So, any takers? The villains rushed Izuku all at once with most of them yelling. He yelled as well with Kirishima and Aizawa right behind him for support. Meanwhile, in the shipwreck zone, Mineta stood up, slightly dazed from the portal, and looked around to see villains waiting in the water. Next to him were Ibara and Kaminari. He smiled as light shined down on him. Truly, a blessing from the Lord. Mineta woke Kaminari and Ibara up and explained what was happening. Kaminari simply went to the edge, quirk activated, and made it look like he was gonna jump. The villains all swam away in fear, while Ibara made them a bridge out of her vines to safety. Landslide zone. Ayaka used her base attack as Mina used her acid. Villains kept approaching them with lust-filled looks on their faces. Mina felt a ping of fear throughout her body before Ejiro and Shoji showed up. The 4 of them quickly beat the villains and regrouped with the others out of sight. Typhoon zone. Sira used his tape to encase a villain, while Izumi protected Bakugo. He tried using his explosions, but due to the full rain he couldn't. This is why I fucking hate the rain. Siro chuckled quietly before receiving a slap from Izumi. Earthquake zone. Satsuna used one of her eyes to keep watch on nearby villains while she remained hidden. Behind her was Uraraka, who fought off a couple of villains before joining her, Sato and Aoyama. Once they were out of the zone, they made sure they were a good distance away, meeting up with Kayaka and her group as Aoyama made a beam into the sky. But Izuku saw this beam and was brought some relief that his classmates were smart enough to either fight a few or none at all. Mineta shone up and took down a villain that was about to cut Izuku with their quirk. Mineta, now is not the time. My lord, I am your squire. Wherever you rumble, I am inclined to follow. Izuku and Mineta fought off villains, while Kirishima picked up a piece of concrete that resembled a club. Mineta used his small stature to his advantage and took down many villains. The Damas threw a temper tantrum as Izuku and the others were succeeding in beating the villains. No. 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 This isn't supposed to happen. Wake up, you damn human, and fight for me. The container opened up with a hiss and smoke fell out of the box. Inside was a human with pale blue hair and red eyes. He gripped the handle of a sword before lunging at Izuku, who barely managed to dodge, which resulted in a cut. Objective, kill Izuku Yagi. Kurogiri recognized him right away and tried to rejoice only to see that he did not recognize him. Izuku pulled out his Gaujian sword and fought his new opponent, while Adamas laughed wildly. How do you like that? He was made by Beelzebub to kill you, mortal. Izuku grunted in pain as he shrunk back down in size, restricting his powerful attacks as he fought the man with the sword. So, I'm guessing we can't talk this one out. The boy, same age as Izuku, merely sneered and used his sword to conjure a beam of fire. Izuku dodged the beam and looked back up to see that he was in the air with his sword coming down. Die, for the glory of Valhalla. Izuku blocked the sword with his own, and with his left hand used Raiden's strongest move. He started by focusing nearly all of his strength into his legs before thrusting his left palm forward. The sound it emitted eliminated sound to everyone else in the area. It effectively stunned his opponent, who was dazed and disoriented for taking the hit head-on. Itagarasu. Izuku took this opportunity to pin him to the ground. Who are you? He opened his eyes before speaking. My name is Tenko Shimura, Siegfried, and I will carry out the judgment of the gods. Tenko kicked Izuku off of him and picked up his sword again. This time Izuku had gotten a clear look at Tenko. He wore what could only be described as German knight armor, and from the name, he was probably half German. What he couldn't wrap his head around, however, was that he was human and was fighting for the gods. Does he not know what they're doing? What they're planning? Izuku glanced at Adamas as he dragged his thumb over his neck, smiling. It was obvious Adamas believed Tenko was capable of beating Izuku, since he could stand against him, even after being hit with Yatagarasu. Izuku smirked and lifted his sword as Tenko lifted his. Then I suppose I'll carry out humanity's will and help you see the light once more, Tenko, that is my vow. The two sprinted at each other, and their swords made sparks fly every time they clashed. Tenko dodged Izuku's counter and used his sword to try and pierce through Izuku's heart. Izuku managed to dodge the attack narrowly. The tip of Tenko's sword cut his left arm before he brought his sword up for a downward swing. Tenko brought his sword up and placed his left hand on the flat side, supporting the defensive capabilities further as Izuku slammed his sword onto his. He was skilled, but so was Izuku. He managed to dodge every attack he made, but so did his opponent. Aizawa watched as the two fought. Such speed. If I take one step and I'm done for. I need to trust problem child. Kirishima, Mineta. Fall back. The two ran up the stairs, fighting off a few villains, as Aizawa followed. Todoroki made an opening through his ice, allowing them to leave. Izuku and Tenko both clashed as their swords hit against each other. It caused a slight tremble they both felt in the earth. He felt strong emotions coming from him, the most strongest one. The opponent was scared and confused. Izuku used his sword to disarm him and quickly smashed his head into his opponent's, and he fell unconscious. He doesn't even know he's being used as a weapon. He looked up at Adamas, who was slightly distraught that Izuku managed to knock out his weapon. Which means he still has a chance. Izuku picked him up while Adamas grit his teeth in anger. He finally had enough and leapt toward Izuku with his scythe ready to slice him in half. Before the scythe could cut Izuku, he threw Tenko to the exit, where Aizawa saw him fall on the stairs, and Izuku pulled out his halberd. I am tired of you fucking humans. Izuku locked eyes with Adamas and saw the anger he held toward humanity. All of you should just die. Us gods don't even need you little mortals only live today for our entertainment. The end of humanity is upon us. And you will be the first to die. Adamas quickly flipped his scythe, and the blade went underneath Izuku's halberd, and the blade's tip slowly dug into his chest. Izuku fell to one knee as Adamas smirked. I am the god of conquest, and you are nothing more than a mere mortal. You have nothing and you will die as nothing. Die, you wretched vermin. Izuku grit his teeth as the scythe digged deeper into his skin. With a mighty yell, Izuku threw his head into Adamas' face, breaking his nose, and used the other end of his halberd to hit Adamas away. Izuku panted as Adamas stood up and clapped slowly. Not bad, human, not bad at all. You do have overwhelming strength, I'll give you that much. But I think now is the time to end this little game. Adamas threw his scythe at Izuku as he ran at him with full speed. He used his halberd to deflect the scythe, and Adamas was close enough for a punch. However, he hadn't noticed Izuku's leg was pulled back. Jiu, halberd form. White tiger crescent moon. The kick sent pain throughout Adamas' body as the wind was knocked out of him. He dropped to his knees, and Izuku threw his arm back and held the tip of his halberd. His left arm gripped onto his Goujian sword as he brought it down swiftly. Jiu, sword form. Adamas used his left arm in an attempt to hit Izuku, but he used his sword to cut Adamas' arm off. And cut. With the remaining amount of strength, Izuku slammed his halberd forward down onto Adamas, effectively ripping through him. Sky Eater. Outside near the entrance, everyone heard the sound of metal being ripped open and saw the ceiling of the USJ and the sky splitting apart. All Might broke through the doors and saw Class 1A sitting there in silence. Is everyone okay? They were unresponsive as their gaze was attached to the center of the USJ. All Might followed their gaze and saw Izuku, standing with his halberd in one hand and his Goujian sword in the other, standing over Adamas. The god was missing an arm with a huge cut running over his chest. Izuku lifted his sword to Adamas' neck as he spoke. Yield. And I will spare your life. Just this once. Adamas was beyond angry and tried attacking Izuku, only to be sent back to Valhalla by Kurogiri. Izuku looked up and tried lifting his halberd up to the best of his ability, before Kurogiri simply held his hands up and dropped to his knees. That boy who you were fighting with the sword, his name is Tamura Shigaraki. Please take care of him, he has already been through enough. Izuku let go of his sword and halberd as he dropped to his knees. He looked over at Adamas' side that was stuck in the wall and smirked. His first victory against a god, and it was one that represented war at that. Take that. Izuku fell unconscious, and the heroes had finally arrived. Zeus chuckled seeing it all play out as Beelzebub was in anger that his experiment was taken. This boy certainly is strong, don't you think so? Beelzebub only left the room in silence as Zeus spoke to himself. Izuku Yagi. This may be more troubling than we had previously thought. This victory for Izuku gave him time to rest and be at peace. However, it not only made him known amongst the gods, it also made Izuku a target for revenge. Izuku was rushed to the hospital as police tried pulling Adama's scythe out of the wall. Even All Might had trouble in doing so, while Class 1A were sent to their homes. The girls tried going with Izuku but weren't allowed, which deeply upset them, however they understood. UA issued a 2-week break from school while they upped their security. Mina was in tears, so was Kayaka, while Satsuna was hoping that Izuku was fine. Mineta, upon arriving home, looked at the sets of weights his parents had gotten him. His eyebrows furrowed and he placed the heaviest weights on and began to work out. If he was going to fight alongside his lord, he needed to become stronger. Kirishima was in a public gym, and numerous bodybuilders were cheering for him as he lifted heavy weights just like Mineta. Bakugo, during his break, stuck to his original workout plan. However, Izumi would notice him mumbling about equations and experiments. Io berated himself and worked on his courage. Izumi only took on a more difficult workout. And the rest of the class enjoyed their break, either by hanging out with friends or making new ones. Valhalla. Zeus was writing something down in his office before hearing someone fighting outside of his room. He smirked upon knowing who it was and opened his doors with a button sitting on his desk. The doors hadn't even budged before Shiva broke through. His face was contorted in anger as he slammed his only fist onto Zeus's desk. "What the hell were you thinking?" Zeus smirked as he spoke. "I don't have the faintest clue on what you're talking about, Shiva. You're gonna have to be more specific." The Hindu god sneered as he could practically feel how smug and sarcastic Zeus is. "Why did you break the peace treaty? We made it entirely for the sole purpose of leaving humanity alone to prosper. Why did you attack?" Zeus stood up and walked up to Shiva. With only the back of his hand he slapped him away and into the wall. Shiva crashed into the wall and spat out some blood. After all these years, Zeus still remained the strongest god. What you should be asking yourself is, why are you working with such lowly beings? You're a god. Act like one. Shiva stood up and his body ignited. Zeus simply chuckled. "Oh, stop, you know how this will end. Now put your firework display away. Then we'll talk." Shiva internally groaned and his body returned to normal. The two sat down and Zeus poured himself a cup of wine. "Care for a taste? My son, Dionysus, loves wine. Became a god just for that reason." Zeus treated this as though it was a casual meeting. Shiva took a cup of water instead. "Why?" Zeus finished his cup before speaking. The glare in his eyes was enough for Shiva to understand. "Why? 'Cause his damn existence is a threat to all beings. Not just us gods, but to the very titans themselves. Shiva. Do you even know the capabilities this boy has? The raw strength and power untouched by anyone except for him. Izuku Yagi is indeed the best choice for humanity's will. But there was a catch. If he were to defeat the gods, the titans would try to put humanity back into submission, and thus the wielder of humanity's will must always protect humanity, even if humans become its worst enemy." Shiva knew this and still chose Izuku for the task. He didn't know what would happen, but in his gut, he felt that Izuku would not be swayed. "That is why I am training him, Gramps. If he has a good role model for him, he won't turn out like him." Shiva grit his teeth in anger, remembering the previous holder of humanity's will. He was just like Izuku, except his teacher was Adamas. The god of conquest filled his head with nonsense, saying that he was fighting for the weak instead of the strong. Humanity's will has since then taken precautions. If a human were to ever make the same mistakes as him, the power will find a new host, thus Izuku being the newest wielder. This didn't go as planned with Adamas and his student. They were sent into a rage, and he commanded his student to start butchering the human race, resulting in Ragnarok to take place. Fortunately, Adamas' student had lost his life in Ragnarok facing Buddha, which deeply affected Adamas. "What makes you think this one is special?" Shiva tightened his fist before letting go his anger. "Izuku Yagi is the best candidate for it, Gramps. I haven't seen anyone have more drive and determination for saving people. And if he returns..." Zeus groaned as he rubbed his eyes. "I know, Shiva. I know, I simply fear the day when he arrives again, and who would be his new host." Shiva smirked as he walked out of the office. "Don't worry, Gramps, if Gabriel shows his ugly mug again, my student and I will be there to take him on." Zeus remained silent as Shiva left his office. He stood up and walked to his wall behind him. Slightly moving the painting of his late wife Hera revealed a small keypad. Typing in the code, it revealed a long corridor leading into darkness. Zeus slowly chuckled before laughing upon reaching the end of the long hallway. At the end was Hagen's body in a capsule, Beelzebub covered in cuts and bruises working tirelessly, and Zeus smiled as he placed his hand on the capsule. "Let us see if your student really can defeat the new demon lord of the sixth heaven." The hand was placed alongside Zeus's as he laughed. Meanwhile, Izuku woke up and was surrounded by his classmates. He sat up, trying to at least, before realizing his girlfriends were laying down on top of him. Kirishima was the first one to speak. Yagi, who and what was that guy? Izuku jumped slightly before groaning. He didn't want to reveal it to anyone at all. As he opened his eyes, Shiva came bursting into the room with tons of gifts and balloons. Izuku? Are you alright? I couldn't find that stupid USJ place you were talking about. I'm sorry. I failed you as a teacher. Shiva finally noticed the whole class of 1A staring at him with wide eyes. Well, Izuku deadpanned at his teacher. Smooth Shiva, real smooth. Mineta jumped in front of Shiva and took on a stance. The god simply chuckled before flicking Mineta's forehead, and the small teen flew out the window. Now, where were we? Mineta bounced back through the window and nearly managed to punch Shiva. The god was impressed by Mineta's small spurt of strength in a short amount of time. He threw Mineta down and he looked up at the god. Who are you to call the lord on a first-name basis? Who even are you? Shiva chuckled as his godlike presence shone. Shivers went down the class's backs as they remembered their interaction with Adamas. I am Shiva, strongest god of destruction, leader of the Hindu pantheon. You will speak in a more formal matter with me, boy. Mineta bowed quickly and apologized for his behavior, fearing he would be killed, until he heard Shiva trying to suppress his laughter, failing to do so. Once Mineta looked up, Shiva lost it and laughed. Everyone, except for Izuku, were now confused. You should have seen your face. Nah, I ain't that type of god, not anymore. Izuku kept his eyes glued to the blanket that was covering him as he felt his classmates' stares directed at him. Before he looked up, everyone turned to Ibera as she fell to the ground unconscious. I think it's best if you all sit down, this will take some time to explain. Luckily they were in a hospital as Ibera fainted 5 more times throughout the explanation. Needless to say, the class were in shambles. Izumi grit her teeth in anger. No wonder Shiva shown up that day. Bakugo stared in wonder as he quietly, very quietly, mumbled about seeing other gods. Yo subconsciously tightened his fist, almost enough to bleed, and the rest of the class flooded Shiva and Izuku with questions. Can I be as strong as my lord? Is there a god of manliness? Can I be trained to fight a god? Shiva answered all of the questions to the best of his abilities. Kirishima was saddened there was no god of manliness. Any more questions? Izumi raised her hand slowly, and both Izuku and Shiva denied the question. Class 1A left the hospital in different emotions. Kirishima excited and saddened there was no god of manliness, he could try and be the first one, and Mineta was smirking that he now knew he could train with Izuku to be nearly as strong as him. Mineta froze in place momentarily as his head pulsed with pain. Different voices were telling him what would happen. He shook his head and continued walking back to his home. He would discuss this later with Izuku and Shiva. Bakugo and Izumi were walking back home together before Bakugo noticed an old man about to cross the street into oncoming traffic. He quickly ran over and gently pulled the old man back before his foot had stepped onto the road and a series of cars drove by swiftly. Oh, thank you, young man, if you weren't here I would be roadkill. The old man chuckled as Bakugo nervously chuckled with him. It wasn't long before Izumi walked home by herself, texting Bakugo she would be fine, while Bakugo was being inspected by the old man. Excuse me, sir. Bakugo's words fell on deaf ears as the man continued examining Bakugo's body before smiling. You will do nicely. Have you ever heard of the Tesla coil, young man? Bakugo's eyes lit up slightly. The Tesla coil was one of his most favorite inventions. He nodded as the man began walking with Bakugo. Then follow me, and you will know the true power of science. The old man, now known as Michael Uranium, and Bakugo walked down the sidewalk talking about various inventions and numerous ideas. Meanwhile, as much as I love this, can you all let go of me now? I need to go use the restroom. Izuku was held down by Mina, Satsuna, and Kayaka. Even though he knows with one arm he could pick up 2, and that would enough. But he also knows why they are like this. Only to the restroom, then straight back here. Ayaka was still clinging onto Izuku before he patted her head. She slowly let go of him, and he stood up from his bed while they sat there waiting for him. Do you think he's okay? Mina was hugging her knees to herself as she remembered Izuku was easily pinned, but broke out of it just as easy when the Nomu attacked him. It wasn't even close to what Adamas did. Adamas is a god, they all knew that, and yet he held back. They know Izuku's power and strength can quite literally move a mountain. And yet Adamas barely laid a scratch on him. He has to be. He actually won against a god besides Shiva and took down whatever that bird thing was. He has to be okay. Satsuna clutched onto one of Izuku's pillows when she spoke. She wouldn't openly say it, but she was terrified when Adamas shown himself. She was scared for Izuku. Her grip only tightened when she remembered the Nomu slamming Izuku's face into the ground. Footsteps were heard as Izuku peeked back into his room, and all 3 of them jumped back onto him. Due to all of the training, he forced his body to make what Raiden called the 100 seals by molding his muscles down to an extent that allowed him to move without his entire skeletal frame being crushed. Izuku smiled as he carried them to bed and watched as the sun went down beyond the horizon. However, before his eyes closed, a muscular man with long red hair was smiling. A man was standing behind him. He had short blonde hair and looked feminine. Before he could question it any further, his eyes closed and slumber took over his body. As for the man, do you think he will notice? The man that had feminine features overlooked toward Minetta's house and laughed proudly. I do believe that he will, in due time at least. Farewell, fellow. I must keep watch over my son. The man disappeared as the man with long red hair turned his gaze to Kirishima, who was in the gym still lifting weights, and smirked proudly. You know, I'm glad that the universe gave us a second chance. I can't wait to meet you again, Jack the Ripper. The man flew away as Kirishima felt a wave of judgment crash into him. His sense of justice was increased, and that night he managed to stop 5 muggings and 2 attempted rape. As for Mineta, nothing really changed except the voices grew louder and he felt more carefree. Morning. Ayaka woke up to an empty bed. Only Setsuna and Mina were there sleeping and was about to wake them up until she noticed something out the corner of her eye. Izuku was frozen in place as he held 3 trays of food. Kayaka looked at him and sighed while shaking her head. She spoke quietly, knowing Mina loves sleeping in. I could have helped. Izuku handed her tray as he placed down Setsuna's and Mina's on his desk. I know, but you look so adorable sleeping, Kaio. I just couldn't wake you up. An earphone jack found itself in Izuku's forearm. Dummy. Izuku laughed softly as Mina woke up and peppered Izuku in kisses. At UA. Is he awake yet? Izawa looked at Tenko sleeping on one of the medical beds in the infirmary. His body was littered in scars, and the most distinguished one was perfectly centered on his chest. It resembled a sword being plunged through. Sadly, yet thankfully, not yet. We still don't know if he will even wake up tomorrow or next week. The only things we can confirm are he is the same age as Class 1A, and you're putting him in there to personally torture me. Nezu chuckled before laughing as he envisioned the chaos of Class 1A's newest member. We see a girl, no older than the average elementary school student, running from a mob who wielded pitchforks and torches. In the girl's hands was a family pendant of her and her family, who was murdered under the false accusation of being vampires. This was the old country where anyone that had a quirk was quickly exiled. And this girl had a quirk that allowed her to change her appearance by drinking someone else's blood. Find her. Don't let her get away. We must kill the child of Satan. This girl is named Himiko Toga, and as the mob of villagers run past her, a single boy spotted her. As he tried reaching for her, a man walked up to the boy. What are you doing? We are hunting the daughter of Satan himself and you are here picking mushrooms. And no father. I was just. The man slapped the boy straight across the face, his face red with anger. You are a damn disgrace to the Shimura bloodline. Don't come back home till you find that damn abomination, or don't come back at all. The man left without another word. The boy cried as he held his dog, a corgi, and it tried comforting its owner. The girl stepped out from the bushes and the dog growled at her, but stopped once the boy placed his hand on its head. Down, boy, she's just a girl, go before they come back. The light from the torches could be seen marching towards them. Toga stretched her hand out to the boy, who stared at it in wonder. Come with me. The boy looked up frightened, but the girl remained strong. Come with me, we can go anywhere we ever want to go, no one could tell us what to do. We'll both be free. Shimura looked up at Toga and slowly grabbed her hand. The two began running even more and Shimura led her to a dock with a single boat, room for only 2. Get on the boat. Toga looked at Shimura as he untied the rope that held the boat to the dock. In the distance she could hear the villagers coming closer. She looked back to Shimura and he remained focused. What's your name? Shimura looked up at Toga, who smiled in the moonlight and was confused. Why do you wish to know my name? So I can come back and rescue you. Shimura's eyes widened as Toga smiled faintly. You are risking yourself to save me. I will make my vow now and rescue you. What is your name? He looked to see his father staring back at him from the forest. A face full of anger and betrayal as he marched forward. What the hell are you doing? She is right there, kill her already. Shimura pushed the boat with all of his might and placed his dog inside the boat. Please take care of Mon, for me. Toga nodded and saw Shimura smile for the first time. My name is Tenko. Tenko's smile was replaced with an agonizing scream. Toga watched as Tenko's own father impale him through the chest with their family sword. I knew I shouldn't have taken you in, you're just another devil in disguise. After I kill you, the girl is next. Tenko, now with a new resolve, placed his palms on the blade and pushed it back the way it came. His father struggling to keep the sword in his chest, Tenko yelled as he shoved it out and the hilt of the sword his father's chin. The sword dropped as Tenko's breathing became ragged. Toga could only watch in fear and astonishment as Tenko picked up a two-handed sword with one hand and a wall of fire erupted behind him. Toga held Mon close as she shut her eyes tightly. All she heard was Tenko yelling and the villagers screaming. And that was the last thing she remembered. Time skip. We now see an older Himiko Toga walking to Same Korji down a sidewalk, a midnight stroll if you will. Her hair was tied up into two messy buns and her smile scared most people. The Korji sniffed the ground before barking. Toga tried getting the dog's attention, but it pulled on its leash and dragged Toga along with it. Slow down, Mon. What's gotten into you? Mon only barked as he picked up speed before halting to a stop. Toga fell once Mon had stopped and groaned as she picked herself up. Mon, you can't just run to your next bathroom break, we talked about this. Mon barked trying to gain her attention, but her eyes landed on a boy. His hair was messy, exactly like his, and his face looked like him. Tenko? Upon further inspection it wasn't Tenko Shimura, the boy who she still searches for. She has hopes he didn't die and is still alive. Looking for her as she is looking for him. She watched as the boy dropped to the ground after failing to carry a fridge. She noticed a beach and her eyes widened in surprise. Did he clean it? The boy stood back up and carried the fridge as well as a dryer before dumping them in a large trash bin. He fell onto his back and stared at the stars. He stood back up, almost falling face first, but remained standing as he picked up more trash. Toga walked away with Mon and held him. That dummy. He's gonna kill himself overworking like that, not everyone is superhuman. Toga didn't look back as Mon slept in her arms. Time skip. In her own apartment she was cooking herself dinner as Mon watched whatever was on the television. Amiko's mind always wandered back to the boy cleaning the beach until the TV began showing the news. She turned around and saw a sight she herself couldn't believe. Tenko? He is still alive, Mon. Mon barked happily before the two saw Tenko working alongside a man that killed someone. Toga gasped in fear but saw Tenko fight the same boy that was cleaning the beach. The two were evenly matched in both skill and power. The same fire she saw when she was a child shot out from Tenko's sword, but the boy dodged before knocking him out. Toga left her dinner and quickly dressed herself as Mon waited at the door with his leash. Toga came back out, her hair still messy, and she walked out of her home as her gaze landed on Yue. Hang on Tenko, I'm coming. Toga and Mon both ran and made their way to Yue. They saved their long-lost friend. The break was over, and Izuku wished he was still on medical leave. It was too early to walk to Yue, but Nezu called him directly telling him he had a surprise waiting for him if there was anything Izuku hated. It was surprises from Nezu and waking up early. I hope it isn't something that could potentially destroy the school. As he arrived at the train station he felt a hand about to touch him. He stepped to the side and the person fell forward. Izuku grabbed him upon seeing it was Mineta. Hey Mineta, how you be? Whoa. Mineta had bags underneath his eyes, which were red, as he looked beyond exhausted. The voices. They won't stop. Izuku shook Mineta slightly and he jumped as he threw a punch. It stopped before it had hit Izuku and Mineta quickly apologized. It's alright Mineta. But what do you mean by, they won't stop? Mineta sighed as he rubbed his forehead in an effort to try and wake himself. I was kind of hoping that you and Shiva could help me. You see. Ever since the USJ I have been hearing voices in my head ever since. Each one was telling me what happens in either the near future or 1,000 years ahead of time. And I tried going to sleep, but they keep talking. Mineta grabbed his head and began mumbling. Izuku watched as his friend was having a slight mental breakdown and spoke. Come on, I know where he is. Mineta looked up to see Izuku walking away, with little to no option. He followed him. If Shiva knew what this meant he might be able to help. Time skip. Izuku and Mineta were on the other side of town and stood in front of a ramen shop. Well, we're here. Mineta looked up at Izuku and wondered if Izuku took one too many slams to the head. Shiva is in there? You can't be serious. Just then they heard Shiva shouting from the inside. What do you mean I can't have 100 bowls? Not enough ingredients. I'll pay for all of the damn ingredients you need. I want my ramen. Izuku looked at Mineta and smirked while strutting inside. Mineta seemed like he was about to have a second mental breakdown. Upon entering the two saw Shiva eating ramen, 50 bowls already empty, and they sat across from him. Shiva kept eating, not knowing or not caring that Izuku and Mineta were sitting in front of him. Shiva. The god kept eating and Mineta grew anxious. Shiva. He stopped before eating again and Izuku grew a tick mark. Mineta tapped on the table while waiting. Shiva. Still unresponsive. Shiva. Izuku was growing angry as his right eye twitched with annoyance. Mineta had now made a dent in the table from tapping his finger. Shiva. Shiva was drinking the last of his ramen bowl and Mineta had enough. Shiva. Izuku and Shiva looked at Mineta with wide eyes as he too was surprised. The owner of the shop however kicked them out. The trio walked to a nearby park as Mineta explained his problem to Shiva. The god was focused entirely of what was happening to Mineta and couldn't think of a solution. Have you thought of anything yet? Shiva shook his head as they sat down on a bench. Mineta went off to hit his head on a tree. He knew what was happening but held his tongue as he watched Mineta. Izuku began to wonder how he could help until the two heard tires screeching. They saw a woman looking in shock as the car was sure to hit her. Shiva and Izuku sprinted to save the woman, then it happened. Mineta clutched his head in pain and it felt as though time had stopped. He looked up to see a woman bracing herself for the inevitable collision with the car and walked over to her. Once he had gotten a good look at the woman, having white hair with a few red tips, he gently moved her to a safe location and saw where the car would collide. He stood in front of it as he braced himself to catch the car in hopes of reducing damage. Time had resumed and Mineta was seen standing where the woman once was. Shiva and Izuku were confused. They both stopped and tilted their heads and saw Mineta stop the car after sliding back 5 feet while the woman blinked in astonishment. Mineta. Izuku then ran to his friend, who placed the car back down and checked on him. Mineta grew slightly taller, a small growth spurt, and his face looked a little more feminine. The voices had stopped to a degree and Mineta no longer had bags underneath his eyes. Mineta, what did you do? He looked up at Izuku, now standing up to his chest and his knees, and smiled as he spoke. I think the voices and I came to an agreement. Shiva was smirking as he walked over. He asked Minnie to indulge on what he meant. Well, when that woman was about to be hit, I saw this vision of a blonde, beautiful girl fearing for her life exactly like her. Time looked like it stopped and I was able to move the woman and catch the car. Shiva was chuckling as he muttered out a name both Izuku and Mineta heard. Nostradamus, you childish bastard you. Who's Nostradamus? Mineta was confused why Izuku was smiling menacingly at him and Shiva had an aura around him that screamed to run. Meanwhile at UA, Mina, Kayaka and Satsuna were waiting in class talking with Momo and Ibara. Kirishima was shaking, restricting his body was painfully stressful as his sense of justice grew by the second. The door slid open, calmly at first, and a beautiful girl walked in and the class was in uproar. The girl did not speak nor respond to the compliments. Yo walked up to her with a confident-filled smirk. Hey there gorgeous, the name's Yo Shindo, but you could call me anything you want. The class looked at the girl as she opened her mouth to speak but were confused when Shiva and Izuku dropped to the floor laughing loudly. Shiva was slamming his fist onto the floor as he tried controlling his laughter while Izuku clutched his stomach in pain. Why are you two laughing? Momo was met with more laughter coming from Mina, who finally noticed, along with Kayaka and Satsuna. Soon everyone, except Yo, were laughing and the girl was trembling softly. Hey, you alright? Yo tried shaking the girl only to see her rip off the dress and instead of a girl wearing the UA uniform, it was Mineta who tried hiding his smile but failed to do so. He pointed at Yo, who was fuming and confused as he spoke. Now you will say, what the hell? What the hell? The class laughed even more as Mineta rolled on the ground, practically dying of laughter. Shiva wiped a tear from his eye as he stopped laughing. Izuku raising a shaky hand asking Shiva to help him. Why the hell were you wearing a dress? You should have seen your face. It was priceless. Mineta walked to his seat, his growth spurt noticed by the class as he hummed a harmonic tune from France. Izuku walked in with the assistance of Mina and she whispered into his ear what they were all asking. Let's just say Mineta has a really good but annoying ancestor that's helping him. Mina was more confused than satisfied with the answer but left it at that. Kirishima rubbed his chin in thought as Mineta kept humming, his gaze turned to Izuku with a smirk and a plan was forming. If Mineta bro is going through what I'm going through, then maybe Yagi bro could help. Before he could ask, Aizawa walked in and silence filled the room. The teacher, still tired and exhausted as ever, simply spoke before falling asleep. Pick a class representative, don't care how you do it, I want it done when I wake up. He proceeded to drop like a bag of rocks as loud snoring could be heard behind the podium. The class went into an uproar as both Yo and Izumi yelled for everyone to elect them as representative. What you're going to say next is, I am the best candidate even though we all know you're the worst possible choice. The class chuckled as Izumi as she blushed in embarrassment. Mineta shrugged his shoulders while wearing a smug smirk as Izumi yelled at him. Yo then gave out points as to why he should be the class representative, but Shoji had a different understanding. Shindo, as much as I want to believe it, you would be a good representative. However, when it comes to being focused, a simple greeting from a girl is enough to pull your attention. Yo didn't pay any mind to Shoji as he proved his point without knowing. I rest my case. Well, what about Yagi? He's shown great strength and skill at the USJ. Murmuring was heard in the class, however Izuku silenced it fairly quick by standing up. You are right for thinking that I am capable of being the class's representative. However, I am also the worst candidate for it. At this everyone looked around for someone that would be able to be representative. Mineta stood up and pointed directly at Kirishima, who jumped slightly as he smiled at his friend. I think it should be Kirishima, he is both strong and reliant, he could be the force that keeps us going with his pure manliness. Wouldn't you think so, Lord Izuku? Izuku nodded and looked at Kirishima, who was unsure of himself. I believe Mineta has a point. He helped me back at the USJ and even held his ground when doing so, he should be class representative. Momo stood up smiling, she too nodded. If Yagi-san believes that Kirishima-san should be representative, then I do as well. The class agreed one by one, and it was easily decided who became representative that day. Kirishima walked over to Izuku and Mineta, but the bell rang declaring it lunchtime. But the pain in his muscles said otherwise. Hey Yagi bro. Could you and I talk for a bit? And could Shiva come by? Izuku raised an eyebrow before Mineta nudged Izuku slightly. The two walked to Kirishima and noticed his muscles were twitching. Apparently Shiva didn't leave at all and grabbed Kirishima's arm to reveal he was in immense pain. There was scrapes and bruises on his knuckles as he jerked his arm away from Shiva. Trying to play hero before getting your license. Kirishima clamped his mouth shut from the pain, but tried to speak. And no. I don't know what is going on with me. I was hoping you and Yagi bro C could help me. Shiva raised an eyebrow before snapping his fingers in amazement. The trio looked up at the god as he was chuckling to himself. Take that Zeus. I found Herc-san before you. Kirishima, you probably won't believe this. Oh, who am I kidding, you are talking to me of all people. You're the descendant of Heracles, the god of fortitude. Needless to say, Mineta and Kirishima were in for a rough time of training. If anything from Izuku's sorrowful face proved anything. Shiva cracked his knuckles as the two looked up with slight regret to see him smirking. God training is now in session. It was midnight, Izuku and Shiva were jogging, with Mineta and Kirishima barely keeping up. Izuku and Shiva were hardly sweating, while the other two were drenched in sweat. Soon they halted to a stop, letting them get the well-deserved break. How? Can you? Run for 10 miles. Mineta fell face first, muttering he would rather die than continue. Kirishima placed his hand on his knees as he tried catching his breath. Izuku rubbed the back of his head while Shiva chuckled. Yay, we probably started off too small. Maybe 5 miles next time. Nah, it's good for Kirishima, I will be handling his training Izuku. We will work on strength, durability, and most importantly endurance. It'll help that quirk of yours too. Kirishima nodded, almost joining his friend on the ground. Izuku walked up to Mineta and lifted him with ease off the ground. So I guess I'll be training you, Mineta. I think we should focus on your premonition skill mostly. In the meantime, we will be working on speed and strength. Hope you're ready to lift some weights, Mineta. Izuku and Shiva chuckled darkly as Mineta and Kirishima now worried what they got themselves into. Meanwhile, back at the dorms, Izumi and Yo were in the kitchen cooking with Koji and Sato. Bakugo sat on the couch writing constantly in a small leather journal. No one knew why, but as of late, he would mutter about inventions capable of producing mass quantities of energy. They heard the doors open and saw Izuku and Shiva walking through with a light coat of sweat. Hey guys, hold on a second, where's Mineta? Speaking of which, has anyone seen Kirishima? As if on cue, Kirishima and Mineta revealed themselves by dragging themselves across the floor. Oh my goodness. What happened? Momo ran to check on the two while Izuku and Shiva explained. We went for a 10-mile long jog. The class widened their eyes at this, except Bakugo being focused on his journal, and Shiva raised his hand to his chin thinking back. Then the two wanted to spar. Kirishima was fighting me, while Mineta took on Izuku. Halfway through their legs gave out from fatigue. So I guess we win by default. Shiva looked over to Izuku with a raised eyebrow while he simply shrugged. The class watched Mineta try standing before falling again. I will be the judge of that. Come here, you bloody bastard. He took a swing only to pass out and land face first. Everyone became worried before hearing him snore loudly. It quickly went away as Kirishima stood up. He hardened his legs as a makeshift cast and brought his fists up. Boy, you purple weirdo, we still gotta fight. Shiva looked at him with an amused look before flicking his shins, and Kirishima quickly fell. Now that counts as a win. Kirishima and Mineta were carried to their rooms. And Izuku carried all three of his girlfriends as he announced he was going to bed. Bakugo suddenly stood up and snapped his fingers as his eyes lit up with amazement and realization. That's it. I know how to make them now, all I need is materials that could sustain high amounts of force. Bakugo walked to his room muttering about what components were required and where he could find much needed supplies. Izumi quickly made her plate and followed Bakugo to his room, while Yo stayed in the living room to watch a movie. Everyone else went to bed and wondered what will happen now. Morning. The first ones out were Bakugo, Izumi, Izuku, Mina, Kayaka, and Satsuna. Izuku was slightly sleeping, using Senjin Muzu to keep him from running into any walls, although he still need to work on it since he tripped a couple of times. The Kugo was still writing in his journal while Izumi was on her phone. They turned around hearing Mineta run after Izuku. He jumped with a smile as he tried kicking him, taking advantage of the moment before Izuku stopped dead in his tracks. He turned around grabbing his ankle, Mineta quickly shouting for Izuku to stop, but it was too late. Izuku slammed Mineta in front of him before flipping him again behind him to end it with slamming Mineta down ahead of him again. Mineta laid down on the ground, slightly twitching, while Momo went to check on him. Izuku walked away muttering it was too early for school. "You know, Izzy, maybe you could teach us how to use that move." Satsuna was joking only to receive a serious answer from Izuku, saying they will train later. She quickly took back her joke, Mina and Kayaka quietly chuckling, and they walked to school huddling close to Izuku. Mineta had his arm wrapped around Momo's shoulder, her struggling to manage keeping him up, while Kirishima was walking with Shiro and Todoroki. Was the training really that bad? Shiro needed proof, and the look and bags under Kirishima's eyes were enough. Fair enough. Seriously, I don't know how Yagi bro did it, or even is capable of keeping up with Shiva. Kirishima knew workouts meant you had some days to relax and take time to recover. The way Shiva and Izuku trained made it seem they had no limits. Upon arriving the school, Izuku was fully awake now, and the classroom quickly filled up. Aizawa walked into the room and dropped a binder down on his podium. "Yagi?" Izuku looked up at Aizawa with raised worried. Until he received a thumbs up. "Good work at the USJ, however, you still have a lot of work to do. Stop by the support course for a wooden replica of your sword and halberd, work on using other techniques you have, understood?" "Yes, sensei." Aizawa nodded before looking at the class once more. "Alright, as some of you may know, the sports festival is right around the corner. School and classes will be on hold for a week, I would be wise to use this time to better yourselves, dismissed." He left without another word, and the class began forming groups that could help each other's quirks. Kirishima tried joining Todoroki and Shiro, that is until they saw Shiva dragging his thumb over his throat, sadly he couldn't join them this time. Mineta looked around and walked over to Izuku who was sitting down writing in his notebook. "My lord, when does training begin?" Izuku remained focused on his notebook maintaining a calm expression. Mineta raised an eyebrow before waiting for him to be done. Mineta watched as everyone left one by one, he grew drowsy and chose to sleep. Unexpectedly Izuku punched him straight across the face. Mineta woke up with a jump and ducked under Izuku's right hook. Looking up he was met with Izuku smirking. "Thanks for waiting, and to answer your question, training begins now." Mineta was kicked across the room. He came back to reality and saw Izuku's leg approaching rapidly. He leaned back as the kick narrowly missed him, everyone in the classroom was gone at this point. Mineta threw his left arm at Izuku. The punch landed on his jaw, Mineta smirking in victory, until Izuku threw his own left hook. Mineta saw his eyes for a second and saw a red cross. He swept Izuku down to the floor, thinking he finally had him. Mineta quickly went for a swift jab only for Izuku to tilt his head to the right copying his jab. Mineta was hit onto his back while Izuku stood up slowly, body slightly growing. His friend looked up seeing Izuku smirking. "Good work on your premonitions, but they can be improved, for now however. You have a 10-second head start, 7. Mineta was halfway down the hall before hearing Izuku shout 10. He ran like his life, which it probably was, is on the line as Izuku's footsteps got louder. Wherever Kirishima is, he better not be eating ramen, cause that is not fair. Meanwhile, Shiva and Kirishima sat down at a table, staring intensely at each other, 50 empty bowls of ramen on their left as 10 more arrived. "Are you ready?" Kirishima picked up his chopsticks and bowl. Shiva chuckled as the two torn through the food, the owner crying from not having ingredients for other costumers. Back with Izuku and Mineta. Izuku kept throwing punches at Mineta, who used his small glimpses of the future to dodge or avoid them before the two made it to the dorms. Mineta had tears in his eyes as he relished his freedom. Only for Izuku, still standing outside of the dorms, to grab his ankle. Mineta's face paled as Izuku dragged him back out. My lord. Izuku. I made it to the dorms, this isn't fair." Izuku only dragged Mineta to Gym Gamma as he kept yelling that he was done with training now. Kirishima tapped out at 99 ramen bowls, while Shiva kept eating. The two were going to be in for a week-long training regiment. For the first day Mineta was woken up by his premonition. He rolled out of bed jumping up, dodging his kick, and managed to make Izuku block his punch. "Good work Mineta." Izuku walked back to the door before explaining what they would be doing. "Today, we will be working on your senses, and in order to do that we need to hike 100 miles into the forest. Away from civilization, you ready?" "No." "Thought so, sorry in advance." Izuku slammed his head into Mineta's and carried him out of the dorms. Meanwhile, Kirishima woke up to see Shiva fanning himself with paper fan, body lit on fire, smirking at him. Wakey Johnson. Now we're working on your durability. On instinct Kirishima hardened his skin as Shiva used Tendava. After 3 to 4 hits Kirishima couldn't handle the heat anymore and tapped out. Only to harden again, rushing Shiva, who hummed in amusement. Kirishima kept hardening his skin until his body couldn't handle it anymore. He fell on his back and Shiva moonwalked out of his room, leaving a piece of paper on his desk. Kirishima shakily picked up the note and read it aloud. Stop by the beach Izuku cleaned up. Which beach is that one? As he walked out of his room he saw Mineta and Izuku near the entrance, the latter clinging to the door, while the others were either sitting and talking or cooking themselves breakfast. Hey, Yagi bro. Izuku, who was struggling with Mineta, looked up with a smile as he used Wild Boar on Mineta. Hey Kiri bro, kind of busy right now, but what do you need? I was just going to ask, what beach did you clean up? Izuku tried answering, but Mineta punched him, which resulted in Izuku knocking his friend unconscious. He dusted his hands off before turning to Kirishima. Well, that would be Dagaba Beach. I think I know what Shiva is planning. Good luck Kiri bro. Kirishima merely nodded and left the dorms, hearing a few classmates wishing him luck. He could only think of what was waiting for him at the beach, so he prepared for everything. Shiva was sitting in the sand watching the sun slowly descend. Watching a sunset was always a good way to relax. He waited patiently for Kirishima until he finally arrived. He was already in his strongest hardened form. Shiva only lifted his fist, and the two were locked in combat the next second. Kirishima blocked any attack he couldn't evade entirely while dodging the attacks he could dodge. Shiva was taking it easy before he kicked Kirishima in the chest. He skidded across the sand before tumbling to a stop. Kirishima, what is it you fight for? Kirishima looked up at Shiva with clear confusion. Shiva groaned as he explained further. What is it that drives you? What is it that makes you want to be a hero? Before he leapt at Shiva his body froze as the question echoed through his head. Why did he become a hero again? Shiva walked away from the beach before leaving Kirishima a piece of advice. If you don't know, or you merely forgot, come back to me. Only then will we continue with your training. That brought Kirishima back as he looked at Shiva walking away. His fist tightened in distraught. Why did he want to be a hero? Meanwhile, Mineta ran from Izuku as he kept yelling for him to fight him. No. We both know how it ends, with you winning and my face in the dirt. Mineta tripped and expected Izuku to hit him. Except Izuku helped Mineta up. I mean, why do you care all of a sudden, huh? Just because I am related to someone that fought in something I have no part in. Izuku remained silent, choosing his words. Mineta was doubting he could be better. I know. And you are right. Izuku stepped away from Mineta, who was thinking of leaving the gym, and continued speaking. I shouldn't force you to train or even fight me. But, when I look at you, I can't help but see myself. Someone who constantly wishes they were better, to be better. Izuku sat down while Mineta remained standing. If you wish to leave, the door is right there, and I will not stop you. Mineta looked at the double doors, as though they seemed like salvation themselves. He smiled as he started strutting to the doors. His hand touched the doorknob before his body froze in place. What the? Why can't I move? Izuku stood up and walked next to Mineta. Tell me Mineta, be honest with yourself, why did you become a hero? Mineta forgot about his reason when the USJ was attacked. But now that the question was brought up, he had nothing to answer it with. As the question bounced off the walls in his head, a memory he shunned out appeared in front of him. Mineta's mindscape. In front of him was a younger self, when he was in middle school, on the ground beaten. Behind him were who he thought were friends. Now he remembered. He tried saving a girl from the two, but he was beaten rather quickly. So quickly that the two laughed, including the girl. They all mocked Mineta for trying. At the last moment he thought of running until a voice was heard. What do you think you're doing? The two boys visibly jumped at the voice, while the girl was merely annoyed by it. Mineta's eyes widened in shock. The voice he heard that day was from none other than Momoyaoi Rozu. And what are you gonna do? Tell your daddy? We all know how that one ends. The girl snapped her fingers, and the two boys held Mineta in place as she walked up to Momo. Why even help the little bastard? You know what he does, and especially what he looks at. Mineta looked away from Momo's eyes in shame. The memory continued while Mineta silently wished it to stop. I have an idea, how about you join us? Give the little pervert what he deserves. Momo remained silent before walking up to Mineta. The girl smirked before the two boys ran away. Where are you two going? We ain't ruining our chances of getting into a hero school for messing with Yaoi Rozu. The girl scoffed at their cowardice before trying to kick Mineta. He braced for it as usual, but Momo threw her body in front of him. The girl tried stopping herself, but it was too late and coincidentally a teacher heard all the yelling and followed it. Mineta watched as the girl and boys were scolded and he was left unnoticed. As usual. He began walking away before a hand was placed on his shoulder. "Hey, are you okay?" He turned around to be met with Momo's face. He jumped back from the close proximity, hiding his blush as his body began filling up with fear. Was she about to dish out a revenge now? "Hey, take it easy, you're still healing." Momo took his arm and examined it. Her fingers grazing his skin softly as her eyes remained full of care and concern. "Does it hurt?" She was applying pressure to his arm. But Mineta's attention was focused entirely on her face. How could someone so nice and caring act as if nothing happened between the two? Oh, only a little. "So he talks, I was worried you were the silent type of guys, I'm glad you're okay. Mineta-kun." Momo turned her head hearing her name being called. She saw her parents waving her over. She sighed before looking at Mineta. "I have to go, goodbye Mineta-kun." As she walked away, Mineta felt someone push him forward slightly. That was when he finally found his voice. "Yaoi Rozu-san." Momo turned around to see Mineta bowing deeply. "I am sorry for everything I have done until now, I promise to be a better person." Momo walked up to him and lifted him up from the ground. Her eyes filled to the brim with care. "Then promise me that no matter what, you will save me." Mineta sat in silence as his eyes were locked with hers. Momo left due to her family being in a rush, leaving Mineta why he chose UA. Reality. Mineta blinked and looked around himself, seeing that he was still in the gym. Izuku remained in place the entire time, waiting patiently for his friend. "I'll ask again. Why do you want to be a hero?" Mineta let go of the handle and turned around to face Izuku. He took on a simple stance as his eyes grew with ambition by the second. "I want to be a hero, for Yaoi Rozu-san's sake. To protect her and everyone else that is dear to me." Izuku smirked. Through his eyes he could see Mineta's aura rising incredulously. He took on his stance as the two locked eyes with each other. "That's what I wanted to hear, now show me your resolve, Mineta." The two fought throughout the day, only taking 4 hours to let themselves heal, before finally heading back to the dorms. Mineta had shown impressive growth in a short amount of time. His eyes landed on Momo. He smiled upon seeing her. He looked around, seeing that mostly everyone was asleep or out training. Mineta walked up to Momo, his nervousness rising with each step. "Yaoi Rozu-san." Momo looked at Mineta to see him bowing on one knee and listened. "I have something to ask of you." Momo nodded, letting him continue, not knowing what would happen. "Do you remember that day?" Momo silenced Mineta by placing her finger on his lips. Her eyes still held that care he felt for that day. "Not here, meet me outside at midnight, we will talk more later." Mineta nodded and Momo went back to reading her book, having some tea on the side. Mineta blushed before heading back to his room, where his friends were waiting. The rest of the night was filled with teasing and laughter. Mineta knew that he couldn't change the past, so instead, he chose to forge himself his own future. One with Momo alongside him. The sun was rising slowly, they only had 5 minutes tops, and he planned to get everything he wanted to know. Just as he turned the corner, his mind focused on getting answers, his eyes locked with Momo's, and he stood frozen in place. Her beauty truly knew no bounds. "Mineta-kun, you made it." She enveloped the lad in a hug, to which he reciprocated very slowly, and the two stood still holding each other in silence. "So? About that promise?" "Yes, Mineta-kun." She looked up at him with hopeful eyes. Eyes he knew could be used against him someday, and he grew weak every time. I intend to always protect you." Always, Momo. With the quickly gathered courage he could find. He pressed his lips into Momo's and stayed there, or at least tried to, due to the height difference. Mineta was right above her chest. Momo giggled before leaning down to press her lips against his. It was quick and simple, yet they felt it was full of love. They separated and gazed into each other's eyes. The sun had finally risen, meaning that their time together is ending soon. "Minoru-kun, we should get going." Mineta nodded, saddened slightly that he had to let go. He felt Momo grab his hand. Although she was blushing brightly, a small smile grew. Mineta blushed before smiling. The two walked to class, still holding hands, faces bright. Class 1A was infectiously happy that day. The girls kept complimenting Momo while the guys were cheering for Mineta. Even Bakugo was happy for the two. Izawa walked into the class and all chatter was immediately silenced. He was smirking, never a good sign, before he glanced at Mineta. "Mineta, Yaoi Rozu. All I ask is keep the acts of affection to a minimum, unlike Yagi, Tokage, Jiru, and Ishido." Mina sat on top of Izuku's shoulders. Kayaka was seen on his lap, and Satsuna sat on his desk. All four of them, including Izuku, looked at their teacher with confusion ever so present. "What do you mean, sensei?" Izawa simply used his hands as he shown them what to not do, yet he feels that will not apply to them, just as it doesn't seem to apply to Izuku. "Goddamn problem children." Alright, I'll turn your textbooks to search and rescue. We will be learning how to effectively use your quirk for natural disasters. You should already know the page's number if you have a destructive quirk. Bakugo, Yo, and Izumi remained silent as they felt their teacher's glare. Momo seemed to tune out her teacher's voice as her gaze landed on Mineta. She smiled lovingly, having a glimpse. Mineta turned to her with his own smile. The lesson continued with Izawa wishing he hadn't lost that bet. Lunchtime. Mineta sat down with his lunch, being some tempura, and as he finished placing a napkin on his lap and neck. Once his chopsticks were reaching his tempura, Momo sat down next to him. Minoru-kun, may I try your food please? Mineta looked at Momo, then back to his tempura. He gave her the tempura with a weakened groan as she happily nibbled on the food. I guess you could have one. Momo happily ate a tempura while Mineta ate the remaining amount left for himself. Before he could take a bite, he heard more people approach. He glanced up to see Izuku smirking down at him. Shrugging, he took a bite and proceeded to chew. So, you and Yaoi Rozu-san, huh? Mineta bro. Mineta was thrown into a coughing fit from the comment. He glared at Izuku, who was smiling smugly at him. Yes, indeed Yagi-san, Minoru and I are in a relationship. Mineta's body could be seen trembling at Momo's touch. I'm proud of ya, it's bout damn time if you ask me, tired of hearing you mumbling bouter. Izuku ate katsudon with a side of steak as Mineta looked at him exasperated. How do you think everyone else feels about your muttering, oh Lord Izuku? Izuku's eyes snapped toward Mineta as though he had been challenged. The two entered a stare down while Momo talked with Kayaka. Kayaka, it's been so long. How are you? I'm fine ya Momo, it's really good to see you again. Mina and Satsuna however were betting who would win in a fight since Mineta grew from his training. I think Mineta has a chance, but not a very big one. He would still be crushed by Izuku. I don't know, his guesses on the future are pretty accurate, he might win. Mina placed her hand on Satsuna's shoulder with a smile. Setsi-chan, I love your optimism, but I'm gonna have to ask you to bring it down a notch, okay? Well, they are used to the pressure Mineta and Izuku emit when they are angry. Not everyone else is such used to raw strength. The blonde boy that was swept to the left was planning to hit Izuku's head with his elbow. But, after witnessing him merely stand and glare, he chose that today was a great day to live. Another was a kid with purple hair that was closer to a dark lilac, tried going up to Izuku for advice. However, he was scared off unintentionally. Abe, he'll try some other time. Everyone else in the cafeteria heard Latin singing as Awa was down the hall sleeping, coming from the classrooms. One person screamed and ran out the window, while another used drills to dig himself underground. Izuku and Mineta noticed everyone panicking and laughed. This had resulted in them seen as delinquents. The bell rang and Momo left with Mineta, both holding hands, many boys glaring at him in jealousy, while the girls looked on bewilderment. Overall, today was a good day. Before he could head out to the dorms however, Izuku grabbed his shoulder. Hold on now, just because you have a girlfriend now, doesn't mean training stops. Mineta was dragged away, him pleading with Izuku to stop, everyone hearing him scream, while Izuku laughed like All Might. Meanwhile, Bakugo was wandering through the halls writing in his small journal. He muttered about what he could do to make such quantities of energy. He halted to a stop and looked forward. A sudden slap in the face from the past. So this is how Izuku feels about writing in those journals of his. Bakugo slowly remembered how he treated Izuku for doing something he liked. He tightened his left hand as he remembered he was also given a second chance. He was brought out of his thoughts when a giant steel door blew off its hinges and flew toward him. Bakugo was quick to react, using his quirk to blow himself back before he was reminded of what he promised to his teacher. Do not use your quirk, you will have 3 chances, if you do waste them. I will no longer teach you. He reprimanded himself for using it, but he had no other option. Bakugo saw someone in the smoke, probably the one who caused the explosion. He walked up to them fully intended to reprimand them. Upon further inspection, Bakugo's mind went blank. The girl with pink hair wearing a jumpsuit, the top being tied around her waist, and a tank top. She looked over at Bakugo, who was wondering how an explosion was set off by her. Boy. You here to get something fixed, hero student? Bakugo jumped in his skin, looked around, then pointed at himself. Yes, you. If you don't have anything then ask somebody else to do it. The girl huffed and stomped back into the room she was blown out of. Curiosity had gotten the best of Bakugo as he was now peering in to see what the girl was working on, and to his surprise, it was something he had been meaning to test. Is that what I think it is? With stars shining in his eyes, Bakugo opened his journal and wrote down what he could see. And I suppose I'm supposed to be surprised, because… Bakugo looked at her, stars still shining, before running over and grabbing her arms. This astounding piece of art is an instantaneous movement device. The girl, who was confused and weirded out by Bakugo, was now questioning the hero student standing before her. "You sure you aren't a support corps student?" Bakugo seemingly kept muttering and writing in the small journal, completely ignorant to her question. Grabbing a nearby magazine, she rolled it up and hit Bakugo on top of his head. "Quit that damn muttering." "Haha. Sorry." The girl glanced at the journal's contents. Due to her quirk, she has better eyesight than most people with 20/20th vision. Her eyes widened with shock and surprise. Quickly snatching the journal out of Bakugo's hands, leaving him to stare dumbfounded to where his journal went, she quickly flipped through the pages, her eyes widening even further seeing how detailed the schematics were. "Hey. Give that back." Bakugo swiped the journal back from the girl with a scowl. His teacher gave this to him, and so it should be handled with care, not to be used like some cheap dollar store magazine. "This is important to me, and I would rather not have your greasy hands all over it." Looking at her hands, she had forgotten how right Bakugo was. Quickly wiping the grease away on her jumpsuit, she offered her hand to Bakugo. "Oh. Right, sorry about that. I'm Mei Hatsume, nice to meet ya." With her hand held out to Bakugo, whose first question and judgment was what her quirk was, who reprimanded himself for almost falling back to his old ways. Bakugo took Mei's hand and shook it firmly with a smile. "Itsuki Bakugo, I hope we can get along fine." Mei flashed him a smile before turning to her device. "So, Bakugo-san, you said that this was his instantaneous movement device, right?" He nodded, smiling seeing it in action for the first time. Bakugo had never seen such an intricate and problematic invention be completed under the required time. "So, I was thinking, what if instead of using regular old fusion cells, why not use a full-powered Tesla particle?" Bakugo suddenly grabbed Mei's wrist and held a serious face. "No." He pulled his hand away, making sure he hadn't used his quirk by accident, while Mei simply pouted like a child. "HMPH. You're just like everyone else. Mei, don't use the nuclear reactor for a toaster. Mei, don't use a power cell to fuel your electric scooter. Just for once I wish everyone would just trust me." Bakugo watched as Mei frustratedly tried disassembling the device. He remembered what Tesla had told him and against his better judgment, looked at the journal with caution. If she does have the materials for the Super Tesla particle, who knows what else she would try to build. Mei only stopped when Bakugo grabbed her shoulder. She turned around to see him holding the journal open on the STP. "Tesla-san once told me that through science, our creations have value." Mei smirked and carefully read the journal alongside Bakugo. Meanwhile, Kirishima had been knocked down to the ground once again by Shiva, who was hardly trying at this point. He tried standing up only to be pushed back down. "Don't tell me the Great Red Riot is giving up." Kirishima firmly planted his fist into the sand, his teeth clenched tightly as he lifted his body up. He was covered in bruises and was out of breath. Kirishima knew he couldn't fight or even win against Shiva in the state he was in right now. He knew it all. Yet he remained standing. Shiva smirked seeing Kirishima put up his stance again. Kirishima and Raiden weren't that different and it shone through their pride. Shiva extinguished his flames and approached him. Kirishima tried throwing a punch, but Shiva stopped him before could move. "That's enough training for today, go ahead and get some rest, we'll pick up right where we left off tomorrow." Kirishima, littered with bruises and small scrapes, watched as Shiva walked away. His mind and body were telling him to drop onto his back and enjoy the rest. But that small nagging voice persisted. He continued training. And that is what he chose. Kirishima closed his eyes and envisioned Shiva standing in front of him. He took his stance and began shadowboxing. He could still feel the devastating punches and the crippling kicks. He pressed on and kept looking for an opening, a way to finally beat Shiva. Kirishima remained at the beach for the rest of the night. Gimgama. Mineta groaned standing up, dodging multiple fists was tiring. Izuku helped him off the floor who was covered in sweat. "Great work today, Mineta, I think you're ready for the sports festival." Mineta's eyebrows slightly raised in surprise. "The sports festival? Has it been that long already?" The two left the gym, making sure it was locked, continuing the conversation. "Time flies by when you're training, I'm afraid, but hey. At least you'll show everybody how far you've grown." Mineta looked down at his open palm in curiosity. Had he really gotten stronger? It felt as though he was mostly goofing around and hardly trained. He curled his hand into a fist as he looked up at the sky. He had to trust Izuku's words and remain focused. The sports festival was around the corner and he had no intentions of losing. The sun had began to rise slowly in the distance. Heights Alliance had never heard such peaceful tranquility, that is until Shiva came walking through the front doors with a wooden spoon in his mouth and a pot in his right hand. Good, they're still asleep, time for their wake-up call. As Shiva set the pot down onto their couch, he grabbed the wooden spoon out of his mouth. He raised it high with a smile full of childish joy. "But Izuku, The bush laid in bed, snuggled up close to his wonderful girls. Slowly he opened his eyes to enjoy the serenity this particular morning had for him. Looking down to see he was pinned by Mina, who held a rather lustful smile on her face. Setsuna mimicked Mina's smile to a lesser degree, while Kayaka held a soft yet blissful smile. A smile dawned on his face. Soon Izuku carefully, yet quickly stood up without making a single sound. That's step 1, if I can hurry, I may be able to cook breakfast for them. Opening his door, just a slight pull, he was met with loud banging metal that woke everyone up. Rise and shine Class 1A. Today is your day, so get your lazy butts out of bed and start your early training. When he was finished, Izuku chuckled softly, hearing his friends groaning as they were abruptly pulled from their dreams. Izuku descended down the stairs, walking up to Shiva, who threw out the pot and spoon. He greeted his teacher as the two chuckled. You were always strict about my regiment, why did you wake everyone though? What's so special about today? Shiva raised his eyebrow, smirking as he held 3 fingers up. He slowly counted down until a look of sudden realization appeared on Izuku's face. Before a word could even be said, everyone else had rushed out of their rooms in a panic. A few were still putting on clothes, while most had a quick and very light breakfast. They rushed past Izuku and Shiva, intent on being on time, while the two were standing there with mixed reactions. I should probably go get changed. Yay, you should. After the festival there's someone I want to introduce you to. Already halfway up the stairs he raised an eyebrow seeing Shiva walk out of the dorms. I wonder who it could be. Maybe a relative of some kind. Meanwhile, Izawa was sitting in class enjoying a cup of coffee. It was around this time his class would show up and ruin the peace of silence, but after some waiting, he noticed they weren't coming. Sighing to himself, he downed the rest of his coffee and walked out to find his students. Usually they arrive on time, wonder what has them so distracted they risk expulsion. After gaining some info about their whereabouts, he headed out to one of the many gyms they have on campus. When he found his class, simply following the sound of someone yelling, you could say he was either impressed or shocked to the core. Inside was his class, in their gym uniforms, training to their absolute limit. Well, most were laying on the ground panting. The only ones who were still training were Minoru, Izuku, Izumi, Kastuki, and Tenya. The only one not accountable was Ijiru. He would ask them later. Right now, he was proud they were using their free time wisely. Time skip. Class 1A slowly filed out of the gym, most sore, while a few were gaining their stamina back. Izuku tried to leave with Minoru, but was pulled back by Shota. Hey sensei, what's the problem? Kirishima, he didn't show up to class, nor did he make it to the dormitory. I was hoping you would know where he is. Furrowing his brow, Izuku quickly started thinking why Ijiru hasn't shown up to school, before he shrugged his shoulders. I don't know where he might be sensei, but you might want to check Tagaba Beach, he's probably laying on the ground passed out. The way Izuku casually spoke slightly threw Shota off, as if it was a normal occurrence for teenagers to randomly pass out cold. Nodding his head, he let Izuku join with the rest of the class. While he went to find Urchin on the beach. The stadium. What is up, everybody? The crowd roared with excitement, while his Ashi wore a bright smile, getting themselves ready for the festival. Today, we will be having out students go through 3 different challenges, with the final challenge being the tournament. As he went on to explain the rules, Class 1A were getting last-minute stretches in before they were announced. On top of the stadium sat Shiva, who was holding a bowl of bean paste buns. He was eating out of boredom. If they were told to fight, they get to fight, no need for any of these rules. Impatient as always, especially if it's about fighting. Turning around, bean bun in hand, Shiva smiled widely, seeing the god he can call an ally. Or in his own words, a brother. Same old, did Gramps say anything to ya, Rudra? Rudra, god of tempest, snatched a bean bun out of Shiva's bowl with a scowl. Nothing out of the ordinary, still believes I should take your place, but there is one thing that stuck on my mind. Slightly saddened he lost a bean bun, Shiva was now interested in this new piece of information. Rudra is somewhat a spy for him. Reconnaissance is an important tool for any kind of battle, whether it be mental or physical. He leaned closer to Rudra as his curiosity had reached its peak. What did he say? Was it something about me? Is he plotting to betray the rest of the gods? Is he finally giving up on love? Sighing is never a good sign. It meant everything he said was incorrect. It only confirmed his disappointment when Rudra turned to him with a tired smile. As much as we want to believe the last one will happen, it never will. He told me that you're training a human to be humanity's next savior. Is that true? Before he could speak, music blared from the speakers beneath them. It was finally time. With a smirk he turned to Rudra and gave his answer. Why don't you see for yourself? I don't mean to brag, but I did a pretty good job of training him. Now his curiosity was sated, but it was quickly replaced with a new interest. He hummed in response as the two turned back to the arena. Meanwhile, In a long corridor, Class 1A was walking down with mixed feelings, many were nervous, and few were sure they would win. However, Izuku didn't feel that way, he instead felt excited, he was ecstatic to see everyone's quirk out in the field. I have so much data to collect. Good thing I always bring extra notebooks. Once they left the corridor they were overwhelmed from everyone's cheering. Izuku waved to the crowd, some of his friends joined him, and they cheered even louder. Alright kiddies. Suddenly everyone's attention was pulled to the stage, it was a voice Minoru hoped he misheard, it was covered in smoke as a silhouette of a woman came walking out. I'll be your instructor for the rest of the evening, take 5 Hisashi. Waving up at President Mick, who gave a thumbs up and a smile, she turned back to the classes and cracked her whip. Since President Mick already explained the rules, I'll skip the niceties, you will first go through an obstacle course. As Midnight, the rated R hero, went on to explain the events. Izuku noticed Minoru was shaking tremendously, he was also muttering, he tapped on his shoulder and held back his laughter seeing Minoru jump in fright. What's wrong Minoru? Why are you shaking like a leaf, yet beating me and muttering? He looked around before pulling Izuku down, Midnight glanced toward them with suspicion, but resumed explaining the events. Minoru looked around once more before speaking. Look, I never told anyone this. So I would deeply appreciate it, my lord, if you never speak a word of what I'm about to tell you. Izuku became serious, putting all of his jokes aside, and he nodded. Quickly easing Minoru's nerves, looking around once more, he leaned closer to Izuku's ear. I'm terrified, cause my mom is on stage, and she always treats me like a baby. But the blank and unreadable expression. Izuku looked up Midnight on stage, looked back at Minoru, looked back to her once again before he spoke. How is that a bad thing? Minoru wanted nothing more than to strangle Izuku however, before he could get another word out, Minoru noticed everyone around him slowly back away from him. Looking around it was a perfect circle, a shiver went up his spine, he turned around to see Midnight standing behind him. Minoru, why didn't you tell me you made it? He was wrapped into a hug, every man in the stadium became jealous, Izuku suddenly understood what Minoru meant. This is exactly why I didn't tell you mom. Eh? Everyone, including Shiva and Rudra, all tilted their heads. Exactly 2 minutes went by before all hell broke loose. Momo, who was now dating Minoru, suddenly became very nervous. Mineta-kun, why your mother is? Midnight looked around, with a face that shone she thought everyone knew, meanwhile Minoru managed to pry her grip off his arms. Step. Mother, actually, and it's something I'm not that fond of talking about. Can we move along now please? Midnight puffed her cheeks in annoyance, but reluctantly, she walked back up to the stage. As I was saying, everyone to the starting line. Cracking her whip to her right, everyone looked to see a giant entrance open, they walked to the giant opening, and a green line appeared in front of them. Ready? Minoru distanced himself a little from everyone else as they made a plan. Izuku waved goodbye to his girls and tried getting a spot in the front. Set. Bitsuki still hadn't shown up, Izumi was slightly getting worried, but a man in a cloak chuckled behind everyone. Go. People in the front sprinted, Izuku leapt upward using his muscle control on his legs, and the race had began. Izumi sighed seeing Katsuki hadn't made it, but ran off to try and gain the lead. The being in the cloak ripped it off and revealed a suit underneath. It started to glow a bright orange as a loud explosion erupted, and the person in the suit went flying. Advance. That's it guys. That was the full story. Hopefully you all enjoyed. But take care.